be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, if I lose the fight, I still rage against the night. Don't box I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Have I become a little too shy for love? I've been hurt before, all's fair in love and war. So I snuggle up close to the shell I'm living in, and if I let you in, another round begins. No, I'm spinning in a vicious cycle, I'm scared of doing something I'll regret. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? And what if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side. I need you by my side. I need you by my side.
I always forget to unmute myself. Hello! How are you today, Corey? Nope, nope, bad. Other hand down. Other hand down. Other hand down, thank you. I mean, my other hand wasn't even up. I only had this hand up here. So, the finger tracking is much better on the Leap on VC Face, but the movement is what fucks you. But how are you today, Corey? Also, anybody else that may be here, I hope you're having a wonderful day. You don't know what to play, so you're just chilling? I gotcha. Oh yeah, so I guess this is gonna pick up my bad habit of having my hand, resting my elbow on my desk and having my hand here. Peace. What games do you have that seem fun? Alright. Drop this. We'll move over to here. I'm very tiny because of words. There we go. Let's see. So we're continuing Corpse Party Book of Shadows today. Last time that we left off on playing as Mayu. We had just saved the other schoolgirl that has come from a different location. And then I went back and watched her get murdered with a whole bunch of nails and scissors and stuff like that because I was morbidly curious on what was in the bucket. I was surprised I chose right from the get-go. I honestly thought grabbing the bucket would have probably been the solution, but I guess it wasn't. Load game. Alright. So it's this one. What exactly we were doing, I don't know. I know, I'm pretty sure that we were looking for, what's her face? Shinozaki. That's still just a decoration on a wall. Okay, so that one's now unable to be opened. I don't get it. When Shinozaki came in here before, this room was different. I mean, it's because the earthquake happened. It's the partially decomposed corpse of a student. Judging by size and uniform, this was likely a male middle school student. The back of his head seems to be completely smashed in, suggesting he was probably killed from behind with a blunt weapon. A student ID name tag can be seen partially lodged under one of his bony arms. Takane Municipal Middle School, Tiru Arai. Are you certain you're on the right path? Is it really okay to trust her? Oh. Well, I have to because it gave me a bad ending otherwise. There's something all over every one of these shelves. It's like someone emptied out buckets full of small black beans. Oh, in closer inspection, they seem to be dead flies. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. The door is locked up tight. Maybe that key we found will work here. I guess. It said not to use it, but... No good, guess it's the wrong lock. Okay, thank God. I just realized, I'm like, wait a second, I didn't save. So if it was a bad choice, I would have had to gun back. Alright, let's head over towards second wing. Hey, Kishinuma, what's that? I can't really make it out very well, but something down there is definitely reflecting light. I wonder if we can get it. I seriously doubt this. I doubt it. This hole looks like it doesn't bottom up for a while. There could be a whole storehouse down there. Maybe it had some kind of ladder or rope. Is that where the shiny is? So we can't go this way. Let's check out the exit. What's this? There's a crumpled up scrap of paper inside one of the shoe cubbies. It's a bit heavy, suggesting it serves as backing for some object wadded up within. Unraveling it reveals a small pile of long, whitish, stubby objects that at first seem like they may be candles of something, but in actuality... Are these fingers? As in human fingers? 10 in total, every finger from both of some unfortunate victims' hands. The blood was still very much wet too, indicating that not much time had passed since these digits were severed. Wet soil was lodged under each fingernail, and faint remnants of color here and there further indicate that the owners of these fingers had painted nails. These nails. Nana? It's probably nothing. Don't worry. Ooh. I'm gonna guess that they're one of her friends, but we know that her friends are both dead. Because we saw them in the pool before. So if I go here... Name tag list... what was... Yakayama. Killed with a blow from age 13. That wasn't it. Was it this? No. Did it not record them? Because I had seen her friends. They were in the pool. I'm not crazy. I swear. We'll go check out Class 1C. Nope, I can't read that newspaper. Oh, that's fresh. This was most likely a female junior or senior high student. Though anything beyond that was impossible to determine, as everything above the waist was missing. Whoever killed this girl must have done it recently, as the wound was still fresh and the blood all over the floor was still wet. Her exposed intestines seemed to have been pulled out of her body and draped onto the floor, where they were then crushed flat with a worm, like a worm under a big shoe. This uniform is for my school. No. Who is it? Who is this? It's okay, Nana. Try to stay calm. Yeah. Try not to think of the worst case scenario right off the bat. There's no reason to assume this is one of your friends. Nana was wrought with grief. She was shaking uncontrollably, to such an extent that her teeth were chattering. We gently led her out of the classroom. I wanted to get out of there myself, to be honest. Seeing a human body so horribly mutilated was more than I could handle. No, well, I mean, we're still in the classroom. The story classroom is present in place. Decoration, got it. It's an old yellowed class newsletter. Looks like they just cut out an article of the local newspaper and photoshopped it. Child abduction and murder follow-up report. It's hard to imagine that the bereaved family and friends of the victim must be going through. Classmates of the deceased will be dedicating memorial portraits and flowers in their honor, and the school chorus is slated to sing for them as well. Alright, so we read that once before. Is there anything new in here? Doesn't look like it. Well, why don't we go up a floor first? Since it's gonna be, Oh. I know she'll accept me. She has to. I want that body. I want it. Oh. Oh, it's Shinozaki's probably upstairs in this area. I'm afraid you won't be going any further. Don't you dare try to make it take it from us. You also have your own bodies. Alright, so they just say the same. So I'm gonna guess Shinozaki's up these stairs. But we're blocked by spirits. Nope, can't read that post. Seems to be nothing else in here. Ooh, there's the body of the girl. There's something written in chalk. It smells so good. The smell of tasty meat. Where is it coming from? That's the girl I covered with the sheet earlier. I don't... That's the thing, is that I don't remember if she was wearing a uniform that was similar to Nana's. The signs to that door is locked up tight. Well, what if we use the key in it? Maybe that key we found will work here. Just in case. No good, guess it's the wrong lock, okay. I should probably have saved anyways. Definitely don't want to go to the nurse's office. But I guess I'll try. As if it's decoration, it can't be open. Oh! The infirmary in this world is closed. That's about the only place I can There's a small amount of standing water in the sink, indicating a clogged drain. It's littered with dead flies. There's some sort of thick, buttery buildup in the drain. It smells rancid. Oh, is it body fat? Why is there a boy screaming kill, kill, kill in the girl's bathroom? Completely boarded up, it won't be possible to get inside. Where else am I supposed to go? I didn't find a rope. I don't know, we can see about going downstairs into that one little area. There's an enormous gap in the floor and will be possible to get across. Well, I must be missing something, meaning that I should probably go through each section now to make sure I'm not missing it. Such as a rope on the ground. So, we found Shinozaki. We found the fingers of one of Nana's friends. And we found probably the dead body of either the same girl or someone else that Nana knows. Because I'm curious. Give me a second. Alright, okay, so now I'm using an Xbox controller. Yeah, this definitely seems like it's more responsive. large hole in the floor here. Loose board has been laid across, forming a makeshift bridge. Okay. I guess I didn't look at the area outside of the classroom that had the dead body. We go out to the pool. There's no dead bodies out in the pool currently. Oh, it's unfortunate that we have to, you know, go through each section just to make sure we're not missing anything. That's why I kind of miss the old style of the game, because it's like you weren't doing this. You were free roaming the map. I guess the other thing that could have happened is that we did find the body, so that could be different. Or things could be different elsewhere now. Flies, flies. I'm certain that you're on the right path. Is it really okay to trust me? Alright, but I've been everywhere now. Nope, no rope here. Pretty sure this is gonna say the same thing. Yep. Decoration on the wall. This is where we got the fingies. You know, the towel or whatever that was used. Couldn't we use that to make a technical rope? Rechecked all the hallways, so I guess we'll go back to the room that had the dead body since I didn't. Let's focus more on the dead body. Imagine if the dead body was gone. Nope, still there. Partially hidden under the body is a student ID name tag, which must have fallen from the missing torso. Musashigawa's girls' middle school, Hadoka Monome. Probably best to make sure Nana never sees this. Was that one of the friends Nana was looking for? I don't remember. Nothing there. Did I check out these things? I thought I did, but doesn't mean I did. Right, because this one had the body of this girl. Hey, do you guys got like any rope or anything? No? Just talking about Shinozaki again? Okay. Guess I didn't fully inspect everything up here. So I get the feeling that Nana's gonna realize that her friends are dead and may go on a psychotic break. Oh, there was a body here. It's the remains of a student completely decomposed into a skeleton. Based on its size and the uniform it's wearing, it was probably once a senior high school girl. There are deep scratches on the ground nearby, with several fingernails and even a few teeth adorning them, indicating the ferocity of her struggle. There's also a student ID name tag. Atsukaze Prefectural High School, Rena. I fucked that up. Oh, apparently can't open the menu with the pause button. There we go. Rena Psyche. Age 17. Go ahead and do a save. Can I go to like this stall over here? Supposed to have a rope in it. I need to figure out where to get a rope. Pretty sure I went through all of this hallway. Maybe I didn't. The door is locked up tight. Hold on. While we're just doing this, I'm gonna make myself a little bit bigger. I'll shrink myself back down when I have to read. Right now we have to find rope first. Which I'm not seeing anything. Can't cross. But wait, then Where's the area with the hole? It was here. We need a rope. What? Where do I get a rope? Don't know if... I don't think I went down all of these hallways. This is the one thing that I dislike about Corpse Party, is that I end up getting stuck on these locations. Because last time, it's because I was able to do something before a cutscene happened that needed to happen. Which kind of screwed with everything. And then the other one was that I was missing newspaper clippings. Because I was in a constant loop of Psycho dying. The trapdoor seems to have completely vanished without a trace. It's as if it never even existed. Wait, isn't that some rope there? No, I guess it's broken wood. Okay, so this is the one that says that, are you sure you're on the right path? Can you trust her? So I've definitely been in this one. Oh, looks like someone used a shard of glass or something to carve a message into the teacher's podium. To any and all Takane middle school students, I'm okay. I'm going to find Hyogo. If you're reading the... and it cuts off. I'm gonna guess that they probably are the ones that got their skull bashed. Hold on, I didn't realize, but... Am I cutting off words? No. I'm actually okay. Alright, so I should be able to leave myself big. Inventory. Wait, but what about the thing that Kishinuma picked up. Why don't I have that? Pretty sure that's probably something that I'm gonna have to deal with in the future. Gone through everything. I haven't found a rope at all. Don't know how to banish the spirits. We can't use the scrap doll on them. I'm surprised we aren't, talking about these spirits. Should be like, oh hey, Shinazaki's problem.
ここには入れないよ。
俺たちからあれを取り上げるな。お前たちはまだ自分の体があるじゃないか。
All of them are still saying the same thing. Oh wait, that's because I touched the top
こ
of
こ
them.
には入れないよ。
Something else in here for me to use, please. Classroom hasn't done anything for me yet. You think that maybe there would be something in here for me to use, but it doesn't seem like it. Is there a way for me to get rid of that red hue? No, it doesn't look like it. The red hue kind of makes it hard to see some things. The only thing that I can think of is I'm missing something in one of the classrooms. I read that. Back to the classroom with the dead body. Nope. Oh, just gonna give me doubts now. Okay. I mean, there might be something in the other stairwell. That's the only thing that I can really think of is that there might be something in the stairwells. Because those are the only things that I haven't looked at yet. Are the stairwells. I swear, if something's in the stairwells, I'm gonna be mad. Nope, this looks just the same as it always has. Oh. to be something, right? It's the gauze bandages that were used to stab Nana.
これロープの代わりにな
Maybe
ら
we
ない
can
か
use
な。
these to make a use these as a makeshift rope. I gathered up the loose bandages and handed them to Kishinuma. Kishinuma then obediently pulled them taut in a few places to test their tensile strength.
長さはかなりあるし、何重かに折り返せば
there's definitely enough
簡単には
here to
切れ
work
そうにねえ
with.
な。
And as long as we fold it together enough times, I don't think there'd be any risk of it
2
tearing.
本あるし、より合わせてロープみたいにす
There
れ
are
ば
two strips,
もっと丈夫
too.
にな
We
る
can
よ。
probably twist them together, and the end result will be as sturdy as a real rope. And so we folded both strips of gauze in half, and then twisted the 2 double-ply strips together to form something that resembled a braid. I had done something similar to this once before when making rope-like decorations for theater costumes, so it didn't prove to be particularly difficult. It almost felt like rope making 101 in 10 minutes time. Presto, we had a do-it-yourself rope in our hands. Granted, it was pretty flimsy compared to the resin ropes you might buy at a home center, but it seemed like it would be one person's weight just fine. Okay, now we go back here.
このロープを体に結んで降りていったら
With our handy dandy
あれを
rope,
拾え
one
るん
of
じゃ
us
ない
should be able to get down into that hole and fish out whatever that glinting thing is, no?
この辺はロープを結んで固定でき
Maybe,
るもの
but
もね
there's
えから。
nothing to
上
tie
で
the
誰
rope
か
to
が
on
ロー
this
プ
end.
掴んでなきゃなん
So
だ
I
よ
think somebody up here is going to have to hold on to
私
it.
とナナちゃんで岸沼くんが登ってくるまで
If
ロー
Nana
プ
and I
を
work
掴んでるこ
together,
となら
we should
で
be
きそう
able
だけ
to
ど
hold the rope long enough for you to get whatever's down there and climb back up, I think.
まあ、俺が行くのが
So you've already decided I'm the one who's going, huh?
でも私たち2人で
Would the two of
大
us
丈夫か
really
な
be able to hold them though? Wouldn't it be better for the boy to hold the rope and one of us girls get the
良く
object?
ないで私はこういうの自信ないよ
I don't know if I could
Sports
do it,
得意じゃないし。
honestly. I'm not very good at
降りられても
sports or
登って
anything,
これる
even
か
if
どうか。
I made it down. I'm not sure I could climb back up.
じゃあ私が
And then, how about I go?
で
You?
も
Do you think you'd be able to?
さっきこの包帯で縛
You
ら
were
れて
just
殺され
bound
かけ
with
た
these
の
bandages not too long ago and
もう
almost
一度
died.
こ
Would
れ
you
を
really
体
want
に
to
結ぶな
have
んて
them tied around your body again?
平気です
I should be fine.
ナリちゃんたちに
I'll do
もう一度
whatever I
会う
have
ためな
to
ら
if it means I see
なんだってやり
Nari
たいん
and
で
the
す
others again.
そっかこ
I
の
can
子も
relate. I'll
私
do
と
whatever
同じなんだ
I have to in order to see
私
Shig
は
again too.
ナナちゃん年下なの
You're
に
very brave, Nana, especially
すごいな。
for how young you are. It's kind of incredible, but
Kishinuma-kun,
Kishinuma, I
やっぱり
really think I
私も
should be
下
the
ろ
one
し
to go.
しげに
Shig,
私っていつ
everyone
も甘えてばっかりで
always bends over backs to help me. From Shig's point of
子
view,
供みたい
it
なんだ
must
ろう
really
け
seem
ど
like a helpless child sometimes.
せめてナナちゃんだけを守
But
ってあ
just
げ
this
たい
once, I want to be a reliable
ここ
one.
から無事に
I want to protect
連れ
Nana
出してあ
and
げ
lead
たいよ
her home safely.
俺は別にどっちでもいいけ
I
ど。
don't really mind either way, honestly. Save.
よし。
Okay,
こんなもんだ
that
な。
should do it.
ちょっときつくない
Isn't it
お腹
a little
苦しい
tight?
よ
It's hurting my stomach. Uh-oh.
ずれてすっぽ抜けるよりはいいだ
Better
ろ
than sleeping out and falling, isn't it? Y-
じゃあ
Yeah, that's true.
ゆっく
Alright,
り下ろして
lower me
ね
down slowly, okay?
気をつけてくださいまゆさん
Please be careful, Mayu.
手足の取っかかりになるようにロープに
I've
結
tied
び目
some
をつけ
knots
ておい
at
たの
regular
で
intervals to help
登る
make
と
it
き多
easier
少は
for
楽
you to
だと
climb
思い
back
ます
up.
ありがとう
That
ナナ
sounds
ちゃん
great. Thanks, Nana. And there we go. Sigh, I made it.
大丈夫か
Everything okay? How's the look down there?
なんかね
It's kind of dark, and there's a really nasty smell.
あと変な匂いがする。
It was too dark to see my surroundings clearly, but I could instantly sense an oppressive atmosphere all around me. This was not a good place to be. There are a large number of dead bodies scattered throughout the room. Most seem to have died long ago, having decayed into poor skeletons, but a small handful seem fresh, as if they were alive only yesterday.
やっぱりここも。
Here too, huh? There are a large number of dead bodies scattered throughout the room. This one in particular, it's a girl's body. This one is one of the ones that seem like a recent death, so recent in fact that there's still a hint of body heat to her. All of her fingers have been cut off, and her tongue seems to have been removed as well. Her student ID name tag is clearly displayed on her jacket. Mushagawa Girls Middle School, Hikari Kirigami.
この子の制服。
This is the same school uniform as the one Nana wears. And
更衣室で
when we
助けた
rescued
時、
her, she called out
Hikari-chan
several names.
って呼んでた。
Wasn't one of them Hikari?
このことは。
I don't think I can bring myself
ナナちゃんには言えないよ
to
ね
tell Nana about this. Well, we found the girl that was missing her fingers. There's something on the ground next to Hikari's body, reflecting what little light there is down here.
上から見えたのってこれかな。
Is this what we saw from above? A small glass bottle filled to about 2/3 mark with a clear liquid.
何の瓶だろう。
Wonder what this
水みたいの
is.
が入ってる。
It looks like it could be water. Having acquired the item, we saw it, and not wanting to stay down in this hole even a moment longer than I had to, I gave the rope a
拾
triumphant
ったよ
toss.
岸沼くん。
Kishinuma, I got it.
いいぞ鈴本。すぐ
Nice
上がっ
going,
てこいよ。
Suzumoto. Now get the hell out of there.
こ
Or
っちで
do
引っ
you
張り
want
上
me
げ
to
てや
pull
ろう
you
か。
up?
大丈夫。そんな10メートルとか
No,
高さある
it
わ
should
け
be
じゃないから
fine. It's
登
not
れそう。
even 10 meters deep down here. I can climb up.
よし手つかまれ
Almost there. Grab my hand.
よく自力で登
Nice
れた
job on
な
climbing out of there.
もうダメ。
I'm so
そん
beat
な高
though.
くないと思っ
It
たの
didn't
に。
seem that high, but my arms and legs are trembling right now. I'll definitely be feeling this tomorrow.
お疲れさん
Well, you did good.
何があった
So
んだ
what did you end up finding? Well, this.
なんだこりゃ
The heck is it? Sake?
何の匂いもしないし。
It doesn't smell or
ただの
anything.
水みたい。
I think it's just water.
これ清水
Oh,
です。
no, that's holy water.
清水？
Holy water?
友達のひかりちゃんが同
My
じ瓶
friend
持ってまし
Hikari
た。
had a bottle just
おま
like
じない
it.
グッズの一
It's
種
kind of a
で
protective
有名
charm
な霊能者
supposedly
の人の
infused
パ
with
ワ
the
ーが込
power
められ
of
ているっ
a
て。
famous spiritual medium. Oh no.
悪いものを払う力があるからカバン
It
と
has
かに
the
入れて
ability
る
to
と
ward off
金運と
evil,
か
and
恋
some
愛運
people
がアッ
believe
プす
it
るらし
grants
いで
luck
す。
with money or love when kept in your bag.
うさんくせえ
Sounds pretty sketchy to me.
そんなことないですよ。
No, it's totally
テレビに
legit.
も
It's
出
been
演してる霊
endorsed
能者で
by that spirit medium who
Saenoki
appears
Naho
on TV. Naho Saenoki.
さえのき
Saenoki? Oh yeah, her. I
あい
guess
つか
if she says it's the
あ
real
いつ
deal,
絡
then
み
it's
なら多少
possibly
は
there
信
may
憑性
be
あるかも
something
な
to it.
その水
知ってるんですか？
You heard of her,
岸沼さん
Kishinuma? I'm a little
No,
surprised by
but-
that, I have to admit.
こういうのって売ってるも
Is
の
this
なの？
something you can buy?
ネットで買えるものもあるんですけど、
You can get it online,
Hikari-chan
but in
の場合は
Hikari's
お父
case,
さんがテレビ
her
局に
dad
勤めて
works
て、
for the TV
収
station
録の時
and
に
got
ナ
a
ホさ
bottle
ん
of
から
it
直
directly
接
from
もらった
Naho
って。
after taping.
もしかしてこれひか
Do
り
you
ちゃん
think
の
this could be Hikari's
Masaka-
bottle? Don't tell
こ
me.
の下にひかりちゃんが
Hikari's down there?
どうかな？
I don't know.
他の
Maybe
人の
it's
かも
someone
しれないし、
else's. Or maybe
ひか
Hikari
りちゃん
dropped her
が
bottle
落としたのか
down
も
the
しれ
hole.
ないし。
篠崎もこういうの好きだし持って
She
る
knows
女
Lex
子
is
は
really
多いん
into
じゃ
this
ねえの
stuff too. There are probably a lot of girls who bought these.
そう ですよね。
Yeah, you're probably right. Unfortunately, it is Hikari that's down the hole. Alright, now we should be able to go up and go past the spirits. Damn it all. Doesn't look like they'll be letting us through too easily. Shame these aren't real flames, or we could just douse them with water.
さっき拾った聖水は
How about we try
霊
using
能
that
者
holy
の
water
お
on
墨
them?
付きなんでしょ？
It was recommended by a spiritual medium after all. Throw the holy water.
熱い
So hot, it burns like
この
acid.
水
しょ
Damn
お
you
前らまだ
all, you're
生き
still
てるくせ
alive.
に
Isn't that enough?
あんたたちも早く
May death soon
死
come
ね
for
ば
you
い
too.
い
With this, one of the red spirits flames flew directly at me in what was clearly meant as a hostile action.
危ねえ、鈴本
Suzumoto, watch out! Kishinuma quickly leaped in front of me, hands out, taking the full brunt of the spirit's attack in my place. Then all three flames simply disappeared.
岸沼くん
Kishinuma!
岸沼さん
Kishinuma!
騒ぐなって。
Jeez, take it easy, I'm fine. I just burned my hand a little, that's all.
ごめんね。私がぼ
I'm
やっ
so
として
sorry.
たから
I should have been paying closer
私、絆
attention.
創膏
I've
持って
got
るから
some stick-on bandage in my bag somewhere. Let's see.
あれ
What?
どうした
What's wrong?
ちょっと、
Hmm? Oh, nothing.
絆創膏
Here you go.
私貼ります
Please allow me.
やけどしたとこを
Just
見せてください。
show me where you got burned.
サンキューな。
Thanks,
Man,
Bunch. And
Suzumoto.
Suzumoto, seriously,
Do
what's wrong?
私
Well,
学
I
生
seem
証
to have
どっ
lost
かに落
my
としちゃった
student
みたい
ID. I probably dropped it when I was climbing down into that hole.
お前、その手に持ってるのは学生証
Isn't
じゃ
that
ねえの
in
か
it in your hand?
これは拾った
No,
の
this belongs to the deceased girl in the room in the school entryway. I picked it up earlier. I held up the student ID so Kishinuma could get a better look at it. It was clear from its design alone, after all, that it wasn't a Kisaragi ID.
そっとしておいた方が良かったかも
I
しれな
probably
いけ
should
ど
have just left it there, but well,
一
I
人
was
で
all
怖
alone
かっ
and
たし
scared and thought maybe I'd
何
learn
かこ
something
の
useful
学校
from
の
it,
手
you
が
know?
かりがないかと思って
間違ってねえよ。
No, I think
白
that's
崎たちと
perfectly
再会する
reasonable.
ためにも、
We've got to
こ
do
っから
whatever
出
it
る
takes
ために
to
も、
reunite with
で
everyone.
きることは
and
何
get
で
the
も
hell out
や
of
ら
the
ねえとな
school.
どれ、貸してみな。
You mind if I take a look at it?
でも
Sure. I
あ
don't
んま
think
り
you'll find
役
anything
立ち
too
そうなこ
helpful
と
in it,
書い
though.
てないかも
ん
Hmm? Some kind of doodle on this page.
なんかの箱
It's a
絵み
box?
たいだ
I
け
wonder
ど
what it means. The memo page Kishinuma opened to was ringed with bloody, sticky fingerprints. And centered among them was a rough sketch of a box drawn in a ballpoint pen, along with numerous lines of text written in rough, scratchy letters. They seemed to have been writing within an excessive amount of force, resulting in countless black splotches and small tears in the paper. I think Ayaka is going to kill Ao. I need to hide her. Ao is mine and mine alone. She must be protected. If I hide it in that box, no one will ever find it. Ao, I love you so much. These words were written over and over again, with the ink getting blotchier and more haphazard each time.
この落書きの箱って、
Doesn't the box in the
これに似
picture
てねえ
look
か
awful lot
用務
like
室に
this
落ちて
one?
たもんだけど。
I mean, I know we found it pretty far from the entranceway, but still.
本当だよく似て
You're
る
right, it really does.
ここの穴
Isn't
鍵穴じゃないです
this
か？
a keyhole?
そうみたい。
Hi, you're right. I wonder if
これ、私が拾った鍵
maybe
が
that
合
key
う
I
かもし
found
れ
will
な
fit in
い。
the lock. Kishinuma and Nana were both watching me expectantly as I produced the rusty key from my bag. I inserted it into the lock. It fits. Crossing my fingers, I began to turning. And met with no resistance at all, it was the right key. The lid popped open and nostalgic music started to play.
オルゴール？
It's a music box?
なんだろう？
I had no idea.
聞い
I
た
think
こ
I've
と
heard
が
this
ある
a
よ
song
うな。
somewhere before, too. Oh, it stopped.
会いたくて。
Oh, I miss you so.
て
More than you
君
can
はど
know.
こなの？
Tell me where, oh, where did you go?
やめてくれよ、こんな状況
This is so
で。
not the time or the place for karaoke.
ごめん。
Sorry. Kishinuma took the music box from my hand, with a sort of derisive smile on his face.
箱の中になんか
So
入ってん
something's
の
inside
か。
this, then, right? Groan.
ダメだ。
No good. It's too tight a squeeze. My fingers won't fit.
逆さにして振ってみたら？
Try turning it upside down and shaking it.
お、出てきた。
Oh, something came up, but it's another
鍵ですね。
key, huh?
鍵を使って鍵を手に
Who
入れ
hides a
ま
key
したって
behind a
か。
lock?
でも、これで今
But
まで
this
入れ
means
な
we
か
can
ったとこ
probably
ろ
open
に
some
入れ
door
るよ。
now that we previously couldn't. I placed the key in my pocket for safekeeping and tried in vain to remind myself that I shouldn't get my hopes up, but in truth, I was downright thrilled we were making actual progress. Shinozaki! Okay. I think it was locked, so maybe Shinozaki's in there and
さ
the
っき
key
の
opens
鍵
it.
で開く
I
んじゃ
got a
な
good
い？
feeling about this. Let's try that music box key. Try the key. The key turned easily in the lock and the door came right open. There was a dead body propped against the inside of it. As the door slid open, it spilled out into the hallway. Kishinuma completely ignored this, however, stepping over it and darting into the room as fast as his legs would carry him.
篠崎
Shinozaki! Within the pale darkness of the room, a figure stood in front of one of the shelves, completely engrossed in some ancient-looking tome. It was Shinozaki. The floor around her was piled high with books she had seemingly read and discarded. Strange coming from a bibliophile who usually won't even crease a spine. The curve on the other side causes a turnover on the 9 bolt joints that look like fish in the hourglass geoglyph with a white shoe instead of a needle.
篠崎しっかりしろ
Shinozaki, get a hold of yourself.
図書室では
No talking. This is a library. Honestly, what do you uncultured troglodytes hope to accomplish in here with your worthless gossip, huh?
篠崎
Shinozaki, that's enough. You can
いいだ
stop
ろ
this now. This isn't you.
もう嫌がるんだ
You're
ろ
in pain, right?
篠
Whatever
崎に取り付いてるバケモンども
whose soul
い
is
い加
in
減
control
篠
of
崎から
Shinozaki.
離れや
I'm
がれ
calling you out. Get the hell out of here right this instant. You hear me?
これは俺たちのものだ。
She's
この
ours.
体を俺の
I'm
もの
going
に
to
し
make
た
this
い。
body mine.
ダメだ
Not a
僕の方が
chance.
上手に
I'm
使
much
える
better at using her than both of you combined.
この人の中にいる時だけ
It's only when we're
私た
inside
ち
this
は痛
person
みか
that
ら
our
解
pain
放されるの
subsides. So please, won't you let us have her?
この子を僕たちにくれ。
Give her to us, please.
そう
Wait,
だ。
what if
君らを助けてや
we
る。
save
こ
you?
こから生きて出
We'll
る手
help you
助けを
get
さ
out
せ
of
て
the
くれ。
school alive in
だ
exchange.
叫んじゃねえぞてめえ
Shut
ら
up, shut up.
勝手
You
だ
shelfish
ろ
bastards. Look,
ここで死んじ
I
まったてめえら
sympathize
には
with you. I
同
really
情す
do.
るよ
Dying in here must be like a never-ending nightmare.
だけど
But how does that give you the right to use Shinozaki like
いい理
she's
由
some
が
kind
あ
of
るか
tool? She's a living
そんな
being with a
権利
mind of
てめえ
her
ら
own.
にゃ
そんな正論で
Oh, you have sound mind.
この痛み、
We're in pain, we're in agony, we're cold
寒さ、
and hungry and mad. But you, you're still blessed with life, don't you understand?
それがわからないの。
それでもな
I don't give a shit about
これ
any
ばっ
of
かりは
that.
譲
All I
れねえんだ
know
よ
is you
う
can't
わ
have Shinozaki. I will never, ever let you take her. What the hell is this ringing in my ears? Is it bugs? Is it bugs? From there, Ayumi took a sudden turn for the worse. Tossing aside the book she was reading, she began punching herself in the head with both hands. It was so quiet in here too. But just look what colors have been let in now. Silver, huh? Green, maybe?
やめろ篠崎
Stop this, Shinozaki.
篠崎さん
Shinozaki. Ah,
黄色だった。
it was yellow.
篠崎
Shinozaki,
兄さん
brother, is that you?
来てくれ
You're
た
late.
の
I'm so hungry. It's been so very long since my last meal.
皆さんが私をここに閉じ
Hino
込
sealed me up in here, you see,
そ
and I
れから
haven't eaten a single
私
thing
何も
since
食べ
then.
てなくて
Not a single bite, nothing at all.
何も
Brother, you look so delicious, brother. Is it strange?
兄さんって
Is it
美味し
strange
そう
that I want to kill you and taste your succulent flesh?
兄弟で
やめろ
Cut it
よ
out, Shinozaki.
Shinozaki.
I'm not your brother, for starters.
兄貴ってお前
おかえりお兄ちゃん
Welcome home, brother.
なんだよミキ
Mickey,
また来てたの
you're
か
here again?
何それ心優しい妹がわざわざご飯作りに来てあげたのに
And that's how you greet her?
お兄ちゃん
You've been eating your
ちゃん
meals
と
every
毎
day, brother.
ああまあその辺
More
の
or
コン
less,
ビニと
yeah.
か学
Some
食とか
pre-packed packaged convenience store food here. School
ま
lunch there.
たそんなんじゃ栄養
Just as
偏
I
っちゃう
feared,
じゃん
then. You
待って
keep
て
going like
今お夕
that,
飯作ってるから
and your health will deteriorate in no time. Well, you sit tight. I'm making you a fine meal right now.
やっぱりお兄ちゃんは私が面倒見ないとダ
Whatever
メだ
would
ね
you do without me?
学校楽しい
How's school
お兄ちゃんの
going?
友達
I hear you've been hanging
内
out
田
with
さ
a
んと
boy
か
named
篠崎さんって
Mochida and a girl
どんな
named
人
Shinozaki. What kind of people are
大
they?
丈夫だよ
Everything's going to be
そのうちお父さんだって
okay. I know it. That'll come around one of these
ね
days.
お兄ちゃん
Just be patient, okay, big brother?
やめろ
Stop it. Oh god, Shinozaki is biting Kishinuma's neck. I've got to stop her. Blood. Bitter, delicious blood.
岸沼くん
Kishinuma. Kishinuma. The two of us made a mad dash towards Kishinuma, intending to pry Yumi away from him through any means possible. But to my astonishment, he met our panicked gazes with a stern, let me handle this look, reinforcing the message by raising his hand in a stop motion. Shinozaki. Shinozaki.
篠崎
Whoa, I didn't expect that. If circumstances were different, this could be the start of a real heartwarming romantic scene. Kishinuma grabbed Shinozaki and hugged her tightly.
篠崎
Shinozaki, come back to your
戻って
to me,
こいよ
please.
お前は
You aren't any of those
誰でもねえ。
people. You're Ayumi
篠
Shinozaki.
崎あゆみ
damn
だ
it. So warm. Bit by bit, I could see the expression on Shinozaki's face change. Her crazy possessed sneer gradually gave way to a blank, dazed countenance that then slowly but surely began sparkling with life once more. And through it was nearly imperceptible. I could swear I saw a smile start to form on her lips. Kishinuma? For a few long moments, Shinozaki stared into Kishinuma's eyes. Then, in an instant of realization, her face turned bright red. I recall the phrase, "oh crap," drifting through my head for a split second, and then... What the hell are you doing? Ow! What are you trying to pull here, pervert? Get away from me. Shinozaki. What is wrong with you?
Shinozaki!
You had me really worried there. But, well, I'm glad you're back.
篠崎さん
Shinozaki!
大丈夫ですか岸沼さん
Kishinuma, are you alright?
鈴本さん
Suzumoto? What are you? Wait, where am I?
というかお帰りなさい
Shinozaki, what does one say in this situation? Welcome back, I guess? Huh? What?
何
What's going on?
そう
Wow, I have to admit, this all sounds really unlikely, even to me.
私
I guess I've been under the influence of this building for quite a while, though.
受けていたみたいね
シャレにならねえ
Yeah,
暴走っ
and
ぷり
let
だ
me
った
tell
ぜ
you, you were getting pretty
So, why?
violent there.
ど
How
うやっ
did
て
you
こ
get
の
in
部屋
here
入ったん
anyway?
だ
This room's been
Kodi
locked since we
閉まってただろ。
showed up.
覚えてない
I have no idea,
でも
but then
建
we
物
are
自
in a
体の構
building
造が変
that
化す
can
るくら
change
いだ
its
もん
layouts at will. I
この
guess
閉
pretty
鎖空
much
間では
anything is fair game
何
in
が起
this
きても不
closed
思議じゃない
space.
わ普通なら起きないような可能性の
It
低い
almost
こと
feels
が
like the
常に起
school
きてし
takes
まう
pleasure
よ
in making the most unlikely events happen at random.
そもそも超
I
常現象っ
suppose
て
when
い
you're
うの
dealing
は
with
その可能性が
supernatural,
狂っている
you're
状態のこ
already
とで
dealing with
そ
something
れを予
that's
測したり調
scientifically
節するロジッ
unlikely.
クが
So best not try to rely on logic.
よくわかんねえけど
You're starting to
そういう
go over
話は
my
お前
head
の
here.
姉ちゃん
It
としてくれよ
almost sounds like you're talking to your sister.
簡単に言うと
Well
何
then,
が起きる
let's
かわ
just
か
put
ら
it
ないっ
this
ていう
way. There's
話
no way of knowing what's going to happen in this school.
いい
So listen
目標
carefully.
はたった
We have
3つ
exactly 3 objectives in here.
この学校がこうなった原
First,
因
we
を
need to
調べ
look
て
into the
こ
reason
の
why
現
this
象の
place
中
is
心
the
となっ
way
て
it
いる
is.
存在を特定する
Specifically,
こと
we need to find out more about the beings who control
そし
it.
て
Then we need to
その存在
interact
と
with those
接触し
beings and try to
こ
dig
こ
up
か
some
ら出
means
る
of
方
getting
法を
out of
探
here
り出すこと
alive.
最後に出
And
る方法
finally,
が分かっ
once
た
we
ら
figured that out,
それを
we need
確
to
実
actually
に
make
実
it
行に
happen.
移すことこれだけよ なんだ
That's
か
pretty
篠
much
崎
it.
さん委員
Well,
長
you're in
って
full
感じだよ
class pet rep mode right now.
ああ
Yep,
Ah,
she
pero
sure
Shinozaki,
is. But aren't you
一番大
forgetting
事な
the
こと
most important
忘れて
objective,
ねえか？
Shinozaki?
一番大事な
I think she is.
みん
Finding
な
all
と
our
無事に
friends
合
safe
流
and
するこ
sound.
とそうだ
Oh, yeah. Good
そ
point.
れがまず
That
第一
should
の
be
目
our
標よ
first
ね
step for sure.
先生や
Once we
町
found
田
Miss
君た
Yui,
ちと
Mochida,
ハイサイ
and the
すれば
others, then we can work on the rest. So in this playthrough, they didn't meet Miss Yui yet. Interesting.
だな小笠原
Damn
のたちも
straight.
集まりゃ人数
And
も増えるし
Ogasara's
なんとかなりそうな
friends
気
to
が
mix
しねえか
to the mix and will be somebody strong that nothing can stop us, right? Right.
でも目
Let's
標を
not
達
get
成
too
するた
careless
めには
though.
努
None of
力し
this
な
is
きゃ
going
ね
to be easy.
私たちにできることは最
There's
初
only
か
so
ら変わ
much
ら
we
な
can
いし
do in here,
多く
and
ない
that's not likely
と
to
にかく
change.
調べてどんな
For
小
now,
さ
I
な手が
suggest
か
we
りも見逃さ
investigate
ないこ
our
と
surroundings as thoroughly as possible, leave no
そ
stone
して何よ
unturned.
り
And don't give up or
やけになったり
give in, no matter
諦
what.
めたりしな
I
いこ
mean,
と
don't get me wrong,
もちろ
I'm
ん
scared to death right now,
私だって
but I'm
怖い
not
け
going
ど
to let that stop me.
大丈夫私たちがつ
Don't
いてる
worry,
よ
we'll be behind you all the way. We can get through this together. At this, Kishinuma stood up and began scanning his eyes over the nearby
とりあえ
shelves.
ず手近なと
Since
ころ
we're
からってこと
here,
で
since
こ
we're
こ
here
で手がかり
anyway,
でも探し
how
てみ
about
っ
we
か
start by checking for clues in this
資
room?
料室ってくらいだから
It is a reference room
よそよ
after
り
all.
期待
There's
できる
bound to be
ぜ
something worthwhile. This girl's body, seemingly junior or senior high, it's mostly decomposed down to the skeleton at this point. There's a duffel bag on its side next to her with a tracksuit partially hanging out of it. And her student ID name tag is still clearly visible on her uniform. Momojigawa High School, Aoyamano. Nothing on the shelf seems particularly relevant. What about this shelf? This shelf? This shelf. This shelf? There are numerous scrapbooks on this shelf, each containing various newspapers and letter clippings. One in particular stands out. It's an old-school 3-ring binder filled with articles that are all over 30 years old.
1973年
1973, serial kidnapping and murder at Heavenly Host Elementary. That's here, right?
天神書
その事件の記事、
There was an article about that in one of the classrooms too, I think. Dashing the hopes and prayers of their concerned parents, 3 of the kidnapped children returned home tonight in body bags. Local police gave an official statement at around 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Yuki Kano, 11, Ryu Yoshizawa, 8, and Tokiko Tsuji, 7, previously reported missing, were found dead in a basement room beneath the school. The circumstances behind the murders are still under investigation, and a suspect with ties to the school's teaching staff is in questioning. First responders report a shocking grisly murder scene and have expressed concerns that even allowing the families of the deceased to see their children. Significant mutilation is said to have occurred, and officials believe the sight of this may exasperate the already delicate mental states of the bereaved. The sole survivor of this unspeakable crime is 7-year-old Sachiko Shinozaki, who remains in shock from experience. She has the same last name as Shinozaki. Zayumi. Her testimony may prove invaluable toward closing this case and putting this horror behind us. However, so police are anxious to question her. Meanwhile, other parents have already begun calling Heavenly Host's safety procedures into question in the wake of this tragedy. Members of the PTA have. There's a snippet from another page as well, which includes photographs of the 3 victims as well as the lone survivor.
この子たち、私が見た子だ。
These are the children I saw.
俺たちも見たぜ。
I've seen them too. I guess they were all killed here. So now they've
それで
cursed the
たたっ
place
て
or
やるの
something.
か。
ひどい事件だったんだね。
It's so horrible to hear what happened to them. I've been looking at them as scary, evil spirits all this time.
悪い霊みたいに思ってたけど。
But really, they're just
この子
victims
たちも
themselves.
鈴本さん、同情
Be
心は
careful,
危険よ。
Suzumoto.
霊の
Compassion
中
can
に
be
は生前
dangerous
の
in a
人
place
格を
like
失っ
this.
ているものもある
It's
の。
not unheard of for a spirit to lose its sense of humanity after dying.
今のこいつらは生きている
In
人
other
間に
words,
とって
these kids aren't necessarily going to play nice with living beings anymore.
犯人は
What do you think happened to the murderer?
こ
Here
っ
we
ちのペー
go.
ジに記
They
事があ
talk
る
about
よ。
him in this one. Accused child murderer commits suicide. The 32-year-old former teacher believed to have committed the now infamous adolescent kidnapping and murders was found dead earlier yesterday morning. After being deemed mentally unfit to take responsibility for his actions, he was placed in intensive psychiatric care, but escaped 2 nights ago. The psychiatric ward commissioned a manhunt, which culminated in the discovery of his hanging body in a room beneath Heavenly Host Elementary School. Near the site of his shocking triple homicide, the cause of death was ruled as strangulation and is strongly believed to be self-inflicted. As this appears to be a show of remorse previously thought beyond his mental capacity, his psychiatric ward has come under heavy fire since the discovery.
犯人も自殺かよ。
Even the murderer killed himself, huh?
救いがねえ
Guess
な。
there's no happy end for anybody. The families of the victims were probably glad to see him go.
女の子が一人助かったのがせめてもだよ。
Well, and there's that one girl who was spared too.
でも変ね。
Isn't it kind of strange
こ
though
んな大きな事
that
件なのに
there's not
その
one
生き残
single
った子
comment
の
from
家
the
族の
survivor's
コメント
family?
どの記事を見ても
Every
ハリル
article
は
is
殺
full
さ
of
れた子たちの
commentary
遺
from
族や
friends and
同
family
級
of
生
the
の保護者の
deceased,
談話ばっか
but
り。
there's not a word to be found anywhere about the girl who was spared.
プライバシー保護とかで書けなかったんじゃねえの？
I'd assume that was by request to protect their privacy or something.
そうなのかな。
Do newspapers really care about that
マス
though?
コミって被
The
害
mass
者も加
media
害
is
者
always
も関
about
係な
chasing
く取材
scoops,
して
no
書き立て
matter
るイメー
what
ジ
it
なんだ
takes to
けど。
get them or who they have to bother. Dr. Tomokichi Fukari's research records. Mesmer's magnetism. Correspondence with Anna Springle. Seraphita. Malleus Maleficarium. A lot of random words. Records of psychic
魔術
phenomena.
結社の通信文。
Letters to and from
Shinki
magic
shousetsu no
societies.
koten.
Classic mystery novels.
Shagaku no
Not your typical
hihinto wa
elementary
mienayo.
school reading material.
貸し出し用の番号シールがないから、
There are no
この
serial
学校の
numbers
本じゃない
or
よ。
library cards or anything on them, though, so they're probably not the
そうね。
schools.
多分
That's true.
ここに迷
Maybe
い
these
込
were
んだ
brought
人た
in
ちも
by other victims who got trapped here.
本の持ち主の蔵書印
Actually,
が押して
it
ある。
looks like there's a name stamped on most of these.
キビ
Hibiki? Is that how you read those kanji?
どれどれ
Wait, Kibiki. Wow, you're right.
本当だ。
I recognize that name.
この人も
You
有名
know,
よ。
the
さっ
paranormalist
き名前が出た
Naho
才抜きなほさんの
Saramaki,
師匠と呼ばれてる
Kao
作家の先
Kibiki
生。
is your mentor. He's a
響
journalist.
先生も。
So that means Mr. Kibiki is in here too, I guess. But why? Good question. Are we, done? Alright, it seems like we're probably done in here. Out in the hallway.
そういえば、
I
私たち
wonder
が
how
ここ
much
に来て
time
か
has
ら、
passed since we got
携
here.
帯の時計、
I
信
don't know
用
if
し
I
て
can
もいい
trust
の
my
か
cell
な。
phone clock in a place like this.
確かに空
That's a
間
good
が変
point.
化する
The
って
space is
こと
being
は
changed around
時間
randomly.
が変化してる
There's
と
no
も
reason to
考えら
believe
れ
the
るか
same thing isn't happening to time.
俺の腹具合から判断す
I
ると
trust my stomach though, and it's telling me that dinner time has
早い
already
やつ
come
な
and
ら布団
gone.
に入ってる
And
頃か
now
もし
is
んない
about
な。
when good boys and girls would go to bed.
お腹空きました。
I have to admit, I am
でき
hungry.
れば、食べ物も探さな
Maybe
きゃ
we
ね。
should add finding food to our
どこかで
list,
ちょっと
Shinozaki,
休憩
but
し
for
よう。
now, I think it's about time we found a nice cozy spot to sit and rest for a while. Yeah, time is definitely fucked in this place because, I mean, Mayu originally splattered against the wall, and that happens in scenarios later.
そうしてもらえると
I
私も
think I
助か
like
るかも
that as I'm really, really
霊
tired.
障っていうほどじゃ
Not
な
so
いけ
tired
ど
that I'm worried about getting
妙に
possessed or
体が
anything,
疲れてるみ
but
たい
tired enough. And so the four of us headed to the safest spot we could think of, settling in for a little bit to help calm our spirits and refresh our bodies. Almost immediately, both Kishinuma and Shinozaki sat down, closed their eyes, and fell fast asleep. Understandable considering what they had just experienced.
二人とも眠っちゃったみ
Out
たい
like a
ね。
light, both of them.
きっと疲れてるんですよ。
They must be exhausted.
Kishinuma-san,
Kishinuma went
あ
through
ゆ
a
みさん
great
を助
deal
け
of
るために
turmoil to
い
save
ろいろ頑
Ayumi
張って
after
ました
all.
し、ナナちゃんも疲れたでしょ？
Aren't you tired too?
はい。
I am,
けど、
but I just can't bring
ナナ
myself
が
to
眠
sleep.
れ、ナリちゃんたちが今
My
頃
mind
どう
keeps
してるのかっ
racing
て考
what
えると、
Nari and the
今す
others
ぐ
are doing
走り
right
出した
now.
いくらいです
I。feel like I need to be ready to run after them at a moment's
わ
notice.
かるよ。
I
私
know
も
just
シゲ
where
兄
you're
のこと
coming
を考
from.
えると、
I get the same way when I think of
すごく焦ってくる
Shig.
ってい
I
うか、
wish I could see his face right now, you know?
今、あれ？ナナちゃん、
Huh?
その
Nana,
足。
what happened to your legs? I felt a chill in my stomach as soon as I saw them. They were the same bruise-like markings around Nana's slender thighs that I had seen before. But they had become much darker in color. They looked pink originally, as if she had just rubbed her skin up against something, but now they were a deep dark purple, the color of grapes.
大丈夫？痛くない？
Are you alright? Does it hurt? Hmm?
あざならさっ
You
き
mean
か
the
らありました
bruises?
けど。
They've been there since before.
そうじゃなくて、
Yeah, but
なん
they're
か
darker
濃
now.
くなってるから。ほんとだ。
Oh,
変な
you're
色にな
right.
ってる。
What a weird color. What's
なん
happening?
だろう。
Does it get darker the closer they are to death? That'd be interesting.
内出血してたから。時
It
間が
probably
経っ
just
て
changed color over
変色した
time
のか
from
な。
the blood rushing to the
ご
surface.
めんね。
I
あん
doubt
ま
it's
り
anything
気
to
にし
worry
ない
about.
方がいい。
Sorry.
でも、跡が残ったら嫌だな。
I just hope it doesn't leave a scar.
ナナちゃん、美脚だもん
True,
ね。
you do have beautiful legs after all.
そんなことないですよ。
Please. No, I don't.
スタイル良くて、羨
I'm
ま
jealous
しい
you're
な。
so thin and gorgeous. If
私
I
も
were as tall
ナナ
as
ちゃ
you,
ん
Shik
く
and
らい身
I
長があったら、
sure look a
シ
lot
ニーと
more
釣り合い取れ
natural
るの彼
together.
氏さんですか？
Is he your boyfriend?
そういうのじゃないんだけど、
Nothing quite like that.
大
I
事な
guess you
人、
could say he's just a really important person to me.
いつも近くにいてくれて、私のダメな部分も受
He
け入
always
れて
stands
くれ
by
て、
me, accepts me for who I
私を
am,
支えてくれる
despite
人、
all my flaws, and always supports me in whatever I choose to do.
素敵な人なんですね。
He sounds wonderful.
私にとってはね、
Yeah, I'm not just
同
saying
じ
this
演劇部
because
だ
we're
か
in
ら
the
ってわ
same
けじゃ
drama
ないけ
club,
ど、
but he's like some kind of prince. Though if you ask
岸沼
Kishinuma,
くん
he's
なん
an
かに
evil
言わせる
wizard.
と、岸沼さんって、
Kishinuma has a
や
thing
っぱ
for
りあ
Yami,
ゆ
doesn't
み
he?
さんのこと、あれ
No?
気に
Does
なる
that bother you? Are you taking an interest, perhaps?
あ、違います。
No,
そうい
no,
うんじゃ全
nothing
然。
like that.
ごめん。お約束だ
Sorry,
か
I
ら
had
つい。
to ask.
でも実際のとこ、
Actually,
岸沼くんにと
Kishinuma's
って
got
は
it pretty
厳しい
rough.
状況
He's
な
got a
のよ
rival
ね。
for Shinazaki's
だいぶお似合い
affections.
なのに、似
Aw,
た者
but-
同士でもある
Oh,
の
I
よ
missed.
ね。素直に
They are a
な
lot
れない
like
ところ
in
が。
many ways,
特に
particularly in their complete inability to be honest about how they feel.
まゆさんも森重
I'll
さ
bet
ん
it's a
の
lot
前では
like
素
you
直になれ
when
なか
you're
ったり
with
するんですか？
Morishige, isn't it?
だから、
Oh, come on.
そう
I
いう
already
人
told
じゃ
you.
ないってばもう。
It's not like that with
で
us.
も、
So,
自
I
分で
guess you
も
really
よく
don't
わ
know
から
how
ない
to
な、
classify the
こ
way I
の気持
feel.
ち。
I mean, when I do finally see Shig, how should I react? What do I want him to
岸
do?
沼くんみたいに。
Do I want him to pull me into his arms like Kishinuma did with
そ
Shinazaki?
れとも、
Or do I just want him to
頭
pat me
撫
on
で
the
ても
head
ら
and
いた
tell
い
me
の
I
か
did
な。
did
やっぱり
good?
実際、会っ
Guess
て
I
み
won't
ない
really
と
know
わかんな
until
い
the
や。
time comes, if it comes.
会えますよ、きっと。
It'll come, just like it did with Kishinuma and Ayumi. I'm not so sure about that.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
持田くんも。
I hope Machida is able to reunite with Yuka and Nakashima too, and Miss Yui and Shinohara.
みんなで帰って、
We'll all
文化
meet
祭
up
の
and
時
go
撮った
back
写メ
home
交換して、
and properly exchange that photo we took together after the culture festival.
私も
I
みんなと
really want to see my
会
friends
いたい
too.
な。
Oh,
ご
no,
めんね。
I'm so sorry.
私ってば、
I've just
自
been
分の
talking about
話ばっ
myself
かり。
this all this time. And unfortunately, one of your friends is dead. Well, two of your friends are probably dead.
私ちょっと
I think
その辺見てきますね。
I want to go
お手
scout
洗い
around
も
for
行
them
きた
real
くなっちゃっ
quick.
たし。
I have to go to the bathroom
一
anyway.
人で危ない
By
よ。
yourself? Isn't that dangerous?
ちょっとだけですから。
I'll only be gone for a moment.
お友達のことを思
I
い出
guess
して、
thinking about her friends got her
じ
all
っと
worked
して
up.
いられなくな
She
っちゃった
probably
の
just
かな。
couldn't sit still any longer.
鈴本、
Suzumoto?
起きてたの？
Kishinoma, you're awake?
一緒に行ってやってくんねえか。
Shouldn't you go with her just to be safe?
そうだね。岸
I
沼くん
probably
は
should. You stay here and
篠崎
keep
さ
an
ん
eye
見
on
てて。
Shinozaki. Thanks.
Nangata.
I will. If anything happens, just yell really loud, okay?
篠崎叩き
I'll
起こし
smack
て飛んでっから
Shinozaki
よ。
till she's awake and the two of us will come running.
暗いか
Okay,
ら、
the hallways are pretty
篠崎さんの
dark,
ろうそく
so I think
一本
I'm
借
going
り
to
るね。
borrow one of her candles.
危ねえから、小笠原見つけたら
Just
す
be
ぐ戻って
careful
こいよ。
once you find Ogasawa. You two come right back here. You got it? The bathroom felt empty. There was no indication of Nana's presence
ナナちゃん
whatsoever.
と入れ違いになっ
Maybe
ちゃっ
we
たの
passed
か
one
な。
another without realizing it. No! No! Nana? What's wrong, Nana? Ooh. The sound that echoed through the hall was like that of a butcher slicing up a large chunk of meat, bone and all. And the sound was accompanied by a dimly lit figure of Nana brought out on the ground in front of me. Or rather, part of Nana. It was really just the top half of her body, severed cleanly at the thigh. Her legs were completely gone. And the worst part is, she was still fully alert and aware. My legs! My legs! Nana? This grisly sight was too much for me to handle. I became weak in the knees and fell backwards, landing on my butt. I couldn't move. It hurts! It hurts! My legs! My legs! Oh, Nana. Nana was bending and contorting her back and withering on the ground as if struggling to escape the pain and the fear. I wanted to help her, but I had no idea what I could do. Nothing had ever prepared me for a situation like this. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't even think. The sight of Nana's squirming body, gushing blood every which way, was burning itself into my mind. It was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen. It hurts! It hurts! I could sense the presence of another person in the shadows just behind Nana's torso. Who was it? The darkness was all-encompassing past a certain point, giving only the vaguest motion of a human silhouette within an inky black void. Who's there? That's the locker room. No, wait, it's not. Where is this? What's back there? That door should have led into the pool locker room, but the lighting or lack of was completely wrong. There was also an indescribable foul odor wafting out from within, so powerful and revolting that I felt it could never leave my senses again. And whatever being was lurking in the shadows of that horrible room was getting closer to me step by step. I still couldn't make out a single feature, but frankly I didn't want to. His existence alone was threatening enough. Whoever this was, I could sense his shadow posturing itself over Nana's head, as if preparing to swallow it whole. Like a crocodile, in fact, the shadow was beginning to resemble a crocodile more and more. Was this even a person? Stop! Please stop! The figure was now fully visible and was indeed a person. I think he grabbed Nana by the head, then turned and began dragging her into the horrid room. She was clearly nearing death, as it took everything she had to scream in protest. Her voice was getting weaker and her withering less pronounced. I couldn't even imagine how painful it must be to have one severed body slowly dragged across the floor, exposed side down. It would be bad enough just having my head held in that massive filthy grip. No, grip isn't the right word. It was really more like a bite. God, no, no. Save me, please, Mayu. No. Stop, please. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. These were the panicked, primal screams of a person's last moments on Earth. It's a sound no one should ever have to hear, much less produce. Poor Nana. And once you hear it, it's the kind of thing you'll be hearing again for the rest of your life. Nothing can ever wipe it from your memory. It stays with you. I sat there dumbfounded, so disturbed that I could barely breathe, and watched the slowly slither of Nana's body as she disappeared into the unknown. It only took a few seconds for her to vanish into blackness, but those were the longest few seconds of my life. And when she was gone, only a wide swath of blood remained, tracing her path down the hall and across the hellish threshold. Nana? I have to go save her. I don't think you can.
私が
Help! Help! Mayu! Nana! Gathering all my courage, I ran at full speed towards the black void, but found no room to enter. Beyond the door was nothing more than a solid wall.
嘘でしょ
What? No, where is she?
行ったの
Where was she taken? Mayu! It was just as Shinozaki had said. Right before my eyes, a human being was pulled into a space that simply no longer existed, pulled out of reality. And yet, I could still hear her. No!
怖くなった私は
I can't even
弾
describe
かれる
how
ようにし
frightened I
て
was.
その場を逃げ出
All
し
I
た
could do was scream and take off running. Away from there, anywhere else was preferable.
私なんでこっちに走って
Why
る
am I
の
going this way?
走る
Nana isn't
向きが
this way.
逆でし
She's
ょ
behind me. I need to go back.
助けなきゃ
I need to save her. I need to save Nana. But I'm just getting farther and farther away from her. No, I can't. I just can't. It's just not possible.
私には無理できないごめん
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Nana. I couldn't do anything to save you.
岸沼くんたちに
What do I say to Kishinuma
な
and
んて言えば
Shinozaki?
さっきまで一緒に話
We were
して
just
たナ
talking
ナちゃん
with
が
her, and now look what's
こんな
happened.
ことに
Her legs were torn right off, right along the lines of those bruises.
あざ
Wait, the bruises.
ナナちゃん
Nana was sliced up in the exact same spot where she had those markings.
私のお腹の
And
あ
I
ざ
have markings just like that on my stomach,
関係
but
ないよ
that
ね
doesn't mean anything, right? It's just a coincidence, right?
嫌だ私
Ugh, what is wrong with me? Worrying about myself at a time like this.
だけど
But I can't help it. I opened my compact mirror and hesitantly brought it down to my abdomen, lifting my shirt and loosening my skirt a bit to get a better look. Oh god, no. I didn't have to look very hard. The color of the bruises on my abdomen had darkened significantly. It was far more pronounced now, practically pulsating in purplish red. It looked more like some kind of demented crest that had surfaced from deep inside my body. No.
色が濃くなって
It's darker, more clearly outlined, and it looks bigger now too. Wh-
何これ
What is this? Why is it here? It's just a bruise, right?
ただの技だよね
I'm sure it'll go away on its own. Over time if I leave it
す
be.
ぐに消えて
I just kept telling myself that it would go away on its own. It was nothing. I was starting to believe it. Feeling somewhat placated, I lifted the mirror up and prepared to shut it and put it away. Then I caught a quick glimpse of my face. I saw fear, I saw sadness, I saw defeat, but I also saw something else. No. At first, I deadened my eyes, but I wasn't seeing things. Nor was it a smudge on the mirror. It was another discolored bruise, just like one on my abdomen. It was nowhere near as dark, but it was definitely there, and given enough time, it would probably get a lot darker. What? Why? When did I get this?
違う
Maybe it's just
汚れ
dirt.
がくっついているだけだ
Maybe
よ
I just need to wipe it off.
こんなのちょっとこすれば
I
す
tried
ぐに
spit shining it away with my finger, but all that did was make it wet. And each time I pressed down on it, the surrounding skin would turn white, creating greater contrast and making it stand out more. Wasn't going away, it wasn't going away. And if it just kept darkening, I might wind up like Nana. No, no, please, no, no, no. Torn apart at the seams. No!
鈴本どうかしたのか
Suzumoto, what's wrong?
なんか声聞こえたから
I
気に
thought I
なっ
heard
て
you
よ。
scream. No luck in
小
finding
笠原はまだ見つかっ
Ogasawara?
心配ね。今か
I
らみん
don't
なで
like that
探
at
し。
all. We'll help you search Suzumoto. No, stay back. I took a step away from them despite myself.
どうしたんだよ。
What's going on? Please, just stay back. Nothing's going on. I swear.
何かあったの？その鏡に
Did
何
something
か。
happen? Did you see something in your compact? It's nothing. I didn't see anything. I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I couldn't let them see me like that. I didn't want to see that hideous bruise.
おい、鈴本
Wait, Suzumoto.
鈴本さん。
Suzumoto. I think that's gonna get you killed. What do I do? What do I do?
また逃げてる。
I'm running again, but where? Where am I going?
あざ
I have to get rid of this.
消さなきゃ。
If I don't, if I can't, then
ナナちゃんみたいに。
then I'll wind up like Nana. I have to hurry. I have to find some way of making this go away. I had some concealer in my makeup bag. Maybe I could hide it.
これなら
There we go. Can't see it all now.
あんなあざ。
All I have to do is get some sleep, and then when I wake up, that bruise will be long gone. I knew it will. Yeah, I was getting all worked up over nothing. It was just a little mark on my face, after all. Probably just the result of all the stress I had been feeling here. Once things calmed down, it would go away for sure. I don't think it's going to. You ended up in the infirmary where you died last time. Welcome back. Oh no. I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna have to try to leave and it's not gonna allow me to. Yep. I don't remember closing the
ドア
door.
閉めたっけ？
It wouldn't open. And it wasn't like it was locked. Rather, it felt almost as if someone were holding it closed with superhuman strength. Suddenly I realized why. The door was wrapped multiple times over with thin black threads. How had I not noticed these a moment ago? What the? Is this
髪の毛。
human here?
人間の。
I looked at it a bit more closely and concluded without question that that's exactly what it was. I felt an unpleasant heat radiating all along my back muscles across my entire spine. I was being watched. There was some sort of moist, lukewarm presence in the room with me, and slowly but surely I could sense it moving.
誰？
Who is there?
誰かいる
Who's behind me?
私
I
の
was too
後ろ
scared to turn around.
保健室が
This room. It was a little girl wearing a red dress. Probably a first or second grader. Her skin was as pale as pottery, contrasting with her lacquer-like hair, and she looked somehow familiar.
この子。
Ah,
新聞に
this
載
is
ってた。
the girl from the newspaper
殺
who
人事
survived
件
the
の
murders.
篠崎。幸子。
Sachiko Shinozaki.
嘘でしょ。
But that can't be right. That happened over 30 years
保
ago.
健室がまだ
This
殺
room
風
is
景な
so
の。
lifeless.
そうだ。
I
人
know what
体
it
解
needs.
剖標
A
本。
human
人
autopsy
体解剖
model.
標本が欲しい。
I want to dissect a human. What?
お姉ちゃん。
Have you come to play with us again? No, please no. Something was dripping onto the back of my hand. Are these tears? That's what I thought at first anyways. If I'd started to cry, I wasn't aware, but considering what I was going through, I wouldn't have been surprised in any way. I wondered just how much I'd cried since getting sealed up in this godforsaken place. Probably more than I had ever cried before in my entire life. But these weren't tears, were they? Was it blood then? Did these children do something to me? Sure enough, I reached up and touched my face, and my finger came in contact with something sticky and red. What did you do to me?
何も
We didn't do anything. Sachiko's answer was cold and disinterested, and came accompanied with a crooked, weary smile. She was just a child, yet one glance from her made every hair on my body stand on end.
鏡で見てみたらどう
How about you take a look in the mirror? Well, wait. Just for a little bit, though. Sachiko's face somehow made me feel as if there might be two sides to her, one gentle and one not. But regardless of which I was dealing with here, I wasn't about to go against her recommendation. I was legitimately curious myself. So I took out my compact, opened it, and... why? No, please. The bruise I had concealed with makeup had sprung back to the surface once again, though it hardly could be called a bruise anymore. My skin had literally split open from inside, and blood was beginning to seep out through the piggish tissue, bead by bead. No. This can't be happening. It can't be. No.
違わない。お前だよ。
It's happening. That's all you.
抗わなければ一
If
瞬
you
でい
hadn't
けた
fought
のに
it,
ね。
you might have been able to die
残念。
quickly.
お前は
But
そ
you're
のお
going to
腹の
die.
亀裂の
You're
通
going
り
to be
に
torn
知って死ぬ
open
のはもう
along
決
those
まっ
cracks
てい てい
on
る
the
んだ
wall.
よ。
So you missed the scene of Nana dying. So we found Shinozaki in the library. We got everybody down together. Let me shrink myself a wee bit. There we go. Now I fit perfectly. So we got Shinozaki. Everybody went down. Shinozaki and Kishinuma ended up sleeping together. Not like sleeping, but or not like lewd sleeping, but they were leaned up against each other and were sleeping. Nana went to go look for her friends, which two of which we found the bodies of. After that, we ended up. Nana ended up going off by herself. Mayu here went to go look for her and came across the sight of Nana crawling on the floor, missing her legs where the bruises were. After that, Nana got dragged off into the darkness, and the darkness sealed back up and became a wall, so we couldn't go save Nana. Mayu ended up running away, ran into Shinozaki and Kishinuma, became scared of her own bruises after seeing what happened to Nana and exactly where her bruises were, and then she somehow ended up in the nurse's office, which is where she originally died. And now we're here. Also, good morning, fam. If you haven't fought it, you might have been able to die quickly, but you're going to die. You're going to be torn open along those cracks on your belly. The bruise along my stomach and abdomen had followed suit, splitting open and dripping dark red blood everywhere. At this point, I'd completely lost my ability to think or reason. I was a goner and I knew it.
壁にぶつかって一瞬で死ぬよりももっと
What's worse than
辛い。
dying is, in an instant, by getting smashed against the wall, getting slowly, carefully torn apart. That's what. Let's play. Come on, let's play.
人体解剖標本の作成
Time to begin the autopsy, everyone. No, please, stay away. Stay away. Yeah, I was a goner. I couldn't fight it. Somewhere deep in the pit of my soul, I knew there was no way out. This unimaginable cruel fate was predestined, I couldn't escape it. Oh sure, I tried to run. I squirmed and resisted with every last bit of strength I had, but fate had me by the ankle and it wasn't about to let go. If only I could force myself to lose consciousness, maybe I could avoid the unbearable agony that I knew was coming, but sadly I wasn't that strong-willed. I could feel the hands of children all over my body, coming from virtually every direction, and they were really digging. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Dying. Save me, Shig. Shig? Your dick Shig won't be coming to your rescue. No chance, no hope. I was seized with the pain unlike anything I'd ever even imagined possible before. I couldn't talk, couldn't move, couldn't even think. I felt like my head was going to explode under the pressure of the millions of nerves, all telling my brain just how much every part of my body hurt. And it didn't stop every moment and grew worse and worse. Then I began to drift away. What an awful stink. Let's decorate the wall or maybe the hallway outside with our new autopsy model. The school is getting livelier all the time. What the fuck, Chico? The Chico's voice sounded like it was far in the distance. It was then that I realized the agony I had been feeling had changed. It was no longer pain, but chill. I didn't hurt anymore, I was just cold. So cold that I couldn't even feel my body. So cold. So very, very cold. Shig, I can't even move a finger anymore. But even if I'm dead, and even if my body is an unsightly mess, I hope you won't think poorly of me. Because Shig, I love... My final wish is that Shig be the one to find my body. As long as it's not too revolting to look at anyway. I wanted him to think I'm pretty. I miss him. Shig, bro. Alternate universe tale. So, from the Yuichi Nakamura, Yuka Naneri, self-full testimonies unlocked in bonus menu. So, from my understanding, what it seems like so we gotta play through as Mayu this go around. Give me a second, I have to go get some water. So we played as Mayu this go around, where in the first game we didn't. There were also events that happened within the first game. Or happened in this one that didn't happen in the first game. Because originally, Shinozaki, Hishinuma, and Miss Yui were all in a room together. Whereas this time, they were all separate. Well, Miss Yui and the other two were separate. So, now I'm wondering what's going to happen to Miss Yui, who ended up falling to her death in the first one. And it seems like this go-around, they are dying... let me just do this so that way it's not continuously doing that. It seems like everybody that had died is going to continue to die, but this time around, since they're avoiding the previous fate because they remember it, they end up dying a more gruesome death. Because you had Psycho, who ended up running into the wire, getting decapitated. Which, you know, like, what the fuck? That I don't know if that's worse than being hanged, because I think it would probably be faster, but she still died. And this time it was more gruesome. The other thing is that Mayu avoided her fate, but still ended up dying in the school infirmary and then being slung against the wall. So I'm curious if like later on in the book or later on in the chapter, maybe there'll be some way to, you know, stop the cycle. But I just don't know. But I'm gonna go get some water really quick. I will be right back.
It's over, same story. You lose to love and glory. I came up short today. Feels like I fell 1,000 times. Nothing but doubt to flood my mind. 'Cause sometimes it's hard to remember why I ever started racing with my dreams. A restless December, feeling I was meant for more than I believed. I'll never surrender, rather try and fail and fall 1,000,000 times. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I know as close as I am now, I will struggle, I will shout.
Back over here. Alright. I am back. I got that hydration. Thank you for the hydrate, Vamp. Also, hello. Stretch. Yeah, I don't know, because it honestly sounds like it's just a retelling of the first game. So hopefully there's something that will be different other than, you know, the deaths are a bit different. So we're going to be going into the encounter. We have Purgatory, Shangri-La, Mire, and Tooth. Shangri-La sounds like it's the spirits being released. That's all I can really think of. But I also know that there is another game in this game's story timeline. because you have, as this one says, blood drive. Alright, let's see what this one is. Let's see. Tenjin 5. Is that a 23 or is it 33?
まったく。山崎先生の
Mr.
字は読みづら
Yamazaki's
いな。
handwriting is atrocious. This really wasn't my day. I knocked over my alarm clock this morning, and of course it stopped. Oh no. I wonder if this is going to be the reality to where his sister dies. I knocked over my alarm clock this morning, and of course it stopped working. The very last pork sandwich sold out right before my eyes during lunch, and I was roped into a favor when I happened upon my homeroom teacher, Mr. Yamazaki, long after the school day had ended. Now, like it or not, I was on my way to deliver some notes to Miss Yui, our homeroom teacher, who was out sick with a cold.
後でゆかに謝らないとな。
I'll have to make sure I apologize to Yuka later.
今日は早く帰ってゆかの
I
買い
know
物
how
に付き合っ
disappointed
てやる
she'll
予定
be
だった
that
し。
I'm missing our shopping date.
天神5番地
Tenjin 523,
23
number
の
11,
11
found it.
これが6番地
As long as
33
this
の
doesn't
77
actually
とかじゃな
read
ければだけど
633, number 77 anyways. I stopped and compared the memo in my hand with the apartment building in front of me. It was 2 stories tall and looked a little on the shabby side. Probably about 20 years old. It didn't seem very solid, nor was it particularly stylish or chic. It was completely unremarkable structure in every way.
ここの207号
Apartment
室
207, or is that 201?
201?
I was really getting fed up with this handwriting, and from a teacher no less. In any case, it seemed certain the apartment was on the 2nd floor, so I trudged up the starting narrow steep stairs. The metal staircase was thoroughly botched with patches of rust. Why would someone live in such a rundown apartment building?
先生の給料ってもしかして
Are teacher
すごく
salaries
安か
really
った
that
りする
low?
の
I
か
mean, some of them are. I felt a little sorry for her, but in this kind of place, in a way, this place kind of fit her personality. Wow. Move myself a wee bit. With that thought in mind, I turned my attention towards apartment 201.
ここが
Here we are,
201号室か
201. Yeah, this doesn't look like Miss Yui's place.
でもゆい先生の家じゃないな
The door plate for the room nearest the stairs had a name I didn't recognize scribbled
っ
on
て
it.
ことは
Guess that means we tried door number 2. Passing 201, I continued down the narrow walkway towards the end. Wandering alone around an apartment building I'd never been to before made me feel kind of nervous. I feel that. I feel that a lot. I mean, kind of like, here, go take this to this person at this place you've never been before. It's like, but. I'm kind of like, I don't know. What if I fuck it up? It wasn't like I was doing anything wrong, but my back still tensed up as I maneuvered around piled up strollers, plastic toys, and bundles of newspaper. And then finally arrived at the last door.
ここだ
Bingo. This was it. I breathed a sigh of relief. The door plate for the apartment 207 read, Shishido. For an adult's handwriting especially, the letters were rounded and overly cutesy. This was Miss Yui's place, all right. Hmm?
なんだろう
What's
これ
this? I leaned in to read something written in small script on the corner of the door
大
plate.
病注意
Beware of cat.
ってえ
Shouldn't that be beware of
猛
dog?
犬注意じゃなくて
I don't know, some cats can be vicious.
ゆい
That's
先
Miss
生
Yui
ら
for
しい
you.
や
So how exactly does one beware of a house cat? Is it even possible for a house cat to be threatening? At any rate, confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was Miss Yui's place, so my errand was nearing its end. Yes, some house cats can be actually very, very, very aggressive and mean.
それにしても、山崎先生もひどいよな。
What was Mr. Yamazaki thinking anyway?
風邪ひいたクラスメートに
I
プリン
understand
ト持っ
taking
ていくならわ
handouts
か
to
るけ
sick
ど、
classmates, but
風邪ひ
delivering
いた
class
負担
notes
の
to the
先
home
生
of
の
an
うちに
absent teacher?
絶
That
対
just
におか
seems
しい。
weird. This isn't something a student
間違
should
い
be
なくこれ
doing.
担任の仕事だよ。
He said he was busy with meetings though, and really needed one of his students to help him out. But was it really okay to entrust a school student with confidential class notes? Wouldn't it
生徒が
be
読ん
kind
じゃ
of
まずい
problem
ノ
if
ー
I
ト
were
なん
to
じゃない
read
の
these?
か？
My mind kept drifting from one question to another, and I had become acutely aware of the inherent value in these notes I held in my bag. But tempting as it was, I just couldn't bring myself to look at them. Mr. Yamazaki put his faith in me after all. And I was stronger than that. I couldn't let this get the best of me. And at any rate, I was here. I should have just been able to drop off the notes and be on my way. Putting all my doubts and misgivings beside, I rang the doorbell. And then I waited, and waited, and waited some more. But there was no answer.
俺、
Hmm?
呼び鈴をしたよな。
It did ring, didn't it?
ゆい先生！
Miss Yui? I rang the bell again, and also tried calling out. But there was still no
どうしよう。
response.
寝て
What
んの
should I
か
do?
な。
Maybe she's sleeping.
起こしちゃ悪いけど、
I don't want to wake her,
でも心配
but
だ
I
し
am
な。
a little concerned. When we had heard that Miss Yui was staying home sick today, we were all pretty disappointed. That's why part of me was actually a little happy that I was asked to run these over to her. I figured I'd be able to check in, see how she was doing, and let everyone at school know that she was feeling better.
けど会えないっていうのは想定外だった
Never
な。
occurred to me that I might not even be able to see her,
ゆ
though.
い先生！
Miss Yui?
ゆい先生！
Miss Yui?
反応なし。
Nothing, huh? Sigh.
、
Miss
ゆい
Yui,
先生！
hello?
すみません。
She was probably sleeping or out at the doctor's or something, but what if she was hurt? I tried opening the mail slot and peeking in. I thought maybe I could get a glimpse of the room
ゆい
inside.
先生。
Miss Yui? It felt kind of wrong peeking into someone's house without their permission. But I was legitimately worried about Miss Yui's health, so my conscience was clear on this one.
うわっ！
Ah! Hello, kitty cat. Meow meow.
ああ、猫。
Oh, the cat. A well-groomed cat was facing the door and staring back at me. With its head tilted slightly to the side, it let out an adorable meow. This must be the cat I was instructed to beware. So something that I thought about, but Miss Yui dies, and so that essentially erases her from their reality. What happens to this cat? And since Miss Yui was always going on and on about her little buddy, I was pretty sure I remembered his
この
name.
子が噂の
You're
モレ
Mort, right?
じゃなくて、
Oh no, it's Monet, I think.
そうだ、モネちゃん
Yeah,
だ。
Monet. What a pretty kitty you are,
Yeah.
Monet.
綺麗な猫だな。
Miss Yui talked about her cat a lot in class. So pretty much the whole school had heard about him. She even had some tins of cat food hidden on a shelf in the classroom, probably because she bought too much and had no room for them in her apartment. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Monet.
Monet. Is Miss Yui home?
先生はいる。先生がいるんだったら、
If she's home, would you mind waking her up for me?
モネ、頼むよ。
That's a good kitty.
やっぱり
Yeah,
無理か。
didn't think that would work.
そりゃそうだよな。
My shoulders sank. I felt defeated. What the hell was I doing? I closed the mail slot and stood back. Well, because, like, Psycho was reported like she was never there. At the very beginning, with the cutscene with, Naomi and her mom. So, I'm just curious on, like, would that mean that this apartment would have never been rented to Miss Yui, and So the cat would have never been picked up?
弱ったな。
Damn, I sure hope
Yui sensei.
Miss Yui's
どっ
alright.
か外出中と
She's
か
probably just out right now or
開い
something.
てたりしないかな。
Which would mean the door is locked, I'm sure. Lost in this speculation, I placed my hand on the doorknob, and with a quick twist, I turned it and pushed on the door, opening it easily.
え鍵かかってないの
It
か。
wasn't locked?
うわいけね
Crap, that's not
モネ
good.
が出たら大変だ
I can't let Mona get out. Hello, kitty kitty.
お前のご主
Your
人様
master
は
is pretty careless,
不用
huh?
心だな。
Leaving the door unlocked like that.
鍵もかけてないなんて。
Mona's whiskers twitched as I called out to him from the entryway.
なん
What?
だ
What's that you say?
その通りだにゃっ
She
て。
purrs?
モネ
You
も
and
や
I
っ
are
ぱ
on
り
the
そう
same
思う
page,
か。
Mona. Oh, Satoshi. Here I was talking to a cat. Was this what I had become?
どうしよ
What should I do? I was feeling pretty uneasy. Not only had I peeped into someone's home, I had walked in without a second thought. Moreover, this was where Miss Yui lived alone. In other words, a woman's apartment. No matter how many times I reminded myself that I was here on an errand, I couldn't help feeling that I had not only crossed the line, but leaped over it.
う。ゆい先生
Miss Yui? I tried calling her name one last time, but as expected, there was no answer.
本当に
So,
どうしよう
what
かな。
now? I was trying hard to avoid being too nosy, but my eyes inevitably began surveying the room. The apartment entrance led out immediately into the kitchen, and beyond that, there was a sliding door to some other room. I could see light through the gap. I strained my ears, but there was nothing to hear, no sign of life whatsoever. Miss Yui really must have been out. One more time, I tried calling out her name, one more time, just to put my concerns at ease. I felt like I'd seem even more suspicious if I stayed
ゆい
silent.
先生持田
It's
です
Mochida. Still nothing. Maybe she was asleep on the other side of that door.
確かめてみ
Let's have
Oh,
a
yeah.
little look-see then. Wait. Shaking my head fiercely, I cast out that sudden impulse. That was a terrible idea, pure and simple. Entering the apartment unannounced was bad enough, but walking all the way in, opening that sliding door and peeking inside, that was just too much. Man,
この
if
タイ
Miss
ミング
Yui
で
happened to
ゆ
come
い
home
先
and
生が
find me
外から
standing
帰
here,
ってきたりし
I'd
たら
be in pretty hot water, huh?
じゃなくてだいぶ
Well,
ま
scratch
ずい
that. I'd be in plentiful, dense scalding water. Mana meowed as if in agreement. Panicking, I once again surveyed my surroundings. I almost felt like there were eyes on me staring with disdain. But of course, nobody was there. What the fuck was that sound?
そうだ
Oh, right.
書き置きを残していけばいいんじゃないか
Wondering why I didn't think of this sooner, I dug into my bag for some paper and a pen.
山崎先生から頼まれたのでって書いておけばいいんだよな
Mr. Yamazaki asked me to come by. That should be enough,
俺の
right?
ノートでいいや
I'll just use some notebook paper.
ゆい先生
Let's see, Miss Yui. Crouching in the doorway, I ran my pen across the page. I brought class notes at Mr. Yamazaki's behest. Everyone has been worried about you. Sorry about barging into your apartment. Please don't forget to lock your door from now on. I was writing a note. I sensed the president in front of me. Until just a moment ago, this house had no signs of human life in it, but now I could sense someone standing directly ahead. That eerie sound. Standing and looking down at me. Huh? Fidgeting nervously, I put down my pen, raised my head slowly, and saw a white, slender ankle. Shocked, I shot my head up, and there, standing before me, was Miss Yui.
Sensei.
Miss Yui? She was looking right at me, but she seemed decidedly out of sorts. Her hair looked disheveled, her gaze was unsteady, and her pajamas were in complete disarray. What is it, vamp? Why the shy? The ominous noise. Yeah. She was like a completely different person from the usual Kemta educator we had come to know and love.
ユイ先生
Miss Yui,
俺
I'm
勝手
so
に入っ
sorry
ちゃっ
to
て
enter your apartment without your permission. Here. I stood up frantically and had out the note I'd been writing. But... Huh? Miss Yui was just standing there, stupefied, with a completely vacant expression on her face.
先生
Miss Yui? I called out to her as gently as I could, but she was really dazed. She seemed almost like a ghost. That is gonna be you the next few days. Oh, that's right, it's Friday for you, isn't it? You get your shot later today, don't you? Hold on, let me close my door to block out some of the barking sounds of the dog. Okay. Yes. Hopefully you're not too bad. Although I was pretty messed up for a few days.
先生
Miss Yui,
どうしちゃったん
what
だよ
happened to you? I had a sudden uneasy feeling. Worried, I walked up to Miss Yui, grabbed her shoulders, and tried to snap her out of it by shaking her. But instead... Oh, don't throw up on him, Miss Yui.
うわ
And this just seemed to make her cough.
先生
Hey, Miss Yui. These were wet, productive coughs, and spit was shooting out Miss Yui's mouth with each one. I frantically tried to shield my face from the spray, but my reaction time just wasn't quick enough. Ugh. Ew. I put a hand to her cheek and found it thick with a slimy film of saliva.
大丈夫
Are you
Yui
okay,
sensei.
Miss Yui? Now what? Miss Yui hobbled back a little and then fell to her knees with a thud. She had completely sprawled out in the hallway, moaning and groaning the whole time.
先生
Miss Yui? Wiping the spatterings from my own face, I leaned over and took a better look at hers. Bad Miss Yui. It was bright red. Strained breathing, a stuffy nose, and a visibly high fever on top of it all. She was sick as could be. I'm cold.
寒いの
Cold, but
Demo-
you're dripping with sweat.
汗かいてるよ
It's cold. I thought maybe her sweat had cooled her down, but then realized her disheveled pajamas certainly weren't doing her any favors. With heart pounding a mile a minute and face red as a traffic light, I set about buttoning her up.
ゆい先
Oh,
生、
Misoi,
俺のことわ
you
か
know
る？
who this is, right? It's
Mochida だよ。
Mochida from school.
寒いならちゃんと布団で寝
If
ない
you're
と。
cold, you need to sleep under your covers.
出ないと治るもんも
Otherwise,
治
you
ら
won't
な
get
い
any
って。
better.
うん。
She absent-mindedly extended her shaking arms like a zombie, slowly reopened her eyes and looked up at me. It was the gaze of a severely fevered
ゆい
mind.
先生、
Miss Yui,
Oh.
つかさくん
Tsukasa.
え
What? Who's Tsukasa?
うわ
Ooh.
つかさくん
Tsukasa. Tsukasa.
え
Miss Yui was clinging to me tightly. I couldn't move. I was frozen in shock. She began to weep.
来てくれたの
You've come for me, Tsukasa.
え つかさ
Who's Tsukasa?
嬉し
What a lovely surprise.
いよか
I'm
っ
so
た
glad you're here.
先生待って人
Miss
違いだ
Yui,
よ
wait, you've got the wrong person. It seemed like I wasn't getting through to her at all. And the sensation of her chest was, as she held me, was making it virtually impossible to fight her grip. I was utterly powerless against this opponent. I'd never realized before just how soft a woman's chest really was. God, am I that weak-willed? I had to remind myself that Miss Yui had me confused with someone else. Mustering all the strength I could, I gripped her arms and tried to pry her off of me. But she was a lot stronger than I had anticipated and wouldn't let me get away.
怖
I
かっ
was so scared, Tsukasa. I was so scared.
怖かった
Scared.
たまさか来てくれるなんて
I never thought you would actually come.
うわ
As she squeezed me tightly, I felt as though my upper body might collapse under the pressure of her softest parts. I was blushing uncontrollably.
ゆい先生ちょっと離れて
Please, let go. No, I won't.
先生ってば
Come on, Miss Yui. I struggled to wiggle free, but Miss Yui only grabbed me tighter. Our bodies were getting more and more intertwined, and every time I squirmed, Miss Yui would just pull me even closer.
さくん
Tsukasa.
うわ
What? As her chest rose and fell erratically, droplets of sweat slid down into her cleavage. Why are you describing this? This is supposed to be a horror game. I could feel the heat of her fever radiating off of her steadily encroaching face, as well as the shoulders I had grabbed in an effort to push away.
そばにいてつかさ
Stay here with me, Tsukasa, please.
だから人違い
I'm telling you, you've got the wrong person. Questions were swirling around my head. Why was Miss Yui crying? And who was the Tsukasa person? But I was most concerned for the state of her pajamas, which had become even more disheveled during our struggle.
先生パジャ
Miss
マ
Yui,
ズボ
your
ン
pajamas, your pants.
うん
Hmm?
ずり落ちてるから
They're sliding down.
つかさくん
Tsukasa, you're so warm.
ゆい先生ってば
Miss Yui, please. Realizing that not a single word was getting through to her, I sighed resignedly. I had taken care of Yuka any number of times when she had caught a cold and drawn a fever, but I don't recall it ever getting this bad. Miss Yui was usually calm, collected, and rational. Who would have ever imagined that a fever could leave her so thoroughly discombobulated?
ゆい先生ちょっと
Miss Yui,
も
seriously,
う
pull yourself together. I put more strength into my resistance, and finally her arms relaxed just the tiniest bit. But her expression changed drastically. No, no, please.
あの先生
Miss Yui,
俺は
I'm
持田
Satoshi
聡で
Machida,
司
not
って
the
人じゃ
Su- Please don't go, please. Miss Yui was acting like a spoiled child. Slipping out of the shoes I had still been wearing, I again drew close to her sprawled out form. There was no way I could just leave her like
後で
this.
気がついて
I sure hope none of this seems too sketchy after your fever breaks. Yui let out a lethargic groan, perhaps in response to my quiet murmurings. At my wit's end, I grabbed a hold of her and did my best to carry her into the back room. Gently wheeling her over to her unfurled futon, I then carefully laid her down, making sure I didn't drop her in the process. Then there was the matter of rebuttoning those pesky pajamas again. I hesitantly pulled up her pajama bottoms and brushed away the stray hairs that were plastered to her brow with sweat. I had done my best to avoid seeing anything I shouldn't, but I am a guy, so my heart was pounding the whole time. As Yui's pajamas were soaked through with sweat, she really might have been better off with the change of clothes altogether. But no, that would have been going way too far. Yeah, kind of. Wish I could find a towel or something so I could at least wipe some of the moisture away. Noticing a convenience store bag carelessly tossed to the floor, I glanced inside.
冷却シート買ってきてあるじゃん。
Cold packs.
なんで使ってないんだか。
Why wasn't she using them?
先生、
Jeez.
ヒヤッとするけど、
Yui, this
我
might
慢
be
し
a
て
little
ね。
cold, but bear with me, okay?
これでよしと。
Alright, I think that'll help. I placed one of the compresses on her forehead and pulled the covers over her. Miss Yui appeared almost instantly relieved. She exhaled contently, and her breathing became more relaxed. Finally, she was asleep. Hello, creep. It's so hot, my power went out. Oh no, creep. Miss Yui has a fever currently, and she's trying to, do things with Mochita-kun here. Even in sleep, Mrs. Yui seemed to be suffering. Oh, and my twins. Oh well, Queep. I don't remember, but... So, I remember going to your stream last night, but I don't remember what was said. But Creep, when, I don't remember if I asked or not, but what day are we doing the, Wait, you saw that? Saw what? I'm so confused. Should I be concerned? I feel concerned now. I got a bit drunkies. Okay. No, I was like, my mind was gone. I was just reading, and I went over to my computer after Harley had ended, and I saw that you were alive, so I pulled you up. But, I was going to ask you, when are we doing the thing with, Van? Are we doing it tomorrow? Are we doing it Saturday? I'm gonna sit here and blink at you. Damn it, I missed. What works best for you? Probably Saturday. Being nosy, what's happening? We are playing Remnant from the Ashes. I'll double check with Van later. Okay. Monet, were you worried about your master?
先生だよ
I don't blame you.
俺も
Mr.
な。ここまでひどいことに
Yamazaki
なっ
said
てる
she
とは
was
思わな
sick.
かったよ。
I had no idea it would be this bad. Monet had coiled up on my legs. Without me noticing, I began absently mindedly speaking with him. He meowed in response, and our conversation ended there, as my gaze was still fixed squarely on Miss Yui.
さて
So, what do I
どうし
do
よう
now?
か
Miss Yui?
俺
Are you
こ
okay
のまま
to
帰
be
っても
alone right
大丈
now? She wasn't in any condition to respond, but
ゆい先生
Miss Yui. Miss Yui's hand had slipped out from under the futon and was gently grasping my pant leg.
あ
Hey. Her grip was much weaker than before, but I knew I'd probably regret it if I went home now. Miss Yui just seemed really lonely.
仕方ないな
Well, guess I'll settle in then. Without disturbing Miss Yui's hold on me, I took a seat beside her. For the time being, I figured I'd watch over her and make sure her condition didn't worsen. Occasionally, Miss Yui's breathing would become ragged and she'd furrow her brow. She was in a pretty bad
辛
way.
そうだな
Poor thing. Wasn't there anything else I could do? I glanced quietly down the hallway. I had noticed when I carried Miss Yui here that the kitchen near the entranceway was perfectly neat and tidy. There wasn't any indication it had been used that day at all.
飯食ってるのかな
I wonder if she's eaten anything. Nana's gaze shifted suddenly. I followed it and saw pet bowls laid out in the corner of the room. Gonna guess Mana hasn't been fed either. Mana's kind of like, before you feed her, feed me, bitch. One dish was filled to the brim with water, and the other was piled high with dry cat
な
food.
るほど
I see.
Bonnie
Someone's
was
eating well
gentle
around here, huh?
熱出してあんな状態になって
Even
ても
delirious with fever, she's
お
still
前の
taking
こと
real
は
good
ちゃんと
care
考
of
え
you.
てもさ
But that's not good,
ゆい
Miss Yui. You should be
先生まず
thinking
は
about
自
your
分
own
の
meals
食事の
first.
心配をしようよ
I shook my head at the whole situation, then glanced down at Mana, who was tilting his head as if trying to understand me. I broke into a weary smile. When I pulled out the cold packs, I did notice some cheap convenience store food in the bag as well. I guess that was going to be her food for the day, not exactly the best stuff to eat when you're sick.
米と
There's the
あ
rice
と
and eggs
卵
at
くらいは
least.
卵がゆでも作ろ
Maybe I'll make egg porridge or something.
う先生
Miss
キッ
Yui,
チン借りる
may I
よ
borrow your kitchen? Her face was bright red, and her half-pained, half-contented noises provided me with no clear-cut answer to my
仕方な
question.
い
Don't think I'm
Yui
going
sensei,
to get much out of her. How
モ
about
ネ
you,
にいる
Monet?
モネ
Do I have your
kitchen
permission to use the
借りていいか？
kitchen?
ありがとう
Excellent, thank you. Yes, the kitty cat agrees. Mona's cries help assuage my guilt over entering a woman's apartment and borrowing her kitchen. Not that I had any reason to feel guilty, I don't think anyway. I mean, circumstances were what they were. Still, I had this nagging sense that I should have somehow felt bad about what I was doing.
ゆい先生
Excuse
ごめ
me,
んな。
please, Miss Yui. I'm going
ち
to
ょっ
need
と
to get
離れ
out.
るよ
One by one, I gently peeled off each of the fingers latched onto my pant leg. The expression on her face changed as I was doing so, from contented rest to mild annoyance, but there was nothing to indicate that she might wake up.
よし作るか
Alright then, let's see what we can do, shall we? As I stood up, Mana meowed happily and began tagging along at my heels. Wos. Miss Yui, now resting by herself in the bedroom, let out a sudden sneeze. Are we...
ちょっとゆい
Come on, Yui.
かかったよ今
Gross.
くしゃ
I
み
just got sprayed.
ごめんごめん
Sorry,
なんだか
sorry. I've got a real tingle in my nose today for some reason.
まったくもうティッシュ
Tissues, tissues.
あれ
Huh? Where'd I
どこや
put
ったっ
them?
け
なけれ
Oh
ば
wow,
私の
did
使
I
ってよ。
get that much on
せ
you?
めても
Here,
のお詫び。
use one of mine. It's the least I could do.
やったじゃあ私使う。
Great, don't mind if I do.
私も持ってないよ。
She was talking to me.
ちょう
May
だい。
I have one too, please? Let's see. Here we go.
サンキュ
Thanks.
ー。あんたたちね。
You guys
ティ
really
ッシュ
should
く
keep
らい常
extras
備し
with
と
you,
き
you
なさ
know?
い。面目ない。
Well, sorry.
ったく。
Honestly.
それで、
So, what were we talking about again?
そうそう。
You remember,
だから
we
さ、
were talking about
とうとう
what it's
3
like
年になっちゃ
to
った
be
よね。
seniors now.
あ
Oh, I know,
ー
right?
ね
Can it really
あと
just
一年
be
で卒
just
業
one more
か。
year before we
卒
graduate?
業もだけど、
Well,
私
graduation
た
is
ち
important.
それ
Don't
より
forget
もっと
there's
考えな
life
くちゃいけない
afterwards
こ
to
と
think
がある
about
じゃ
as
ない
well.
進路よ。
Our careers.
いや聞きたくない。
No, I really don't want to think about
正
that.
直さ、
Well,
進路相談
There's
何
a
回受
reason
けたって
we've been
将来のこ
subjected
となんか
to
はっ
all
きりし
those
ないっ
career
ていう
counseling
かさ。
sessions, and it's because our futures are just big question marks right now.
だよね。
No kidding. What are we going
ど
to
う
do
する
with
か
our
な、
lives?
ほ
It's
んと。
scary.
ゆいは
Any ideas,
もう
Yui?
進路とか決
You
めて
have
る
any plans for the future?
実はね、
Actually,
もう決め
I've
て
got
る
it
んだ。
all figured out.
え
What?
なになにゆい、何
Well,
にな
don't
りた
leave
い
us
の
hanging out with it, girl.
私はね、
Well,
私の名前は獅子戸ゆい。
my name
17
is
歳。
Yui Shishido. I'm
将来の
17,
夢
and
は
my dream is to
先
be a
生になる
teacher.
こと。
Aw. She was at Kisaragi too.
あまりよく考えずに人
I
のこ
butt
とに
into the
首を
lives
突
of
っ込
others
んで
without a
は
second
空
thought.
回ってること
I
が多い
spend most
私
of
だ
my
けど、
time doing nothing
でも
important.
そんな私でも
But
き
I
っと
believe that
頑張
even
れば
someone
夢
like
が叶う
me
って
can make
信
her
じてる。
dreams come true with enough hard work. Kisaragi Academy 5 years ago. Thanks for the hydrate. The cherry blossoms were in bloom, and the rustling wind carried with it the soft warmth of the season. I was a high school senior now, and was devoting myself to my studies in preparation for the day my dream could become reality. You know, these backstories that they're giving, they take up a lot of time. Like, they're interesting, but I think it's more of so that way you get a feeling for the characters more than what you did in the beginning one or in the first game. But still, it's, you know, they're going to die. And that dream was to become an English teacher. Give your money's worth? What do you mean, give your money's worth? My grades were on the fence for getting into the university I wanted, though. So, my best bet was to score a special recommendation from the academy.
はあ、よか
Phew,
った。
that was a lucky break.
急に呼び
When
出
I
され
got
たから
called
何
to
事
the
かと思
office,
った
I had no
よ。
clue what it might be
ある日の
about.
放課後、
After
私
school
は
one day, I was
職員
summoned
室
to
に
the
呼び出
teacher's
さ
staff
何か
room.
ヘマをやったの
I
か
was
と
freaking
か、
out that maybe
成
I
績
had
が志
failed
望校に
or
及
my
ばな
grades weren't
い
good
と
enough for
か、
the school I
そう
wanted
い
to
う
go
悪い
to,
ことを言わ
or
れるん
something
じゃない
terrible
かっ
like that.
てビクビクしてたんだけど、
If it 2.5 second game, it's not worth it. Well, right.
私の予想に反して
But
呼
it
び出さ
turned
れ
out
た
my
要件
fears
は
were
とても
all
いい
for
ものだっ
naught.
た。
But it also seems like the story, while it's different in places, is overall the same.
うちの学園からはライバルはいな
You
さ
have
そ
no
うだ。
rival in our academy,
このま
they
ま頑張れ
said.
ば
So
推薦
if
し
you
てや
keep
るぞ。
working hard, we'll be happy to give you a recommendation. Man, was that ever a pick-me-up? I feel like I could take on the world now. I'm going to have to make sure I don't let this chance slip by.
それにしても、ゴミ
This
箱っ
trash
てどうして
can,
こんなに
why
重たいん
exactly
だ
is
ろ
it so ridiculously heavy any get?
う。ゴミ捨て場まで持っていくのも一苦労だ
Carrying
よ。
this beast to the dumpster is going to be the death of me.
なあ、
Is this Tsukasa? Hey. Hmm?
突然声をかけられて、
I turned around,
ゴミ
still
箱を
holding the
抱
garbage
えたまま
can.
振り返る。
That voice belonged to a male
それ
student
は
I had never
今
spoken
ま
with
で
before.
話したことのない
I'd
男
seen him
子
around a
生
lot
徒だ。
though.
彼は7組
His
の
name
三
was
國
Tsukasa
司君
Mikuni,
だ。
from class 7. It is Tsukasa.
そこ。 足元。
Watch your step. There's roots
根っこ
sticking
が
up
出てるから
of
気を
the
つけな。
ground here, and it's pretty easy to trip on.
え
Huh? What? Ah!
あー、
Ow. I'm pretty sure I know this voice actor.
ちょっと、
Hey,
そこ笑
what's
う
the
とこ
big deal laughing at someone else's misfortune?
だってよ。
Well, it's
もう、
it's not funny.
そこは
Shouldn't you
さ、
be asking if I'm
大
okay
丈
or something? My bad,
悪い
my
悪
bad.
い。
あ、いいよ、そんな。
No,
手
you
が
have
汚れ
to
るよ。
help clean up. You'll get your hands dirty.
別にいいよ、そんくらい。
Don't worry about it.
What
It's the least I can do
up,
after
Wabini?
laughing like that.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
うん。これで全
No
部拾い
problem.
終えたか？
That should be everything, right?
もう大丈夫。
Looks like it. He has the same eyes as Shinozaki.
じゃ、行くぞ。
Cool. Let's go then.
え？
Huh? Ah. I remember it well even now. This was my first time talking with Tsukasa, and he left a strong first
ごめ
impression
ん
on me.
重たいよね。
That's really kind of you. Isn't it heavy though?
別に。
Not especially.
やっぱり自分で。
I am the one to sign to take it. Maybe I should.
いいって。
It's fine.
はい、終
Really.
了。
There.
ありがとう。
Everything in its
助かっ
place.
たよ。
Thank you so much. You were a huge help.
じゃあな。
Catch you around.
あ、ちょっと待って。
Hey, hold up.
あ？
お礼させてよ。
I feel like I should do something nice for you in return.
いいよ、女の。
Don't
こ
worry
れく
about
らい
it.
で。
Your thanks is plenty.
いいから。ちょっと
Look,
待っててね。
just wait here a second.
ん？
友達が増える。
Making you a friend is always
Toyumi
great, but when it
楽しい。
happens to be
そ
Tsukasa
の相手
Mikuni,
が
it's all the
肉に
better.
司
He's
くん
kind of been on my mind for
というの
a
を
while.
よいしょ。
There we go. Most of the times I had seen Tsukasa before this were in the school courtyard. He spent a lot of time there sitting alone on a bench. Even after school or during summer vacation, if I happened to pass by, I'd always see him there. And after this little encounter, we'd go on to make many fond memories together. Yet somehow, the image of Tsukasa that stands out most in my mind is of him seated alone on that courtyard bench.
はい、どうぞ。
For you,
Coffee
I hope
牛乳でよかった。
Kafu Alat is alright.
まあ、なんでもいいけど。
Sure, I guess. Anything's fine, really.
Thank you.
Thanks.
これは私からの
No,
お礼なんだ
it's
から。
customary when
黙
receiving
って
a
受け取ってくれればいい
gift to quietly accept it without any offhanded remarks.
義理がたいやつ。
Well, aren't you a stickler for tradition? You walked to the bench together, sat down, and began making small talk. That courtyard bench was sort of a mystical place. The leaves rustled over your head, and if you closed your eyes and opened your ears, it felt as though you were in the middle of some forest. And then if you looked straight up, the sunlight poured in through the leaves, and you almost felt like you were in another world.
初めて座ったよ。
This is the first time I've ever actually sat on one of these benches.
なかなかいいだろ？
It's pretty nice, right?
素敵な場所。
It is. It's lovely.
だよな。
Yeah, it really is.
あ、だからなの？
Oh. So is that why...
え？
この時間とか、昼
Well, you
休み
came
とか、
here an
よく
awful
ここ
lot,
にいる
right?
でしょ。
Like, even after school and during summer vacation.
おう。
I sure do.
この場所、好きなんだ
So you
ね。
must really like this place then, huh?
まあね。
Yeah, I guess I do. Well then, there we go. The leaves rustled as a gentle breeze blew between us. We were both silent for a bit, but strangely, it didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable.
聞かないのか？
So, aren't you going to ask?
いつも一人で何してんだっ
What
て。
I'm always doing here by myself or something?
この場所が
You're
好
always
き
here
だ
because you like
か
the
ら、い
spot,
つも
alright?
ここにいるんだよね。
そうだけどさ。
Well, yeah.
他に何か理由があっ
Is
た
there
り
some
す
other
るの？
reason then?
ないよ。
Not really.
じゃあ聞く必要
So
な
what
いじ
would
ゃ
be the
ない。
point of me asking?
そうだけど、
Well,
ほら、
you've got me
普通
there,
聞く
but
だろ
people normally ask
一
me
人
if
で
it's
そんな
boring
ん
being
つ
here
まら
by
なくないか
myself,
とか、
or tell me
意
they
味わ
don't
かんね
get
え
it,
とか
or say I'm a
変わって
weirdo
る
or
なと
something.
か。
Really? I don't know.
そんなこと
I guess I just don't think
思
of
う
it
の
that way. The way I
こ
see it,
こが好
if you
き
like
な
it
ら
here,
一
then
人
why
でい
not
たっ
come
て
here whenever
別
you
に変
can?
じゃないよね。
お前、
Guess that makes you the weirdo then.
え
What?
いや、そんな顔しなくて
Hey,
も、
don't make that face.
今のは
Coming
俺
from me,
的
that's a
褒め言
compliment.
葉だから。
変わってるが
What?
褒め
Calling
言
someone
葉
weirdo is supposed to be a compliment? Of course.
そうそう。
You bet it is.
なんか納得いか
I'm
ない
not sure I'd
な。
buy that.
もう
Heck yes. Heck yes, weirdo is a compliment. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Vamp? You're mean. The expression on Tsukasa's face was a dead giveaway that he really enjoyed talking to me. And I've always loved the feeling I get when I know my words helped brighten someone's day. Yep, 100%. I must have been sporting one hell of a goofy smile at that moment.
本当はさ、
Actually, there's a
この
place
学
at
校
the
で
school
もっ
that
と
I
好
like
きな
even
場
more
所があ
than
るん
here.
だよ。
どんなところ
What? Where's that? The girls' locker room. Just kidding.
秘密。
I'm not telling.
え
What?
とっておきだからな。
It's my special
っ
place.
てことは
Which
そこ
means
も超素
it
敵な場
must
所
be
なんだ
a
よね。
totally awesome place, right?
あ
Yep.
いいな。どこ気にな
I
る
really
よ。
want to see it. Come on. It's the girls' locker room.
あ、ダメ。
No way. I
そう
can't
簡
spill the
単に
beans
は
that
教えな
easy.
い。
Besides,
そ
the
れに、
view there
いつでも見れるっ
isn't
てもんじゃ
nearly
ないんだ。
as
そこの景
consistent.
色。
Definitely the girls' locker room.
司くんは笑いな
Laughing
がら
Tsukasa
紙パ
finished
ック
up
の
his
ジュー
drink,
スを
then
飲み干し
grabbed
た。
the now
ベ
empty
ンチから
trash can
立ち上がった。
he had carried over
そ
to
し
the
て
dumpster with
目の
for
前
me.
にあった
コーヒーをおごってもらったしな。
You treated me to coffee,
つ
so
いでに
please allow
教
me
室
to
まで
take this
運ん
up
で
to
や
the
るよ。
classroom for you.
いいの
What? Are you sure?
ああ、
You bet.
ありがとう。あ、
Thanks.
私
I'm
の
in
クラスは
class
ね、
4組だろ知っ
class
てるよ。
4, if I'm not mistaken.
シシドユイっつったら
You're
有
the
名だ
famous
から
Yui
な。
Shishido, after all. Huh?
どうして
How did you?
今から先生みたい
You're
な
that
女子が
girl
いる
who
っ
already
て
looks like she could
12
be
クラ
a
ス全部で
teacher.
有
I
名
don't
だ
think
よ。
there's a student in any of our 12 classes who doesn't know your name.
え
What?
それから私と
From
司
then
く
on,
んは
Tsukasa and I met
何
in
度
that
か中
courtyard
庭
many
で会っては
times.
話を
We
した。
didn't really talk in the
校舎の
halls,
中
but
では
something about the
すれ違っても
place
ほとんど話す
spurred
こ
our
とがないの
conversation.
に、中庭では不思議と話す。
あ、またお前コーヒー牛乳
Cafe
か。
Lots again?
好きすぎだろ、コー
Doesn't
ヒ
that
ー
get a
牛
little
乳。
old?
そんなことないよ。
Not really.
1日に最低2
You
本
drink
は
at
飲んで
least
る
2
く
a
せに
day
か
though, right?
なんで知ってるの？
How'd you know that?
自販機でいつもそれ買っ
Seen
て
it
る
with my
の。
own eyes. There's a
ここ
perfect
から
view
見
of
え
the
るんだ
vending machine from here, after all.
え？
There is?
ほら、
I mean, it's right
そっ
there
ち
in
見
the
て
back.
み。
Yeah, I mean, it's right there.
本当だ。
Oh wow, no kidding.
昼休みも放課後も
Doesn't matter if it's
いつ
another
もシシドがコー
school,
ヒー
after
牛乳買
school,
って
or
る
summer
の。
break.
バッチリ見てたから
Shido
な。
buying Cafe Outlet is like old faithful. You can set your watch by it.
そんなことを言
Well,
った
then
ら、
I guess
私だって
we're even.
司くんが
Since
こ
I
こ
always
の
see
ベ
you
ンチに
sitting in
座
this
ってるの。
bench.
いつも見
いや、知ってるけど、
What?
なんで
You're
ま
back
た
on that again? Sure am. I guess I just find it interesting that we both took notice of each other's quirky habits.
なんだそりゃ。
Weirdo. He lied,
中庭で
sir.
の会話は、たわい
The
のないもの
conversation in the
がほとんどだった。
courtyard were usually
教室で
just
友達と
silly.
繰り広げ
It
る
was
会
like
話み
talking
たいに、
to a good
あまり
friend
中
in
身がなくて。
class. Shallow but
でもすごく
generally
楽しくて。
enjoyable.
この場所、夏でも結構
It's
涼
always so
しい
cute here,
ね。
even in summer.
夏とか言うな。
Ah, don't mention summer.
夏
Hmm?
嫌い？
Why? You don't like it?
夏季講習が目前に
Not
迫
with
ってた
summer
ら、
school right around the
誰でも
corner.
嫌いに
That'd
な
be
るだ
enough
ろ
to make anyone run for the hills.
まあ
I
ね
guess。so, but we're seniors
私た
now.
ち3年生
Comes
だ
with
も
the
ん
territory, you
ね。
know? The time for fun and games is over.
お前は随分と楽し
I
そ
don't
うだけど
know.
な。
You seem like you're still having a lot of fun to me.
私は夢に近づいてるって実感できて
I'm a
嬉
bit
しい
of a
よ。
special case. I'm just happy because I feel like my dream might actually come true.
ほー
私ね、人に勉強を
I
教
just
えるの
enjoy
が好きな
teaching
んだ。
things to people and having
頼られ
others
るのも好き。
depend on me.
なんで？
Why is that?
お姉さんになった感
I
じ
guess
が
it
する
makes
か
me
らか
feel like
な。
a big sister
ほ
or
ら、
something.
私一人っ
And
子だ
since
し。
I'm an only child, you know.
ああ、まあ頑張れ
Oh,
ば。
okay. Well, good luck with that then.
すっごいど
Wow,
うでもよ
that
さ
was
そう。
as dismissive a comment as you could get.
だって人事だしな。
Hey, not like you can do anything about it, you know?
そんなことを言いながらも、
Despite his occasional boorishness, I still felt that
私
Tsukasa
の夢
was a
を
kind
笑った
soul.
りはしなかったか
Nothing
ら。
else, he never actually laughed at my dream.
先生になりたいって
And in
夢
high
を話す
school,
と、
in a high school
大
crowd,
抵の人は
most people
笑ったり
don't take you
茶
very
化したり
seriously
で、あん
when
ま
you
り
say
真
you're
剣に聞
trying
いてくれ
to
な
become a
い。
teacher.
だけど、司君
Tsukasa
は
just wasn't like
一度
most
も
people,
笑
I
わなかっ
guess.
たんだ。
The season was quickly turning to autumn. After the school day ended, the senior floor was always a lot more quiet than its underclassmen counterparts. Everyone was off studying hard at the library or with tutors. So one day, thinking no one else was around, I sat down in a lonely corner of the hallway. Initially, I had grabbed my shoes and left the classroom, intending to head home, but along the way, I just started crying. I was overwhelmed. My sobs echoed from one end of the hallway to the other. Why are you crying, Yui?
この日、
That
私
day,
は
I
無
had
事に
finally
志望
received a
校の
special
推薦学に
recommendation
入れ
to
ても
my
らえる
top
ことに
choice university.
嬉しくて仕方がなかった
I was
私
so
は
excited,
すぐ
I
に
just
友
wanted to
達
tell
に報
someone.
告した。
So I told my friend
けれど、
Tomei,
いつも
but
な
her
ら手
usually
放しで喜
supportive
んでくれ
demeanor
るその子
took
が
on a somewhat
ふ
harsher
と表
edge.
情を曇る。
私の前でそんな
Quit
こと
rubbing
言
it
う
in
ん
my
だ。
face. You know I'm still
まだ
totally
私は
undecided about my future,
夢
right?
も何も決まってないのに。
Ow.
多分、
My expression must have changed pretty drastically. Tomei eyes suddenly widened and she quickly
だから
apologized.
私も笑って、
So I
気にして
smiled
な
and
いよ
told her I
って
didn't care. That's what I
そう
said
言って
anyway.
気にしてないわけがない。
But how couldn't I care?
巴の言
Tomei's
葉と
dismissive
表情
words
が
struck me like a dagger
鋭い
to my
針のよう
chest.
になって、私、
I'm
考
so
えなしだった
insensitive
のかな。
sometimes.
他のみん
I
なも
wonder if everyone
同
else
じこと
feels the same about
思っ
me.
て。
Oh, Miss Yui. I'm so sad that you die. I kept wiping the tears from my eyes, only for new ones to take their place immediately. Why didn't I think of this sooner? So many people were still facing uncertain futures with no real goals in mind. I was completely oblivious to it. I was the one with a dream, running around like the cock of the walk and blabbing about my success and aspirations. I wouldn't blame them if they hated me. Could someone that insensitive to the feelings of so many other people really become a teacher? Did I ever even have what it takes to begin with?
シシド？
Shishido?
声をかけられて振り向くと
I、quickly turned
そこには
around, the voice that had
司君が
called
立
out
って
to
い
me and found Tsukasa
い
standing
つもは
there.
廊下であっても
We
言
had
葉
never
を
said
交
a
わす
word
ことなん
before
て
when
ないのに、
passing each other in the
この
hall,
日は
but he
すご
spoke
く
to me
自
that
然に
day
声
with
を
no
かけてくれた。
reservations as if we were old chums.
司君、
Tsukasa,
すごい顔だぞ。
your face is a
Handkerchief.
mess. Do you have any handkerchief?
持ってる。
Yeah.
じゃあ、顔拭け
And
よ。
then wipe your face. Okay.
司君が戸惑っている空気が、
Tsukasa's concern and confusion was clearly written on his face.
彼を
I
困
didn't
ら
want
せ
to
たくな
cause
か
him
った
any
から、
trouble or worry him,
私
so
は
I
こぼれ
began
落ちていこう
practically
とする
wiping
の
my
何
eyes.
かあったのか？
Did something happen?
うん、
No. Everything's
何も
fine.
ないよ。
何かあったからそんな
You're
に泣い
crying
てん
an
だ
awful
ろ。
lot for someone who's got no
これ
problem.
は
No,
その
it's just there was a
友達
little
とちょっと気まずくなっちゃって
misunderstanding between a friend and I.
でもすぐに
But
仲
we
直り
patched
した
it
から
up right
大丈
away,
夫。
so it's all
こ
right,
れは
really.
さ、
These
あ、
are, you
そう
know,
嬉し
something like
涙
tears of
みたいなも
happiness,
の
I
だか
guess.
ら、
Uh-huh.
ふん
Yep. Hmm.
嬉し涙って言え
Yep.
ばね、
See, I
私
just found
推
out
薦
I
枠
got
に
that
入れることになっ
I'm not sure if I did it out of respect for Tsukasa or just because I wanted to change the subject, but I cut myself off mid-sentence. I was doing it again. What was I thinking? Not even Tsukasa was going to hate me. Now even Tsukasa was going to hate me for being a braggart. Hell, I hated myself. I was the worst, just the worst. But
マジか！
Whoa, really? He was happy for me. A bit taken back, I nodded
やっ
firmly.
たじゃんかおめ
You
で
did
と
it
う
then. Congrats. Yeah, thanks.
ありがとう。
お
ありが
Thank you.
だから、
Oh.
なんで泣くんだよ。
So, what's with the waterworks?
まだ推薦枠が決ま
Even
ったっ
with the
てだけで、
recognition, you still have to
推
take
薦
an
入試があ
entrance
るんだろ
exam, right? Yeah.
嬉し泣きするほど喜ぶには
So,
まだ
isn't
早
it
い
a
だ
little
ろ。
early to be crying tears of joy? Yeah, maybe
そうだ
so.
よね。でも、
I was just
そう
really
やっ
happy
て
that
お
you
めでとうって言
congratulated
って
me.
もらえたか
たく、
No, come on now.
ら、ごめんね。
Sorry.
何が
For what?
泣いたりして。
For crying like this
わけわかんないよね。
without even knowing why.
そう思ってんなら、早く
If you
泣きや
don't
め
know
て。
why you're doing it, then how about you hurry up and dry those eyes? Sure. I think I'm fine now, anyway.
もう、
たく、
I swear. As I rubbed my swollen eyes, a smile broke through, and Tsukasa let out an exasperated sigh. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up.
そうだ、シシド。
Oh, hey,
ちょっと待ってろ。
wait here a sec. Okay. Tsukasa ran into his classroom, quickly reappearing in the hall again just moments later. He was holding something.
お前にこれやるよ。
Here, I want you to have this.
鉛筆
Pencil? In his outstretched hand rested a short, stubby little pencil. Not the sort of thing you expect someone to go out of their way to lend you. Definitely. It was pocketed here and there with small scratches, but it still seemed to be in relatively decent shape considering how a bit obviously well worn it was.
受験必勝鉛筆。
A pencil for guaranteed success.
受験必勝
Guaranteed success?
これ使うと試験に受かるんだ
Just
よ。
use it on your test and you'll pass for sure.
本当に
Really?
ああ。
Yep,
木更木
they
学
told
園
me
に
I'd
受かる
never
のは
pass the
難
entrance
しいって
exam
言わ
for
れてた俺
Kisaragi
が
Academy,
これ
but
使って
well,
受かったんだ
here
から
I
間
am,
違い
and
な
I
い。
owe it all to this pencil.
じゃあこれ司くんが
So
高校
this
入
is the
試
same
の時
pencil
に
you
使
were
った鉛
using
筆なん
back
だ
when you took your high school application tests?
そう。経験
Sure
新
is.
たかな鉛筆だ
It
ぜ。
really jerked out a miracle.
霊言新たか
I assume you mean worked out a miracle, right? Not that that's a thing either.
あ、それだ。
Yeah, that.
そ
At
れじゃ
any
あ
rate,
借り
I
る
shall
ね
happily take you up on your
Arigato.
offer, your kind offer, thanks.
言っとくけど、
But
貸す
listen,
のは
I'm
推
only
薦入
lending
試
it
まで
to
だか
you
らな。
until you finish your
一般
test.
入試の時
You
は
have to
俺
give
が
it
使う
back
から
afterwards so I
返
can
して
use
も
it for
らう。
my entrance exams. Okay.
だから、
And whatever you do, don't
絶対
fail
受か
the
るよ。
exam. Right.
鉛筆を受け取り
I took the
笑顔で
pencil and
うなずく。
nodded, smiling this time. Tsukasa returned my
使っ
smile.
人の気持ちまで
You're a
勝手
really
に思い
unique
やって
person,
し
you
まい
know
込んで
that? It's hard to believe how much you let other people's problems get to you. You'll make it an amazing teacher. What? For a moment I had no idea what he was talking about, but then it hit me. Tsukasa had somehow sussed out from our conversation that I was crying because I upset Tomoe. And he was turning that fact around to offer me
頑張
encouragement.
れよ。
Good luck.
負けんなよ。
Don't let it get to you.
頑張れって言葉
I'd
は
heard you
辛い時
shouldn't
には
wish
プレ
someone
ッ
luck
シャー
in
になる
times
か
of
らやっ
stress,
ちゃダメって
as
よ
it
く
just
聞
adds
く
more pressure. That's why people tell actors to break a leg instead.
けれど私はこの
But
優
I
し
didn't
い言葉
care,
が大
taboo
好
or
きだ
no,
った
I cherish his kind
私
words. I'll
頑
do
張る
my
ね
best,
司
Tsukasa.
くん
お
Glad to hear it.
この日から私は
That's when I really
ど
started
ん
to
どん
fall
司
for
く
him.
んに彼は全然そっけ
But
な
it
くて
didn't seem like he
ちっとも
noticed,
振り
and
向い
there
たばっ
wasn't
かり
really
な
any
かった
indication he felt the same way anyway. Oh. I can still clearly recall the events of that day even now. It was October, the day before my entrance exam. Oh no, the weather outside had been miserable since morning, and visibility was all but non-existent. It would be a bad omen if I were to slip and fall on the day before the exam, so I decided to wear my boots to school just to be safe.
行ってきます
See you later. Huh? When I opened the door, I was shocked to see a white-haired old woman lying on the ground, soaked to the bone. I frantically rushed over to her side.
おばあさん、大丈夫
Are
です
you
か？
okay?
しっかりしてください。
Stay with me.
どうしたんです
Come
か？
on, tell me what happened.
まさかひき
Was
逃げ
it
とか？
a hit and run? The road running by my house was narrow and mostly used only by our neighbors. But it's not like it was closed off to the outside traffic or anything, so a hit and run wasn't out of the question. I looked over the woman's body as best as I could. Fortunately, there was no signs of any serious injury.
事故と
Doesn't
かじゃ
seem
な
like
い
a
み
car
たい。
accident, at least. Young lady.
はい。
Yes? You must not go to school today. What? You absolutely must not go. Huh? The old woman raised herself up slightly and spoke hoarsely. From the tone in her voice, she seemed terribly
あ
desperate.
の、だけど、
But I have to.
今
Today is
日
my
は
last
面
chance to
接の
practice for a
最後
college
の練
entrance
習があっ
interview.
て。
No, just stay home. Don't go.
そういうわけにはいか
I
ないよ
have。to go. The
面
interview
接は
is
私
the
が
part
一
of the
番苦手
exam
とす
I'm
る試
worst
験だか
at.
ら。それより、おばあちゃん、どう
Please
し
tell
た
me
の？
what's wrong.
お
Where
家
is
の
your
人は？
family? Will you? Will I? Will you go no matter what?
うん。
Yeah. In that case, please. Not knowing what to say, I nodded apprehensively as the old woman began digging through her pockets. She produced what looked to be a crumpled scrap of paper. As she was digging around, I noticed that her breathing had become dangerously ragged and began considering my options to assist her. Really, I should have gone back into the house and called my mom. But there was something about her that kept me glued to the spot. I sensed desperation hiding in that unbroken gaze. You must take this.
何？
What is it? A charm.
お守り？
A charm? The old woman clutched my wrist and forcefully pressed the scrap of paper into my palm. Tilting my head, I unfolded the scrap paper and looked carefully at it. At first, I thought I had just been handed a piece of trash. What? But when I unfolded it all the way, I saw that it was actually a paper doll in the shape of a human being. Oh. It's a Chichiko doll. And there was a name written on its torso. Yui Sashiro. Yes, my name written plainly as day in easily legible brushstrokes.
どうして私の名前？
Why is my name on it? So it can protect you. Huh? If you don't write the name of the person you wish to protect, the charm won't work. Who the fuck is this old lady? Crazy, this was all crazy. I didn't understand any of it, save for one simple fact. This old woman was here specifically to give me this strange paper charm. As far as I was aware, we were total strangers to one another, but she clearly both knew my name and address.
やだ。
No.
ごめん
I'm
なさい。
sorry.
せっ
I
か
know
く
you
だけ
came a
ど、
long way to give me this,
私これいらないから。
but I don't want it. You don't want it? As I extended my hand to return the paper doll, I could sense her entire demeanor had changed. She raised her body up steadily from the wet asphalt. Why not? Is this Sachiko? But wait, no. Because if it's 30 years, that Chico would only be 37. Well... I've nearly killed myself bringing this to you. Why will no one listen to me? You must not enter Heavenly Host Elementary without this charm. Oh.
天神賞
Heavenly Host Elementary? Yes. You must not go. Don't go. As the old woman cried out, the paper doll fluttered lightly to the ground. Almost instantaneously, it became soaked through with rainwater. My name began to run and quickly turned into an illegible black smudge. Seeing this, the old woman grabbed and tore at her hair. No! The charm and the way out has been lost. What the fuck?
おばあちゃん
Ma'am,
落ち着いて
please calm down. Listen, you must not go to Heavenly Host Elementary.
待っておばあちゃん
I think there's been
私の
some
学
mistake.
校は
My school is
如月
Kisaragi
学園だよ
Academy High. I've
天
never
神賞
even
なん
heard
て
of
知らな
Heavenly
い
Host Elementary. Ma'am? Oh god.
お母さん
This seems like a jerk. Why not just take the charm and say thanks? I mean... She's probably freaked out because some old lady knows her name and address that she's never met before. That'd be kind of creepy. Mom, come quick.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
家の前で知らないおばあちゃんが倒れてるの
An
救
old
急車呼ん
woman
で
collapsed in front of our house. Call an ambulance.
わかったわ。
Okay. Paramedics arrived in a matter of minutes. The old woman seemed to be unconscious by that point. However, so the EMTs brought out a
お二人
stretcher.
はこの方の関係者ですか
Do either of you know this woman?
いえ
No.
家の前で
She
倒れ
just
ていた
collapsed
の
in front
で
of
救
our
急車を
house.
呼
We've
んだん
never
です
seen her before.
身元は分からなくて
そうですか
All right.
では付き添いで乗車はされま
Would
せ
you
ん
be
か
willing to ride with her in the ambulance? The idea of making this old woman go to the hospital by herself just seemed like it would have been a shameful thing to do. Sure, she was a stranger, but we had a lengthy conversation mere minutes before, so I couldn't very well say we had nothing to do with one
ゆ
another.
い、あんたは学校行っといで。
Yui, you need to get to school.
でも
What? But
この方にはお母さんがつ
don't
いて
worry,
いく
I'll
わ。
go with her to the
あんたは
hospital.
今日
You have to practice for that
面接の練習
interview
があるん
today,
だもん。
right? Yeah, I guess
そうだね。
I do.
それじゃあお母さん
Thanks,
お願
Mom.
い
I'll leave her with you then.
え、
Good luck. I was a little hesitant, but I knew I really had to go to school today no matter what. So I left the strange woman in my mom's care and heading towards school, walked by her stretcher. You see, the other thing is that it's kind of like, after all of that, I wouldn't be able to focus on schoolwork. I'd just be like, hey, I'm not feeling too good. I think I'm gonna stay home today. Because even though she's a psychopath, I wouldn't want to go to school where she was trying to be like, don't go to school. Yeah. Suddenly a hand rose from the limp form of the old woman and grabbed my skirt. Startled, I tried to jump away, but found myself ensnared by her terrible bloodshot eyes. You must not go. Who the fuck is this old woman? After school, once my final practice interview had concluded, I reunited with my friends and engaged in the usual regimen of gossip and small
って
talk.
ことがあってね。
Can you believe that?
怖い。
That's really scary.
何よそれ。
The hell was wrong with her? When I had considered the events of that morning, everyone's eyebrows rose. They were hanging on my every word and yelping in unison at key moment.
ゆい、今日は家でおとなし
Maybe
く
you
してお
should
け
have
ばよ
stayed
か
home
ったんじ
today
ゃない
after all.
だって今日は面
Well,
接の
but
最後の
I
練
had
習があ
that
るから
practice
どうしても
interview.
来た
I
かった
couldn't miss
し
that, you know?
何か起きない
I
とい
just
いけ
hope
ど。
nothing bad happens.
やだやめてよ
Oh,
何も
come
起きない
on.
って
What could happen? Oh,
思い
you
出
know
した
what?。 Huh?
天神症って言葉が
When
ちょ
you
っと引っ
mentioned
かかって
Heavenly
たん
House
だけどさ、
Elementary, I thought it sounded kind
七
of
不思議に出
familiar.
てくるんだよね。
And I just
天神
realized
症。
why, you know, the Seven Unders, right?
七不思議ってうち
Seven
の学校に
Wonders.
伝わ
You
る
mean those
如
urban
月
legends
学
about
園七不思
Kisaragi?
議。
そうそう。
Yeah, those.
天神症って
Does Heavenly House Elementary have some connection to them?
放課後のよしえさんっ
One of
て
the
言うんだ
stories
け
is
ど、
called
聞いた
Yoshi
ことな
After
い。
School. Ever heard of it?
知らない。
Definitely not.
私も知らないよ。
I've never heard of it
どんな話な
either.
の？
What's it about?
如月学園が建てら
Well,
れる前
it
に
takes
こ
place
の
at
場所
Heavenly
にあっ
House
た
Elementary,
天神
which
小
once
学校での
occupied the
話なんだ
same
けどさ、
plot of land where Kisaragi Academy now stands.
うんうん。
Oh, okay. Haha, haha, ha. You're in danger.
その天神小学
It
校
said
で
that one day after school,
放課後
a female teacher who
校舎
had
の
been
見回りを
patrolling
し
the
ていた
grounds
女の先生
slipped
が
and fell down the
誤っ
stairs
て階
and
段。そ
died.
の日は10月の
The accident took place on a
ち
rainy
ょうど今
October
日みたい
day,
に
just
雨
like
が降
this
る放
one,
課後で
and occurred
時刻
just
は
after
そう
7 at night.
夜の7時を過ぎたあたり。
We know from the first game that the teacher that slipped and fell was actually pushed by the principal and was the school nurse. Because the school principal was trying to get jiggy with her, and she didn't want that. And her daughter Sachiko saw it, and then Sachiko ran away, and then the principal murdered Sachiko, and then somehow Sachiko became reincarnated, like some odd years later, and that's when the events of Heavenly Host happened. How interesting, right?
こういう日はよし
And
えさんが出
supposedly
るんだって。
Yoshi still appears on days like
天神
this.
小学校がなくなってしまったこ
Ever
とに気づ
unaware
いてい
that
な
she
いよし
died
え
at
さん
Heavenly
は
Host these many
如
years
月学
ago,
園の廊
she
下を見
now
回
walks
って
the halls of
歩いているんだよ。
Kisaragi Academy, believing them to be her own. This game, listen, this game is really fucked. Like, the first game was pretty bad, but the story of this one, while it hasn't gone into much of the details that the first game had, the death scenes so far have been more gruesome.
やだ。
Oh,
そ
oh,
れ本当？
come on. No. Is that true?
まあ
well, it
実
wouldn't be
際
one of
見
the
たこ
seven
とがある
wonders
人
if
がいる
someone
から
hadn't
七
actually
不思
seen
議
it
になって
happen,
るんじゃな
right?
い？
怖っ。
That's really creepy.
ゆい、今日は
Why
もう
don't
帰
you
って
head home, Yui? You're the
そ
only
のお
one
ばあ
who
さんの
doesn't
言
live
ってたこと
nearby,
ちょっ
so
と
we
気に
can't
な
walk
る
with
し。
you. And given the stuff
ゆい
that
だ
the
け
omen said to
道
you,
だね。お年寄りの忠告は聞いておくもんだよ。
yeah, it's always best to heed the wordings of the elderly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
そうだね。
You might be right. I'm still feeling kind of on edge. Probably best I go home and check in with mom.
それじゃあ先に帰るね。バイバイ。
I'll see you guys later then. Bye bye.
バイバイ。
Bye bye.
気をつけてね。
Take care.
明日、ファイトだよ。
Give it everything you've got tomorrow. I will.
私は慌てて
I
荷物
quickly
をま
packed
と
up my
め
things
教
and
室を
rushed out
飛
of
び出
the
した時
classroom.
刻は夕
It
方
was
5時
already
にな
about
るところ。
5. It was getting dark out,
外は
but
薄暗
if
くな
kind
っ
of
てきてい
story
る
was
け
to
れど
believe, I
階
had
段の
until
7時
7
まで
before
は
anything
まだま
bad
だ
might
余裕があっ
happen.
た。だから怖がる必要なんて
As
な
I
い。
continued wending my way
そう
down the
自分に
corridor,
言い聞
I
かせ
just
て
kept telling
廊
myself
下を
there's
進
nothing
む
to be afraid of.
それでも下
Even
駄箱
so,
にたど
it
り着
felt
くま
like
での
it
時
took
間が
an
やけに
extra
長
long
く感
time
じ
to
られ
reach
た
the shoe lockers.
あーダメだやっぱり怖い。
Man, I'm such a scaredy cat.
よう、シシド。
Hey, Shishido.
司くん
Tsukasa.
今帰りか？
Heading home? Yep.
なんだよ、その満面の笑みは。
It's nothing
なんで
here.
もない。
Why don't we
途中
walk
まで
together
一緒
at
に
least part
帰
of
ろう
the
よ。
way?
ああ、いいけど。
Sure, I don't mind.
やった。
Great.
司くんの顔を見たら
When I looked at
一瞬
Tsukasa's
だけだ
face,
け
my fear
ど怖か
vanished.
ったのが吹き
If
飛んだ。
but for a moment,
こういう時
these are the
男
times
の子
when
って
it's
す
really
ごく
nice to
頼
have
り
boys
になる
around
な
like
っ
that.
てそばにいてくれたら心強い
It
なっ
felt
て
that as long as he
無条件
was
に
by
思わ
my
せて
side,
くれる
nothing
から
bad could
もち
happen.
ろんそれ
Didn't
が
hurt that
気に
I
な
had
っ
a
てる
crush on
人な
him,
ら
of
なお
course.
さら雨は 朝より
The
も
rain
弱
had
ま
let
って
up
いた。
since that morning,
その
though it
中を
was still coming
私
down.
たちは
The two
傘
of
を
us
差し
walked
なが
side
ら
by
歩く。
side, umbrellas held high.
司くんとはたわいもない話でそこそこ
Picasso
笑っ
was
たりもし
talking
た
and
けど、
laughing excitedly
で
the
も
whole time,
私はどこ
whereas
か
I
ぎこち
probably
なかっ
came
たか
off
もしれ
as
ない。
preoccupied. I'm sure it was
得
awkward.
体の知れない恐怖み
A
たいな
vague
もの
sense
が
of
ち
fear
らつい
flickered
て、
inside me,
いつもみ
and
た
it
い
was
に
making
振る舞えて
me
いる自信はなかった。
extraordinary self-conscious. I'm certain it must have been reflected in my behavior.
シシド
Shishido?
なんかお前、
You
顔
look
色
kind
悪
of
いぞ。
pale. Did something
どう
happen?
かし
あ
おい、
Hey,
実は
yeah, something
怖い
scary
こと
happened.
があって、
怖いこと
Something scary?
私の様子があまりに
I
おかしか
probably
ったの
seemed
か、
really on edge.
司
Tsukasa
君
was staring
は
at me
心
with
なし
this
か
look
表
of
情をこわばらせて
abject
私を
concern
見
on
つ
his
めた。
face.
真剣に話を聞いて
I
く
was
れ
a
よう
little
としている
relieved
のが
that
分
he had
かった。
asked, though,
私はちょっと
and it
嬉
felt
しく
good
な
to
る。
tell him about what happened.
今抱えている恐怖を
I
で
filled him in
き
on
る
all
こ
the
となら
details and
司君と
explained
共有したか
how
った。
they related to
だから
Kanasko's
私は
story.
今
I
朝
did
あ
my
ったこと
absolute
と
best to
カン
convey
ナ
the
から
dread I
聞い
was
た怪
feeling.
談話を。だけど司君
But
は
Tsukasa was well.
は
The seven
Nana
wonders of
Fushigi.
Kisaragi High, huh?
うん
Yeah.
あ。
So you
七
actually
不思議
believe
を
in that
信じ
stuff?
るなんて。
Sometimes I
夢が
wish
あ
I
って
could
いい
see
な。
the world through your eyes. What?
ん
Hmm?
司君は
You
怖く
don't
な
think
い
it's
の？
scary?
怖いっていうか、
It's weird, sure,
妙
but I
だ
wouldn't
とは
call it
思うけ
scary.
どな。
And then what are
で
you
も
about
その謎の
what
ば
that
あちゃ
old
んと
woman
七
said
不
to
思議
you?
なんて
I'm sure it's just
単なる偶然だ
coincidence.
ろ
でも
But
あんま深く考えない方
wouldn't it
がいい
be
んじゃ
better
ね
not to dwell on it either way?
そのばあちゃんは
I
確かに
mean,
気
yeah,
味
your
悪いけど
encounter with her
さ、
sounds like it
ちょっと
was
変
kind
わ
of
った人だっ
unsettling,
ただけだろ。
but she was probably just a little off, you know?
そういうんじゃなくて、
That's not the issue here.
解決方法を教えて
I
ほしか
wasn't
ったわ
asking you
け
to
じゃ
solve my
ないよ。
problems for me.
あのね、私は
I just
話を
wanted to
聞い
vent,
てほし
okay?
かった
I
だ
just
けな
wanted you to
の。
listen.
話なら聞い
What
た
do
じ
you
ゃん
mean?
か。
That's what I've been doing.
だから、
No,
そうじゃな
not
く
like
て、
that.
わか
I
んねえ
don't
よ。
get it. Are you
なんか
angry about
怒って
something?
んのか？
男の子ってこういう考え
Guys
方を
always
す
do
る。
this.
人によるのかもしれないけ
It
ど、
varies from person to
でも
person, of
女子
course,
とは
but
違って、
guys
すぐ
inadvertently
にこう
jump
すれ
right
ばい
into
いじゃん
looking
っ
for
て解
solutions
決
to
法を
your
提示しちゃ
problem
うのだ。
or giving you advice on what to
結
do.
果、女子は言いたいこ
As
と
a
が言えな
result,
くて、
girls
消化
often
不良になって
can't
しまう。
be totally honest with them or don't want to be at any rate, and are forced to bottle up for failing.
私は、司
I
君
only
と
wanted
恐怖を
Tsukasa to
共
share
有
in
したか
some
っ
of
た
my
だけ。
fears. If
司
he
君
were
が一
scared
緒に
with me,
怖がってく
that
れ
would
れ
have
ば、
been enough.
この時の私は、
I didn't realize
する
then
な
that
って言葉
Tsukasa telling me
が
not to worry
司
was his
君の
way of
気遣
showing
いだと
concern.
わからなかっ
I
た。
just thought he was brushing me off,
め
and
んどくさ
frankly,
い
that
のかなっ
annoyed me.
て、朝に見たおばあさんの顔が、目
My
が
mind,
しわが
my
れた
mind
声が
flashed back over
何
and
度も
over
頭
again
の
to the
中でフラッ
face,
シュ
the
バックする。
eyes, and the hoarse voice of that old
それが
woman.
怪談話で増幅されて、
Amplified and
じわ
distorted
じ
by
わ
the
と
ghost
私の気持
stories,
ちを暗
these
くした。
images gradually
あ
darkened
んな
my
に
mood.
怖い思いをしたんだか
Maybe I
らっ
was
ていう
traumatized by the
甘
events I
え
had
や
experienced, or
八つ
maybe
当
I
たり
was
の気
just
持ちもあ
frustrated
っ
and
たんだ
needed
と
to
思
lash
う。
out. I don't know.
私と司くんは、この時
But for the
初め
first
て
time ever,
気まずい
things
雰
had
囲気にな
become
った。
decidedly uncomfortable between the two
そ
of
れじゃ、
us. Okay, well,
私こっちだか
this is
ら。
me.
あ
Right.
あ、シシド。
Shishido. He called out my name as I briskly walked away. I didn't really know why I was so angry or confused, but I did notice that his voice was tinged with
なん
concern.
かあったら、
If anything
連絡
should
しろ。
happen, feel free to contact me. I considered turning back for a second, but changed my mind and pushed forward in a huff, leaving him behind.
ただいま。
I'm home.
ゆい、
Yui,
おかえり。
welcome back. My mom doesn't sound happy.
うん。
Greeting me at the door, my mother wore a somber expression. I could tell right away that something bad had happened. I stared at her with scrunched eyebrows for an awkwardly long time before she eventually reluctantly opened her mouth to speak.
今朝の
About that old
おばあさんね。
woman from this morning.
うん。
Yeah?
さっき亡くなったって。
The hospital contacted me. She
病院
passed
から
away
連
a
絡
short
があ
while
ったわ。
ago.
嘘。
No.
残念なことだけど。
I'm so
あ
sorry.
なたは
You need to
明
stay
日の
focused
推
on
薦
tomorrow's
入試の
exam
こ
right
とだ
now,
けど。
though.
うん。
Yeah.
それじゃ。
We should
あのおばあ
put
さんの
this
話はこれで終わり。
unpleasantness behind us. I'm getting dinner
さあ、
started started now, so how about you go eat and go get
わかっ
changed?
た。
Okay.
それじゃ
I'll be in my
私
room.
部屋にいるから。
ええ。
お母さん
I'll call
が
you.
キッチンへと引っ込んでいく
I
のを見
watched my mom work her way back
私
to the
は
kitchen,
もぞもぞと
then
靴を
wriggled
脱
out
ぎ
of my shoes. My mood had
気持
darkened
ちは
even more.
司君にあんな態度を取ってしまった
Tsukasa's
だけでも
attitude
嫌
was
な気
bad
分だっ
enough,
たのに
but for that old woman to have
あのお
died.
ばあちゃんが亡くな
Returning
っ
to
て
my
しま
room,
っ
I
ただ
couldn't
なん
muster the energy to do anything but collapse into my chair and sprawl out on the desk. The last thing the old woman had said to me echoed again and again in my mind. I began wishing I had taken her more seriously. I should have accepted the paper doll and thanked her. That's what Crepe just said. I should have reassured her I wouldn't go to Heavenly Host Elementary. I mean, the place didn't even exist anymore, for goodness sake. I was exhausted. It was a hell of a day, and I no longer even had the energy to move. I needed to change out of my school clothes, but still sprawled out from over the desk, my eyelids drooped and closed. I was out. I awoke with a start. The air in my room had gotten notably cooler, and I was shivering.
寝ちゃった
I must have fallen asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced at my clock. The needles indicated it was 6:45.
もうこんな時間
It's already this late. It was black outside by my window, streaked with lines from the still pouring rain. So, she said that she left about 5, so she slept for about almost 2 hours. She took a good nap.
明日は晴れるといいな
Sure hope it's sunny tomorrow. Sunny for my exam. The weight of what the next day held for me came rushing into my mind. I had practiced the interview process with my teachers quite thoroughly, but I was still really
そう
nervous.
だ明日の用意し
I
てお
need
か
to
な
make
き
sure
ゃ
I'm ready for tomorrow. There was still a little time before dinner. My mind swimming, I decided to take this opportunity to clean out all the notes and textbooks I wouldn't need tomorrow for my bag.
残しておくもの
Let's see.
は
Student needs to stay, obviously. Handkerchief and
受験
tissues.
票も忘れずに入れ
Gotta make sure I don't forget my exam ticket. Oh, and my pen case.
あれ
Huh?
嘘ペンケースがな
Crap.
い
Where's my pen case?
学校に
Did I
忘
leave it
れ
at
て
the
きちゃっ
school?
たさーっと血の気が引
My
いた
face suddenly went
別
pale.
に筆記用具で困
Really,
った
I
わけじ
shouldn't
ゃな
have
い
been too
家に
concerned
はいく
over
らでも
writing
代わりがある
implements. We had tons at
けど
home.
あ
But
の
that
中に
case
は
held the
司くんから
pencil
借りた
that
受験
Tsukasa
必
had
勝
given
鉛
me
筆が入って
for
いるのだ
guaranteed success on my
取
exam.
ってこなくちゃ
I have to go get it.
お母さ
No,
ん
you don't.
私ちょっと学校に忘れ物取り
Hey
に行って
mom,
くる
I forgot something at school, so I'm going to run back for a sec. Don't do it.
え
What?
もうすぐご飯でき
But
るわ
dinner's
よ
almost ready.
すぐ戻るから
That's okay. I'll come right home.
そう
Alright. It's still
雨も
raining
降って
though,
いる
so
し
be careful. I will.
あの鉛筆
With
は
indeed.
絶対に明日試験
That
会場へ
pencil
持ってい
was
かな
one
ければ
thing
な
I
らないも
absolutely
のの
needed
一
to
つだ
bring
っ
with me to the test.
ただから
And
私
so
は
without
迷う
hesitation,
こ
I
とな
ran
く
back
学
down
校
the
に
road
戻
to...
る道を選んだ
Isn't the test being held at the school anyways? So, couldn't you just get it in the morning when you went to school? Like, what the fuck?
降りしきる雨の中
I was sprinting as close to full speed as I could without slipping in the downpour.
走っている
All the
間
while, the
ちら
numbers
りと
on my
頭を
bedroom
よ
clock
ぎるの
ran
は
through my
6
mind.
時45分
6:45, and if kind of story
七
was
不
to
思議で
believe,
語られていた
Yoshi
時間
hunted
は
the school building at
夜の
7.
7時
She is asking for it, definitely.
校門前に着いて真っ先
As
に時
soon
間を
as I
確
arrived
認
at
し
the
た
gate, I glanced up at the
校
large
舎に
clock
ついている大
adorning
時
the
計が指し
schoolhouse.
示す時
It
間
was
は
now
放課後のヨシエさんの
6:45.
怪談話が
Yoshi after school.
再び
I
頭を
went
よ
over
ぎ
the whole scenario in my head again, as best as I could recall it.
10月
After classes on a
雨が降る
rainy day in
放課後
October 7 at night,
あのおばあちゃん
did that old
も
woman
しかして
somehow notice
こ
what
うなるの
happened?
が嫌だなもう
Okay, get a
階
hold
段
of
なんてあ
yourself,
んな
Yui.
の作り
It's just
話
some
だ
old
って
campfire tale. She wasn't talking about going to school during the day. It was coming back at night. Something's going to happen.
込み上げてくる恐怖を抑えつけ
I
る
was
ため
talking to
に
myself,
声を出して自
reprimanding
分を
myself
叱
in
咤
an
する
effort to quell the fear that was welling up in the pit of my
見上
stomach.
げた校舎に人影
There
はない
wasn't a soul to be seen on the
こんな
grounds
時間
by
なら
this
生徒は
time. The
もう帰
students
宅
had
して
all
いるだ
gone
ろうし
home. I wonder
先
if
生だっ
any
てどれ
teachers
くら
were
い残
even
っている
still
のか
around.
けれど 廊下の電
Fortunately,
気
the
はま
lights
だ
were
すで
still
に
on,
ついて
and
い
it
た。
was bright enough that I
あれだ
felt
け明る
confident
け
I
れば
could make it to
そ
the
こまで
classroom without
怖い思
freaking
いを
out.
しなくてもよし。パッ
Okay,
と行って
I'll just run up,
What the
grab the
smashed
case,
up?
then come right back down. I don't think it's gonna be that easy. I folded up my soak umbrella and left it on the rack by the entrance, then changed into my indoor shoes. Then entering the brightly lit hall, I took another look around. Guess I was right.
やっぱり
Nobody's
生徒
home.
は誰も残ってないみたい。
My deep sigh echoed through the deathly silent corridor. Ordinarily, the din of other students would drown out noises like this, but every little sound was coming through crystal clear at this late hour.
急がなくちゃ。もうすぐ
I
7時
need to
だ。
hurry. It's almost 7. I nervously sauntered towards classroom 3-4, picking up speed as it occurred to me to do so.
今朝のおばあさんね。
About that old woman from this morning,
Saki,
she passed away a short while ago.
その天神小学校で
It's said that one day after school, a female teacher
校舎
who
の見
had
回り
been
をしてい
patrolling
た
the
女の
grounds
先生
slipped
が
and fell down the
誤って
stairs
階
and
段から
died.
落ち、その日は10月の
The accident took
ちょうど
place on a
今日み
rainy
たいに
October
雨が降
day,
る放課
just
後
like
で
this one, and
時刻
occurred
は
just
そう
after 7 at
夜の
night.
7時こういう日は吉江さんが出るんだって
Yoshi still appears on days like
天
this.
神小学校がなくなってしまったことに
Ever
気づいて
unaware
いな
that
い
she
吉江
died
さ
at
んは
Heavenly Host
木
these
更木
many
学
years
園の廊
ago,
下を見
she
回
now
って
walks the
歩
halls
いてい
of
るんだよ
Kisaragi Academy, believing them to be her own. Why do I have goosebumps? I don't know.
もう
Jeez,
何
what the hell is
考え
wrong
て
with
るの
me?
よ私。
Why am I letting this bother me
七
so
不思議
much?
なんで。
Tsukasa was right.
司君も
I
言って
shouldn't
たじゃ
dwell
ない
on this.
深く考えない。
Yeek! Lightning flashed and thunder resounded with impeccable timing. I jumped in spite of myself.
とにかく
I just need to hurry up these
パッと教室に行って
stairs,
ペン
grab
ケー
the
ス
pen
取ってこな
case,
くちゃ
and get the hell out of this creepy building. No ghost should show up in a well-lit building like this, right? And even if they did, they wouldn't be very scary under all these bright lights. I get the feeling the power is gonna go out.
あのペンケースに入ってる鉛筆は
I
明
absolutely
日
need
の
that
試験
pencil
にど
for
うしても
tomorrow's
必要な
test.
の。だってあれは
It's my good luck charm
司君
after
が
all,
くれた
and
お
it's from
守りなんだも
Tsukasa.
の。
I picked up the pace as I continued to head straight for room 3-4. Excuse me? I don't like that sound.
中等部の方はもう真っ暗
The
だな。
middle school is already pitch black. I guess there really is no one else around right now.
それにしても
And
今
this
日はいつも
hallway,
よりこの廊
this
下が
hallway
長い感
feels
じがす
longer
る。
today than it ever
ただ
has
でさえこ
before.
の廊下で
Was
遅
it
刻し
always
そうになる
like
くらいなの
this?
に。
Can't imagine I'd be on time if I were. I continued my brisk walk down the impossible long hallway towards my goal, jumping every now and again whenever another thunderclap had sounded. Kisaragi Academy was comprised of both a middle school and a high school, and this evening it really felt like it was flaunting its massive size. Didn't help that my classroom was in the high school wing, which happened to be past the middle school, making it seem that much farther
い
away.
つもは賑やかな場所が
When a
こ
building
んな
that's
にも
usually
静ま
so
り
full
返っ
of
てい
life
る
goes
と
completely
余
quiet,
計
it
に
becomes such a
物
lonely
寂しい気
place.
がするな。雨の音がやけに大きく聞こえるよ。
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was focusing on the scant few sounds around me as I paced down the long, lonely corridor. Then all of a sudden, I heard a faint noise as if someone was playing an organ. Oh,
今の
that
空耳だよね。
was just my imagination, right?
そう
I
に決
mean,
まっ
it
てるよ。
had to be.
こんな時間に音楽室で楽器
There's
を鳴
no
らす
way
人なんて
anyone would still be
いる
here
わけないし。
practicing, right? I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. Band is in session. I don't think it's band. It's probably the sounds of the rain, wind, and thunder mixing together. Just sounded like an organ, that's all. I was convinced. I kept walking. But then, I heard the same noise again, this time much more clearly. It was unmistakable. Very pretty. No way.
やだ
I was paralyzed with fear. My heart was pounding as if it were struggling to break free of someone's sinister grip.
きっと
It-
まだ吹
It's
奏
probably
楽部の
just
こ
some
とか
devoted
先
member
生
of
が
the
残って弾い
band
て
or
る
a
んだよ
teacher who's working
そう
late.
だ
I'm just
そう
being
に決まっ
stupid.
てるよ
Thinking about it, I vaguely recalled someone mentioning an upcoming performance by the Wind Instrument Club. I guess an organ could qualify. Somebody must have just stayed late to practice, that's all.
何でもかんで
I
も怖
can't
い
get that
話に
damn
直
ghost
結さ
story
せちゃ
out
い
of
け
my
ない
head. I took another deep breath and tried again to calm my overly jittery nerves.
怖いと思ったら何で
Anything
も
can be
怖く思
scary
え
if you
るも
think
の
it
だよね
is. I'd heard that if you let your imagination run too wild, fear can even make you see things that aren't right there. And my imagination was most definitely running
あ
wild.
とちょっとで教室だから
I'm
走
almost
っていこう
there. I must as well sprint the rest of the way. I decided to dash toward my classroom so I could get out of this hell as quickly as possible. I mean, it's hell too, but... Finally reaching the familiar door, I swiftly opened it and flicked on the lights.
やっとたどり着いた
I made it. Now I just have to be
あとは
absolutely
ペンケースを
certain I don't
忘れ
leave
ない
here
ようにしな
without
くちゃ
that pen case again. Thanks to all my unexpected pauses to freak out over thunder and lightning, it took me far longer than it should have to get here. It was already well past 7.
7時か
7 o'clock, huh? It was the appointed time when the ghost of a teacher was supposed to appear, at least according to the school legend.
何もない
No
じゃない
one undead educators here. I let out a sigh of relief and relaxed my shoulders a bit. The lights were on both inside the classroom and out in the hallway. Probably not for long, though. Sure, it was still dead silent, but the fear I had been feeling had completely melted away.
全然怖くな
It's
いよ
nothing to be afraid of.
やっ
The
ぱり
seven wonders
七
aren't
不思議だ
real.
なんて嘘だったんだな
I grabbed the pen case I'd come back for and shoved it into my pocket.
よしこれで任務完
Okay,
了だね
mission accomplished. With my long ordeal behind me, more or less, I looked around the classroom and let out another sigh. I'd only ever known the classroom when it was bustling with activity, and thus found its eerie silence and utter stillness to be oddly fascinating.
教室に私
Such a
一
strange
人
feeling, being alone in a classroom like
なん
this.
だか不思議な感じがするな
I got the idea in my head to try doing something I normally wouldn't be able to, like standing at the teacher's podium and writing on the
こ
blackboard.
んなシチュエーションめった
Chances
に
like
ない
this
し
don't come around too often after all. To me, the area behind the podium from which teachers conducted their lessons was like a sacred space. I dreamed of standing there myself one day and could hardly resist its pull when presented with a rare opportunity like this. Bitch, just get the fuck out.
今なら誰も見てない
Well,
し
no one's looking. To my classmates, this would seem like such a silly, stupid dilemma, but that didn't change the way I felt at that moment.
どうしようかな
Should I or shouldn't I? You shouldn't. Oh. Oh, I get a choice. Oh, okay, hold on. No, I want to do this. It's a new chapter, new save slot. You know what? Just for the hell of it,
よし
how
少
can I
しだ
pass
け
this up?
先生の
It's a
気分
chance
を
to
味
feel
わっ
like
ち
a
ゃ
real
え
teacher. I get the feeling that this might be the bad option, but it might not be. I decided to try it. During daily cleanup and such, I'd come and gone from this spot countless times. I want to throat. I want to throat chop this woman. During daily cleanup and such, I'd come and gone from the spot countless times. But this was the first time I'd ever had an opportunity to just stand here and preside over the classroom.
そっか
So this is
先
how
生
it
から
looks to
は
a
こん
teacher,
な風
huh?
に見えるんだなんかちょっとドキド
It's
キす
kind
る
of awe-inspiring. Gaining a teacher's point of view, in the most literal sense, was starting to get me really tired up. It may seem silly now, but this was my stage. This was where all my dreams would play out.
私も
So someday, I began to imagine the future that awaited me, painstakingly detailing some new place of knowledge for students sitting attentively at their desks. Gliding chalk across the board, filling it with information to aid them in their studies. By the way, there's a new sound alert. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
いつか
I sure hope I can make the cut of one of these days. I was getting excited then that even I began to think my behavior was a little strange. Maybe it was the juxtaposition of these joyous, freeing visions and the prickling dread I had been feeling up until just a minute or two before. The organ's playing again. But then, in the blink of an eye, one of these two conflicting emotions completely overpowered the other. Out goes the lights. Crap. Is this a blackout? Suddenly, my surroundings were bathed in darkness. Going stiff with shock, I stumbled back a step. My back struck the blackboard with a dull thud.
いきなり何
What awful time. It's surprise, motherfucker. I instinctively grabbed a hold of the rail where the eraser sat. I felt chalk dust against my fingertips. Oh, the organ's getting louder. My panicked heartbeat was making it difficult to breathe. Was this caused by the thunderstorm? If so, it sure picked a fine time to turn the lights out on me.
しかもオルガンの音
And what's more, I can still hear the sound of the organ. But no,
嘘なんで
it's an electric
停電にな
organ.
ってるなら
How is that
オル
even
ガンだって
possible
鳴ら
with
ない
no
はずな
power?
のに
Good question. You must not go. Hold on. We're gonna leave it in the eerie silence. I need to use the restroom really quick.
Listen!
Yeah, Creep, I'm listening.
こんにちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。
Yes. Hello, Creep. Too bad Hero wasn't here. He could have tried to have scared me back for all the times that I've done it to him. Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? That's impossible. She was no fortune teller or psychic. As far as I was aware, how could she possibly have known this would happen? I mean, how the fuck would she know your address and name? So, I think the realm of her being a fortune teller or psychic is well in the possibilities. Hell, even if she were a fortune teller or a psychic, predicting the future is the stuff of science fiction. I shook my head. She, again, knew your name and address.
落ち着くのよ。
I need to
私
calm down. Maybe
音
it's
楽
just
室の方
this
はまだ停
wing
電
that
になっ
lost
てない
power.
とか、きっ
And
と
the
そ
music
んな
room
理
is
由だ
still
よ。
okay. That seems plausible, right? I curled my chalk dusted fingers into a fist and silently tried to talk some sense into myself.
ともかく、早く校舎を出よう。
I've got to get out of here. I shouldn't have been playing teacher. I should have been in and out by now. Cursing myself a little, I fumbled my way through the darkened classroom. Heck. I had spent so much time in here, you'd think I'd be able to find my way out with my eyes closed, as it were. But sadly, that wasn't the case. Bashing loudly into a desk, I knocked it on its side and began tumbling after it, instinctively grabbing the other desks around me for support. Oof.
と、い
Damn it. It sounds like I knocked a lot of
机の
stuff
中
out
身
of
ま
the
き散ら
desk.
しちゃ元に戻さなくちゃ。
Guess we'll need to put everything back. Still fumbling around blindly, I gathered up all the scattered notes, textbooks, and writing
でも
utensils.、
暗くて
I
何
can't
が
tell
なん
what's
だか。
what. This is so
もう
embarrassing.
何
What the
や
heck
っ
am I
てるの
doing
よ、急いで
anyway?
るのに。
Wasn't I supposed to be hurrying
本当
home?
に年の
I'm
中
such a
が。
klutz. I had a little sigh. I seem to be doing that a lot. Run, bitch! She's gonna kill you!
と、これは
Okay,
教科書。
this is the textbook, and this is a notebook, right?
ノートでしょ
I was trying to take inventory of all the things I'd knocked out of the desk, then realized why. I might as well just stand it up and stuff it all back in.
さすがに全部を間違いなく
I
元
couldn't
に戻す
possibly
のは無
organize
理
it
だな。
properly in absolute
明
darkness,
日ここの席
but
の
I
子に
just to
謝らな
apologize
くちゃ。
tomorrow, whoever sits here. Not that was a particular pleasant prospect. Explaining what I had done wouldn't be easy, and no matter how I sugarcoated it, it would serve as a clear indication of my clumsiness. I mean, that's kind of like, oh, I came back for my pen case. I forgot it. And the lights turned out on me. And so I knocked into your desk because I couldn't see. Pretty good excuse, you know. If I didn't say anything, it's not like I'd be found out, but that would be the same as lying, as far as I'm concerned, and I couldn't do that.
これで最後かな。
I think I got everything. I placed my hand against the floor and swept it around, feeling for anything I might have missed. And I found something all right.
やだ。何
Gross.
これ。
What is
なんだ
this?
か。
It's all
ヌルヌルして
slimy. Ugh. I clearly brushed my finger across something, but I had no idea what. It was no notebook or writing implement, though that's for sure.
机の中から。
Why
なん
would
で
anybody have
ブニ
something
ュブニ
like
ュ
this
した
in
も
their
のが。
desk? Maybe it had been on the floor all along.
なんだろう。
What
これ。
is this stuff? I rubbed my sticky fingertips a bit deeper into the wet spot, then brought my hand up close to my face so I could see better, get a better look at what was there. What on earth did I just touch? Eek! There was a flash of lightning almost immediately, joined by a roaring thunderclap. And with it, for a split second, the pitch black classroom was lit up bright as day.
血
God, is that blood? I shot to my feet, utterly mortified. In that split second, I had gotten a very good look at my fingers, and it really did seem as if they were covered in blood. But it wasn't just my hand, no. If my peripheral vision were to be trusted, it looked like the entire classroom was stained a deep dark crimson.
そういえば。
Crap.
なんとな
It
く
kind of smells like blood in
生
here
臭
too.
い気がする。
Without thinking, I backed away from where I had been crouching. I tried rationalizing what I saw. How could a whole classroom become a bloodbath like this? Did something spill? Did someone stumble in here injured?
ありえない。そんな。
This isn't possible. It
何
can't
よ
be.
これ
I mean, how? My whole body was quaking. I fled from the classroom. Or rather, I tried to flee. What? Why won't it open?
やだ
Please no.
鍵なんてかかってなかったのに。
I don't remember locking it, and
今
it
だって
isn't
鍵は
locked.
かかって
So
よ
why can't I get it
それ
open?
なのにどうして
I pulled on the door handle again and again in a frenzy. I was pulling so hard it felt like my fingernails might tear loose. But it just wouldn't budge.
なんで
Why? Why? Please. I was absentmindedly grabbing at my hair with one hand and then my fist on the nearby desk with the other. This was a nightmare. Please, no. What is going on? Silence saturated the inky blackness of the room. Goosebumps are back. I took several deep breaths in an effort to restrain my pounding heart.
とにかく一
Calm
度落ち
down.
着かないと
I have to calm down.
そもそも
I'm probably just
ドアが
panicking
開か
because
ない
the
のだ
door
って
won't
私が
open.
こんなにさっきの変な塊だって
I'm sure
きっと何かの勘
I
違
must
いだよだってありえ
misidentified
ないじゃない
whatever
教
that
室
is
に
on the floor.
あんな
I mean, it's
わけ
preposterous,
のわ
right?
からないも
There's
のが
no way
落ちてる
something
だな
like
んて
that could be. I was certain that when I saw what it actually was, come morning, it would end up being something totally random, like someone's old, soda-stained gym clothes.
きっとそうだよ
That has to be it.
そうだ
Yeah, I probably
指に
just
つい
brushed
た
my
のだっ
hand,
て美術に使
brushed
う絵
against
の具か
somebody's
もしれ
paint
ないじゃ
for
ない
art class or something. My imagination was just running wild because I was
もしか
panicking.
したらドアに
And the
何
door
かが
probably
挟まっ
just
て
has
て開か
something
ないだ
caught
け
in
か
it,
もしれ
that's
な
all.
い
I decided to check out that hypothesis by feeling my way across the door and determining if anything was jutting out from any of the
ダ
cracks.
メだ真っ
Damn,
暗で
not sure
何
I
に
can
も
do
見え
this
ない
without being able to see. I fumbled around the gaps in the door, but I just couldn't make anything out that would be doing this. And the classroom's rear exit seemed a world away.
他の出口は
Maybe there's another way out of here. No, this was the third floor. I couldn't get out of this classroom without exiting into the hallway.
今すぐ外に出たいのに
Let me out. I want out. Still at a loss, I noticed a sudden flash of lightning through the hallway window. But the glass was only translucent, so I couldn't be sure of its source.
誰か
Is
歩いてくる
somebody out there? Then came the distinctive clomp, clomp, clomp of footsteps.
そうだ
Oh,
きっと
of
用務
course,
員
it
さん
must be
だ
the custodian. I recalled the existence of a custodian who always patrolled the school grounds. I was sure he must have been taking a look around after the sudden power outage.
助かった
Great, I'm saved. All at once, my fear-addled legs regained their strength. This nightmare would soon be over.
すみません
Excuse me? I shouted to the custodian through the window as loudly as I could muster.
すみません
Excuse me, I'm trapped in here. I had to be sure he heard me. I shouted again. Finally, I could see the light out in the hallway again, and it seemed to be getting closer. However,
なんかこの光おか
something's
しい気が
not
する
right about this. Perturbed, I took a step away from the
懐
window.
中電灯だったらもっ
If
と
that's a
明るい
flashlight,
よね
shouldn't it be brighter?
この
it kind of
光
looks
は
like-
なんだか
Like the faint, unearthly glow classically attributed to spirits, was what I was thinking. I tried to stop myself from finishing that thought, however. Dullness aside, it also looked like it was wriggling around in a very unnaturally, very flashlight-like way.
それにこの足
And these
音
footsteps. Clomp, clomp, clomp. 4 clumps, then 3 or so, then a 3 or so second interval, then another 4 clumps. They were sounding in a fixed
用
rhythm.
務員さんじゃない
That's no custodian.
明ら
Nobody
かに
walks
変な
like
歩き
that.
方
The fear was back in full force. I had to find somewhere to hide. What if I had accidentally summoned something inhuman? I mean, whatever that was, I begged it for help. I literally invited it in.
どこか隠れるところそうだ
Okay, creep, that got me. I need to hide, but where? I mean, it came good at the... I completely thought it was probably the, I completely thought it was probably the game. Alright. We're gonna do a separate save. We'll do the supply locker. I hurriedly squeezed myself into the metal locker where the classroom's cleaning supplies were kept. It was still pitch black in the classroom, so I really couldn't spare the time it would take to remove its contents. Instead, I just contorted myself to fit. The locker was thick with smells of mold and varnish. If I can hold my breath just for a little while, I think I'll be safe in here. So I waited for the footsteps to pass by and fade into the distance, feeling that it was safe to emerge. Whoever it is had better hurry. I feel like I'm going to suffocate if I'm in here much longer. Still, it felt a lot safer in the locker than it did out in the classroom. But the footsteps weren't receding, they were just getting louder, closer, faster. And then they came to a sudden halt. Huh? They were close, just outside the locker. Oh, that's creepy. I peered through the ventilation holes amidst the utter darkness of the classroom. There wasn't a soul to be seen. I'm okay. As long as I stay in here, I'll be okay. I'm not sure why I believed that. Maybe because I needed to. Maybe because it was so dark, or because I felt so much calmer in such a tight space where nothing could possibly sneak up behind me. I didn't know why, and I didn't care. I just knew that as far as I was concerned, I was safe in here, so I stood motionless and cramped, and I waited. She's hiding in the locker from the killer, like in Dead by Daylight. I didn't have to wait long. What was that? Sounded like a door locking. Suddenly apprehensive, I gently nudged the supply closet door, just to make sure it would still open for me when I wanted it to. Huh? No. It's locked. Oh. Found you. I let a sudden yelp at this unknown voice and tried with all my might to push open the door, blocking my escape. No, please. Let me out. Let me out. Is somebody still here? You'll need to be punished for that. Huh? There was a brief moment of silence following the eerie voice unsettling proclamation. And then... crash, crunch. The metal walls around me on all four sides began warping inward, as if the supply locker had somehow been fed into a trash compactor. Ah, what's going on? There was no force I could imagine that should have been able to do this, but it was happening. This already confined space was steadily closing in on me. No, it hurts. Open the door. Let me out. Crash, crunch. The collapse of the locker all around me continued. Slowly and steadily, I could feel all manner of things pushing and cutting into my body. My vision went bright red as one of the blood vessels in my eyes probably burst from the pressure. I wasn't going to last much longer. The ventilation holes in the locker door were now pressed right up against my face, and through them I could just barely make out the figure of a person. It was the old woman from this morning. She was standing just outside the slots, staring right into my eyes. It was the last sight I would ever see as the locker finally, inevitably, smashed in my skull. Crash, crunch, crack, splat. I figured doing the whole teacher thing would probably have been the bad ending. Wrong end number 2. So, I actually wonder because... continue. I'm curious on what happens if I leave right away. But we're gonna go to the podium first. Because for... Rip indeed. Because I feel like I feel like leaving instantly was probably the better choice, but maybe it wasn't. I need to hide. But where? Alright, we'll hide at the teacher's podium. I hurriedly hid myself beneath the teacher's podium. I grabbed my knees, curled up, and made myself as small as I could. What is this? What's happening? The footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. Clump, clump, clump. Little by little, the sound grew louder. Every hair on my body was standing on end. Please, just pass by, please. I held my breath, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. Clump, clump, clump. They were close now. Very, very close. Please, God. Why was this happening? I couldn't make any sense of it. I just wanted it to be over. I prayed to God that it would end. Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? Was this all happening because I ignored her, because I didn't take the paper doll from her? Yeah, basically. Was it because I had heard the ghost stories of Yoshi and allowed it to get to me? Or did the strange events of the day have nothing to do with what was happening to me now? It feels like my heart is going to burst out of my chest. I was still holding my breath. I didn't dare let even the tiniest of sounds escape and give away my position. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. So it wasn't, it's different. It wasn't the scuttle that we were hearing before. The consistent rhythm of the footsteps suddenly ended halfway into one of its cycles. And it had ended right in front of this very classroom. I had goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I stopped praying and clasped my hands over my mouth. I knew I'd scream if I didn't. Could this be Yoshi? Was the school legend real? All I could do was close my eyes and keep my mouth shut and hope that whoever or whatever this was would just go away. But the footsteps didn't start again. If this wasn't Yoshi, then she had stopped in front of the classroom and was just standing there. I had no concept of time anymore. I stayed in my hiding spot for what was probably only a few minutes, but felt like at least 1 hour. Maybe whoever it was is gone. I decided to carefully peek out from under the podium. I gingerly edged my head out just far enough to get a glimpse of the room when suddenly... Oh, she comes sprinting. The footsteps rang out once more. Sounded like they were headed right for me, and they might have been inside the room. I honestly couldn't tell. I scrambled back into my hiding spot and covered my mouth with both hands. This was too much for me. My breathing was coarse and erratic, and my face was a mess of tears and snot. God, please save me. I was inconsolable. The footsteps just wouldn't stop. What on earth were they doing? They're running at you. It almost seemed like they were running around in circles just to scare me. Stop it. Please, stop it. I mouthed these words over and over again and moved my hands to my ears in a vain attempt to block out those torturous sounds. and as if in response, the sound changed. Eek! It was a loud, dull thud, followed by silence, no more footsteps. I'd heard the door sound hundreds of times before. It was the classroom door sliding open. I peeked out, but the door was still tightly shut. How could that be? If the sound I heard wasn't the door, then what was it? It was the other door. It was the back door. What little safety I had felt here was pretty much gone, but to be fair, I wasn't absolutely certain the spirit had seen or heard me either. The prospect of stepping out into the open wasn't a desirable one, but I had to decide. It was better to stay where I was or to make a break for it. Damn, it's giving me a lot of choices, but I can save over the I can save over the classroom one, since we now know what happens with the podium. We'll stay hidden. I'll keep hiding, it'll pass by for sure, it'll be okay. But it only took a moment for that decision to come back and bite me. My body was suddenly weighed down. In an instant, without knowing what was happening, my fetal position form was essentially locked in place. It was like a boulder had fallen on top of me and was resting on my arched back. I twisted and shuffled myself around, trying to shake it off, but the more I struggled, the heavier it became. And what's more, it felt like it was slowly inching its way towards my head, as if planning to drop down in front of my face. Was this a person? Guess who? It was a female voice, reverberating ominously as if bubbling up from the depths of hell. I squirmed violently, desperate to throw her off of me. Shall we play tag together? My vision went red, or at least it felt that way. Whoever was on my back had dug her razor-sharp fingernails right into my eyes. I collapsed on the spot. The pain was instantaneous and unbearable. I could no longer hold my position. I could no longer focus on anything but this agony. My eyes! My eyes! Bad children must be punished. The pain shot through my head in waves. It was indescribable, unthinkable. I couldn't take it any longer. My consciousness faded and I was gone. I would never know exactly what happened to me, but maybe I was better off that way. Dun dun dun. So what wrong end is this? Was it wrong end number 1? Wrong end number 3. Okay. So there's still number 1. So I'm wondering if... Hold up. Before we go back to the podium, I'm wondering if leaving the classroom right away is actually the answer, or if it's what kills us. I wonder if that's wrong end number 1. We'll go back to here. Leave the room. Okay, I really don't have time to play around right now. I should get out of here, because by the time that the power goes off, we'll be out in the hallway. I decided it would be best to put my yearnings aside and leave the classroom behind. Well, that particular wonder turned out to be nothing at all, seems. I guess it's all just superstition. I couldn't believe I had gotten all ignorant with Tsukasa over something so trivial. Thinking about it now, it seemed kind of ridiculous. Alright, time to head home. I have to get to bed early, so I'll be ready for tomorrow. With this in mind, I walked towards the classroom door and took one step out of the hall. When suddenly... Huh? Yeah. Oh. The door slid shut on its own with incredible force, and my neck was trapped in the narrow opening that remained. I dug my nails into the door, frantically trying to open it back up. But the more I pushed on it, the more it pushed back, further constricting my neck. I was flailing my limbs, twisting and contorting, my body trying everything I could to escape. Why? My neck was clamped tightly. I could feel the blood rushing to my head. I couldn't breathe, opened my mouth in terror. I stuck my tongue out as I was trying to swallow the air. Forcefully shaking my head left and right, I swiveled my body to face the ceiling. That's when I saw the tall, pitch-black silhouette of a person. The silhouette screams, squirmed its way out of my throat. But the door was still pressing onto my neck. I can't. Tsukasa. My vision whirled and I felt a sensation of falling. At the same time, a lukewarm liquid began pouring over my face. There goes your head.
Eh?
What? As I was struggling to make sense of what was happening to me, the door that had been violently crushing my neck quietly slid open. The floor of the schoolhouse came down hard on my head. My vision had gone white and begun blurring, but I could still see. I can see my body. I was rolling across the hallway, and there in the doorframe, I caught sight of my own headless torso collapsed in a heap on the floor. What just happened? The last thing I saw out of the corner of one bloodshot, unfocusing eye was the familiar figure of the old woman from this morning. Okay, so that's bad end number 1. So leaving was not the answer. Interesting. Wrong end number 1. Make a break for it, because staying hidden didn't do well. Staying in one place for too long seemed like it would be inviting trouble, so I took a deep breath and reluctantly crawled out as quietly as I could. But almost immediately, I felt something. Tap. Something long and thin had struck me in the back of the head. Or perhaps struck isn't the right word. There was a little force behind it, but it wasn't a hard slam, more like someone trying to get my attention. Is that a wooden rod? Or no? It's a fingernail? I knew I wouldn't like what I was going to see, but I had to face whatever this was, so I turned around. And there, looming over me was... Is somebody still here? Yeah? Go home, child. A figure was peering down at me from above the podium with one emaciated, wishbone-like finger extended towards my face. I recognized this person instantly, no doubt about it. It was the strange old woman who had supposedly passed away earlier. I was scared out of my mind. I tumbled the rest of the way out from under the podium and shot to my feet. A ghost. There really was a ghost in the school. My breathing was ragged and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Plowing through all the desks in my way, I ran as fast as I could towards the classroom door. But that was as far as I could go. What's wrong? There on the other side of the door, tied up against the glass, was the old woman. She was glowing bluish white, the source of the light from earlier. But how in the world did she get to the door before I did? How did she get out of the room so quickly and position herself so perfectly to block my exit? I felt like I was starting to hyperventilate and tried as best as I could to calm my breath as my eyes darted about the room. I needed to get out of here now, to get as far away from this place as I possibly could. If the front door is blocked, maybe I can get out through the back. But if I do that, I can't leave the school without running past her. There's no way she'd let me by, but I have to do something. I bit my lip and continued scanning the
何か
room.
あれに対抗できるよう
If I
なも
just
の
had
があれ
something
ば
I
いいんだ
could
け
use
ど
to fight back. I didn't have the time to think carefully about it. I just had to grab something and hope for the best. There were two choices, and I had to pick one impulse before it was too late. Oh. We'll go with the broom because I'm gonna guess that the salt's probably the answer. A broom from the cleaning supply locker, that might work. Maybe I could fend her off with it. It was a long shot, but it was better than just standing around and getting caught.
どうしようどうしよう
What do I do now? What do I do? When I looked over, the spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the door frame. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced this had to be Yoshi, the teacher from that urban legend. I couldn't waste any more time. I darted through the back door of the classroom into the safe and end of the hallway. I was running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavor. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Stop! I impulsively thrust the broom out and stabbed her in the eye with it. Take that, I thought. But my moment of bravado was short-lived. The room immediately shattered into a million pieces. If my attack accomplished anything, it just made her mad. Huh? Ah! I had the sudden sensation of someone seizing me by the throat, accompanied by an unpleasant crunching sound. God, she really did have me by the throat. I couldn't breathe. For as old and frail as she looked, she was completely strong.
捕まえた。
Gotcha. No. She was actually gripping me so tightly that she had managed to raise me off the ground by the neck. I could see her slender bony hand in the periphery of my vision and feel it cutting into my trachea. Was that hand really holding me in the air against my will, kicking and flailing by just the tissue and bones in my neck? I couldn't struggle anymore. I was like a puppet on a string.
今度はあなたが
Tag, you're it. With a sudden crack, my field of vision shifted 90 degrees and everything turned blood red.
あらあら
Oh my,
私と同じ
just like me. Wrong end number 4, I'm gonna guess. This one's a lot easier picking all the bad ends. But then again, it's only really giving me all of the choices right at this moment. Oh no, Creep, it's not hard. I'm just purposely choosing all the bad ends. Because I want to know. Yeah, let's resume this data. Bag of salt.
科学の実験の
This
時
looks
に
like
使った塩
leftover
の
salt
残り
from
だ
an
よ
old
ね
chemistry experiment. I had heard that salt was used in purification methods, so it seemed like a natural choice.
これを持っていこう
Okay, this is coming with me. I placed the salt in my pocket as sort of a protective charm.
怖いけど
I'm scared, but, well, here goes nothing. When I looked over it, the spirit of the woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the door frame. She literally was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost just like her. I was convinced this had to be Yoshi, the teacher from that urban legend.
やだそんなの
No, I won't let her get me. Bracing myself, I darted toward the door at the back end of the classroom. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I didn't act fast, I probably wouldn't be able to act at all. I threw the door open and just began running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavor. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Don't come any closer. I thrust my hand in my pocket and withdrew the bag of salt, then threw the entire thing directly at the old woman's face. I'm melting! I'm melting! She recoiled. Now's my chance. I ran down the hall as fast as I could, as fast as my legs could carry me, briefly glancing over my shoulder after a moment to confirm that the spirit was still withering. I love this game, Salt for the win. I just kept on running down that dark hallway with nothing but adrenaline and mortal fear to keep me going. I reached the stairwell at the end of the hall and made a mad dash towards ground level. I was determined to get out of this building alive. Stop! Finally, still moving at top speed, I reached the window door leading outside. Almost there. I'm almost out. Luckily, the malvoyant spirit hadn't caught up to me yet. It actually seemed like I might be able to escape. I might actually survive this. I made it. I grabbed the handle and tried pulling it. Huh? No. No, it's not opening. Why? Why? I'm so close. Please. Please open. I'm begging you. So, I have to think of something else. At this rate, that horrible worm's going to... No, I can't let that happen. But what do I do? What can I do? So, before I make a choice... So, the fucked up thing is that Yui decides to become a teacher for the exact same school that this is currently happening in. So, like, what the fuck? Why would you work at the school that this happened to you at? Hopefully it explains it. I basically lost all ability to think. This was a matter of life and death, but my mind seemed to have already been given up and given in. I knew I had to move fast to survive, but whatever options I may have had at the moment, a moment ago seemed to float off into the other, leaving me dumbfounded. The way out was right in front of me, but I was powerless to take it. I raised my head to see if the ghost had caught up to me yet, and I quickly found that she had. I had the sudden sensation of someone seizing me by the throat, accompanied by blah, blah, blah. So it seems to be the same. Okay. So would this still count as rung in number 4 since it's the same? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. So I might be fucked. I can't let that happen. What do? What can I do? We'll run somewhere else. I have no choice. I have to keep running. I have to find some place else. Or maybe I could hide somewhere and throw Yoshi off my trail. I had no particular destination in mind. My only thought was anywhere but here. After maybe 30 seconds, I found myself in the second floor hallway. There was an outside corridor connecting the two buildings of the school there, and it was the first alternative escape route that I came to mind. Naturally, it was walled off from the outside for safety purposes, but the wall wasn't so big that I couldn't scale it in a pinch. I didn't really want to jump from the second floor of the school, but if I had to, I was confident that I'd at least survive the fall with minimal injury.
隠れよう。
And consider that a last resort for now. Let's just get out of sight. I climbed the wall faster than I thought possible and dropped down to the narrow ledge on the other side. It was just wide enough to sit down. My back was to the hallway, but my location should have been completely hidden from anyone inside the school. I looked down at the muddy ground below me. I really couldn't see much, though the outside was completely dark. It was so dark that it felt almost like the whole world had been draped in a black veil.
ここで隠れて。朝を
Maybe I should just stay here until morning. I mean, even if I ran, I'm pretty sure I'd get caught. I opened the pen case in my pocket and pulled out the pencil I received from Tsukasa.
司くん。
Tsukasa, please protect me. Was I really treating this shabby little pencil as a protective charm? Tsukasa said it would guarantee success of my test, not ward off evil spirits. Still, it was better than nothing. I clutched it tightly in my hand and prayed.
私を
Please
守
protect
って。
me. I whispered the words so quietly that I might as well have been mouthing them, but that seemed to be all the opening that damn spirit needed. I sensed the presence on the ledge with me, and was so startled that I almost fell from my perch.
やめてよ、おばあちゃん。
Please, why are you doing this? However, I could only sense her there. I didn't actually see her and thought for one brief moment that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But then I felt the horrible sensation of something coiling itself around my arm.
外はいけません。
You mustn't go outside. Before I knew it, a tall, shadowy figure had half emerged from the wall behind me, and she had me in her grasp. There wasn't much more to her than an indistinct flickering silhouette, but I could clearly see she had a broken neck. Was this a different apparition? Her scraggly, root-like fingers were squeezing my arm with tremendous force, pushing aside muscle and tissue and pressing right into the bone. No. Who are you? What are you?
どこに
Where are you going, my dear? I'll just be a little longer, so won't you please wait for me?
痛い痛い
That hurts. That really hurts. I was shaking hysterically and tears were streaming down my face. I was absolutely convinced that I was going to die here. Let go of me. That she... I could offer no resistance. She was too strong. All I could do was plead with her. Stop, please. You're really hurting me. I felt like my arm would snap in two at any moment.
ずーっと一緒にいましょうね。
And let's be together forever. And never. And never. She wasn't just grabbing, but twisting as well. The pain was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. I couldn't think about anything else. Stopping it had become my first and only priority. I struggled violently against the spirit's grip, ultimately breaking free by throwing my body off the wall toward the unseen earth below. In the face of death, everything really does seem to slow down. I'd read somewhere that this is because the brain is sending out all kinds of distress signals or something. Slow motion or not, though, I was fully aware of my surroundings. I was cascading through the air just outside my school building. Got another choice. We'll save over this one. Let's reach out hands. I was pretty sure this fall would kill me. With a controlled jump, I might have been able to survive, but I was tumbling like a ragdoll. I was a goner. I couldn't even remember what you were supposed to do in a situation like this. Try to flip over, brace for impact. In one last attempt at survival, I stretched out both my arms. Maybe somebody would be waiting there to grab me. Maybe somebody would save me. And somebody actually did. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I really thought there was no hope, but then at the last second I was yanked to safety. Oh shit! That was the right... What? The fuck? Shishido! Tsukasa?
大丈夫かつかめ
Are you okay?
俺の腕
Hang on. Don't let go. Right. I held onto his arms with all my might, and against seemingly impossible odds, I was pulled in, my life was saved. This was like a scene out of some anime. It shouldn't have happened. It was too convenient, but I wasn't about to complain.
よく頑張ったな
That was close.
どうして
What? Tsukasa?
今はシノゴの言ってる場合じゃな
Let's
い
enter
逃げる
place.
ぞ
We have to run. What? Tsukasa was still holding on to me tightly after coming to my rescue. Took off down the hall, back into the heart of the school with me in tow.
チキショーなんだよ
Damn it.
さっきのは
What the hell was that thing?
夢
Please
で
tell
も
me
見て
I'm
るの
just
か
dreaming. He practically spit these words as he continued running.
ここに司
Why
くん
is Tsukasa here? I tried to match his gait, and once we were a bit more in sync, I looked up at his face. He was fast after we had reached the end of the hall. He had suddenly veered into the last classroom before the stairwell, pulling me in with him.
シ
Shishido,
ドお前
you okay?
怪我はないか
大丈夫
I'm fine. I can walk by myself,
もう
really.
あ悪い
Oh, sorry, my bad. I moved away from Tsukasa and almost immediately spilled onto the ground like a mouse of cards.
おい大丈夫じゃないじゃん
Whoa, you sure don't seem okay to me.
そうだけど
Maybe not, but I just need a few.
無理すんなよ
Hey, don't push yourself. Tsukasa grabbed my arm to help me up. Unfortunately, it was the arm Yoshi had been twisting.
悪い
Oh, sorry.
やっぱり腕
Is it
怪
your
我して
arm
る
that's
のか
hurting you then?
よく
Yeah. I don't know how bad it is, but it really stings like it's on fire.
焼けるみたい
I draped my other hand over the sore spot, where I assumed there was probably one hell of a bruise. I started rubbing gently, but it didn't help at all.
そうかじゃ
That's
あ
not
保
good.
健室で
We
す
should
ぐ
get
に
you
手
to
当
the
てした方
nurse's
がいいな
office right away then, and take care of it.
でもそしたらまた
But then we'll be
あいつが来るって
exposing ourselves to that ghost again, right? Yeah. Just thinking about going back out there and facing Yoshi made me shudder. I couldn't believe he was even entertaining the idea.
心配すんな
Don't worry. Even if she
も
does
し
come
仮
to
にあい
get
つが
us,
来ても
I'll keep you safe no matter
俺
what,
が
okay?
絶対
司くん
Tsukasa. Tsukasa's gentle reassurance actually made me forget the pain in my arm for a moment. I had to stop myself from blushing, or try to at any rate. Who the fuck is this guy? And where did he come from?
怪我は一刻も早く手
We
当
need
て
to
した
treat
方
your
がいいっ
injuries
て
as quickly as possible, or they could
まあ
get
どう
worse.
せ先生な
The
んかい
nurse
な
may
いだ
not
ろ
be
うから
in, but I can at
応
least
急手
apply
当てく
first
らいな
aid.
ら
Okay. For some reason, I feel like this is all a false sense of security, and this is Yoshi pretending to be Tsukasa.
よし
Alright
Next up.
then, let's go. Tsukasa offered me his hand, and I gracefully took it, squeezing it tightly as he led me back out into the hallway.
司くんの手
Tsukasa's hand.
Ottaka.
It's so warm. Despite the fact that nothing had really changed, I was still in just as much danger as I had been. The paralyzing fear I had been feeling was gone. If it were just me, I would never been able to do this. I would have frozen up, but with Tsukasa leading the way, I felt like I could do anything.
シシド少し走るけど
Are you
大丈夫
okay
か
to run? Sure. With my blessing, Tsukasa upped his pace significantly.
あいつが出てき
Please
ま
don't
せん
let
よ
her
うに
show up. I prayed silently for smooth sailing as I followed Tsukasa's lead. As long as he was with me, I think I'll be okay.
安心
I gently squeezed his hand again, as if to reassure myself that he was still with me. I was starting to think maybe Yoshi was gone. Maybe we'd thwarted her. But of course, just as I was thinking that, she made her presence known again. Heep! What the hell was that? Show yourself. An unearthly voice reverberated through the dark corridor. I immediately drew myself into Tsukasa's back. Bring me more. Oh, hi Yoshi. Over Tsukasi's shoulder, I saw the same shadow-like spirit from before. It must have been waiting here to ambush us. It's alright, stay calm. But the ghost was moaning and wavering before us. We'd never be able to get past it. You'll do anything for me. Hey, Shishido. Yeah? I'm going to draw that thing's attention. While it's distracted, I want you to run. No way. We'll run together. I've got a secret weapon. You what? It's a keepsake charm my grandmother gave me. When I pointed it at the thing earlier, it definitely had an effect. Charm? Yeah. But Tsukasa, you'll still be putting yourself right in harm's way. Yeah? I'll be fine. It'll all work out somehow or another. That's not... Stay where you are. We really didn't have time to be arguing. It was closing in fast. And as it did, I noticed the spirit's figure had become more defined. She was a tall young woman with her head turned sideways at a 90-degree angle. The tail of Yoshi suggests she fell down a flight of stairs, so a broken neck would clearly fit it. Go! Run! Gave me back my back a shove to get me started, and with no attempt to object, I unconsciously obliged. Tsukasa ran too, darting ahead of me for a few short moments. Hey, ghost lady! Over here! Stop! Tsukasa! Tsukasa ran as close as he possibly could to get Yoshi's attention, then turned tail and began sprinting off in the opposite direction. Come get me, you monster! Amazingly, it worked. The spirit began chasing Tsukasa, leaving me completely unobstructed. This doesn't feel right. Should I really escape without him? I was torn. On the one hand, I knew this was my best chance, but I couldn't help worrying about what would happen to Tsukasa if his charm failed. I stopped for a moment and glanced over my shoulder. He was still running, and the shadowy figure was still in hot pursuit. Tsukasa, she's way too close. You need to take out your charm. It's fine. I'll be right behind you, I promise. I still can't believe I fell for it, but this was right about when I realized the truth. Tsukasa had no protective charm. He had just made that up so I wouldn't objectively object too strongly to him serving as a decoy while I got away. No, I can't let him go through with this. I stopped in my tracks and shouted out at the top of my lungs. Yoshi, hold it right there. I wasn't sure exactly what I was getting myself into, but I had to do something, and calling the spirit's name definitely seemed to have an effect. That's right. I know your name. Shihiro, what are you doing? All at once, the black figure was facing me. Though I never saw her turn around, she was flying toward me now, ignoring Tsukasa. I'm not scared, 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 I'm not scared. I repeated this like a mantra and stuck one hand in my pocket, grasping tightly onto the one and only item I had stashed there. So, you know who I am, then. Unlike him, I have a real protective charm. Tsukasa's care, his effort, his beliefs, they were all packed into this pencil, and when you get right down to it, that's what a charm is, right? I squeezed the nubbly little thing in my pocket, mentally preparing myself for confrontation ahead, the confrontation I'd possibly initiated. Shido, you have to run.
逃げない
I won't.
私は逃げ
I
ないわ
absolutely will not.
神様どうか
God,
お願い
please protect me. I close my eyes. I lifted my hand from my pocket and brandished Tsukasa's pencil intently. The gauntlet had been thrown. I was putting a lot of faith into this, and I really, really hoped I hadn't made a mistake in doing
私
so.
は獅子のやい
My name is
この学校で
Yuri Shishido, and my goal is to become a teacher here at this school. Oh. I opened my eyes to find that the shadow spirit Yoshi had stopped dead in her tracks. Did it work? Was Tsukasa's pencil keeping this vengeful soul at bay?
私の代わりは
I don't need a
いらない
replacement. Just die.
死ね
Suddenly, I was whisked off my feet and slammed against the ceiling. Shishido! I could see him down below. He was staring up at me and desperately leaping. He was trying to catch me, I suppose, even though he knew he would never reach. Tsukasa? I called out to him over and over again in my mind. If he could get away, if he could survive this ordeal, then it would have all been worth it. Yoshi was drawing near, and I was helplessly pinned to the ceiling. I had no chance at all. There was no doubt in my mind that my life was over. I clung to the little relief I felt at Tsukasa's safety. It was the only thing keeping me from losing my head entirely. Then, all at once, the situation took a complete 180. It was like a miracle.
篠崎よし
Yoshi
ここまでに
Shinozaki,
せい
stop right there. Before I had any idea what was happening, I found myself bathed in a gentle light.
おばあちゃん
The woman from this morning?
守ってやれんです
I'm sorry I was unable to protect you, but now at least the evil will spread no
邪術
further.
が拡大せぬこと
It was the old woman who had collapsed in front of my house. She was standing down below me, enveloped in a warm glow. The black shadow lunged toward her. Then there was a horrific noise, and the old woman was gone.
獅子だ
Shishido. And just like that, I fell to the ground. Whatever Yoshi had done to me, the old woman must have nullified it. That must have been why she came to me this morning and why she had come again now. I felt like I was going to faint. Tsukasa ran to my side and gently scooped me off the ground and into his arms. Yoshi's spirit was gone. She had vanished along with the light. Around us now, the only sound was the pitter-patter of raindrops on the school's roof.
おい獅子だ
Shishido!
獅子だ
Shishido! Tsukasa. I'd suffered quite a bump on the head from my fall, and was decidedly disoriented, but I still had enough sense to put my arms around Tsukasa's
バ
neck.
カ逃げろって言
You
ったのに
idiot! Didn't I tell you to run away?
ごめん
I'm sorry, it's just...
でも
I wanted to protect you. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you, is what I wanted to say. But instead, I just passed out in his arms. Aww. I felt as though I was waking from a long, horrible dream.
おい大丈夫か
Hey, you okay?
おい獅子だ
Shishido? Where are we?
本当に大丈夫か
Man, how hard a fall
見
was
ればわ
that?
かるだろ
We're in the nurse's
学
office,
校の
can't
保
you
健
tell?
室だって
保健
The
室
nurse's office? It occurred to me to look at my surroundings. Probably something I should have done before asking about them, but in my defense, I was out cold. Beige walls, pink curtains, white beds with solid blue covers. This was indeed the school infirmary, no doubt about it.
どうして
Why are you...
どうしてもこうしても
A better
お
question
前
is,
があんなと
why
ころ
you're
で倒れ
here.
てたから
I found you
ここに
passed
連
out
れ
on
て
the
きてや
ground
ったんじゃ
out there, so I carried you in.
あんなとこ
Out where exactly?
おいおいまだ具合悪いんじゃない
Did
の
you
か
get a concussion or
肛門だよ
something? It
肛門
was right by the school gate.
ろ校門に
The school
私
gate.
そこ
where you
に
found
倒れ
me?
てたの？
そうだけど。
Uh-huh. Ring any bells?
私、
But I was
確か
trapped
に
inside the
学校の
school
中で
and
ヨシエ
running
さん
from
から逃
Yoshi,
げて。
wasn't I?
そうだ、
that's right. My
腕を
arm.
怪我して。
It's probably broken.
腕
Wait,
な
my
んと
arm's
も
okay?
ない。
はあ腕
Huh? Your arm. Wait.
夢だった。
Was it a dream? No, it couldn't have been.
そん
I
なはず
mean,
ない。だっ
it
て、
really hurt,
本
and I
当に
really
痛
thought I
く
was
て
going
痛
to
くて
die.
ああ、まあ、
Well,
なんか様子
You're
が変
still
だ
a
けど。
little out of sorts,
とにかく無事
but
で。
I'm glad you're
ほっ
safe
と
at
し
any
た
rate.
こういうのって虫の知
I
らせっ
guess
て
you
言うん
could
だ
say I
な。
had a gut feeling, maybe.
なんとなく気になってお
I
前ん
just
家に
got
行ったら、
concerned and stopped
お
by
前の
your
お母さん
house.
に、
Your mom told me
学校に行っ
that
たって聞いたな。
you'd gone back to
そしたら、
school, so I came
あ
by
ん
to
なとこ
find
ろに
you,
倒れ
and
てる
well,
ん
I
だもん
found you.
な。
司くん。
Tsukasa,
うん。
yes,
まあ、
yes.
とりあえず、
There'll be time for things
詳しい
and such
話
later on.
は
Right
後で
now,
聞くからさ。
there's something I've got to
ちょっと
do,
待って
so
な。
hang on a sec.
あ、
Okay.
司くん。
Where are you
ちょ
going,
っと。
Tsukasa? I wanted to ask you
ヨ
about
シエさんのこ
Yoshi.
と聞こうと。
あら、シシドさん。
Ah,
目が覚めたの
Yoshida-san.
ね。
Glad to see you're
先
awake.
生、
Ma'am,
驚いたわよ。
you
三
gave
国
us
く
both
んが
quite a
結相
square.
書いて私を呼び
Mikuni
に来るんだも
was
の。
pale as a ghost when he
私が
came
当
to
直
get
でよ
me.
かったわね。
Luckily for you, I was working late tonight.
ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません。
So sorry to have troubled you.
それはいいのよ。
It's fine,
で
of
も、
course.
あなた
But
ず
you
いぶんうな
know,
されていたか
you
ら、
were really
悪い
moaning in
夢
your
でも見て
sleep.
たんじゃ
Were
ない？
you having nightmares?
悪い夢。
Nightmares.
そうよ。三
It
国く
seemed
ん
like
も
you
すご
were.
く心配してたわ
Mikuni
よ。
was worried sick about you.
そうだ。
So it really was just a
やっぱ
nightmare
り、
then.
きっ
Maybe
と
that scary story this
悪い
afternoon
夢
was
なん
just
だ。
too much for me.
ともかく、もう大丈夫？
Are you feeling a little better now at least?
はい。
Yeah,
そう、よかったわ。
that's good. The nurse smiled cheerfully and disappeared behind the partitioning curtain. Letting out a sigh, I laid myself down on the bed once more. It was dead silent, the rain must have let up. The only sound I heard was an occasional cough from the nurse, who was otherwise going about her business quietly.
そういえば、
Oh,
ペンケー
wait,
ス。
what about the pen case? I thrust my hand into my pockets, not really expecting to find it, but
ちゃんとある。
there it is. The pen case, complete with Tsukasa's pencil talisman inside, was present and accounted for, which meant that
私、やっ
I
ぱ
made
り
it
教
through my
室には行ったん
classroom.
だ。やっぱり。
Maybe it wasn't a dream
夢じゃない。
after all.
おーい。
Hey! Huh?
あ、司
Oh,
くん、お
Tsukasa,
帰り。
welcome back. I was still trying to remember exact details about what happened when I unexpectedly felt something cold press against my cheek.
これって。
What are you?
お前、うな
You
され
were
てただ
sleeping
ろ。
pretty restlessly,
汗
you
もかいて
know?
たし、
And
喉
sweating an
乾いた
awful
んじゃない
lot,
かなと
so
思
I
ってさ。
figured you might be thirsty. Here, it's a
Coffee.
cafe a lot.
あ、あり
Oh,
がとう。
thank you. Tsukasa went out of his way to buy this just for me. It was a lovely gesture. How could I possibly refuse?
お前さ、明日
Hey,
と
is it
いう
tomorrow?
か、
Or I
もう
guess
今
it's
日
today
か。
now, but
推薦の
either
試験
way,
だろ？
don't you have an entrance
何時
exam
から
to
だ？
take? What time does it start? At
9
9.
時。
あと4時間か。
So in 4 hours then.
もう。
God, I don't
無理だ
even
よ。
want to think about
今日は。
that right now. Not after the day I just had. I had been put through hell on earth. Taking a test was the furthest thing from my mind. I was in tears and I had no idea why. Maybe it was because I was so relieved, so glad to be alive. Okay, hey,
よし。
Shishido, can you stand?
なあ、
え
Huh?
ちょうどいいから、お前にいいもの
The
見せてや
timing's
る
just
よ。
right, so I'm going to show you something good.
いいもの？
Something good?
おう。
Yeah,
そうだな。
or rather,
むしろ、
It's something I really want you to see
お前
if
に
you're
は
up to
見
it.
てよ。
うん。
Sure, I guess. My nose was still running, but my heart felt a lot lighter. I no longer felt threatened by the school. I was comfortable and safe. The two of us left the nurse's office with Tsukasa in the lead, and even though I was holding cold coffee in my hand, I still felt warm all over. Neither of us said a thing as he led me through the empty halls. It occurred to me that when we last saw one another, I was mad at him.
ほら、シシド
Look.。Yoshito,
Say
we're
that's
here.
ここって、
What?
渡り廊下
Isn't this just the walkway between the buildings?
まあまあ、もうすぐだか
Just
ら
wait.
ちょっと
You'll
待
see
てよ。
it in a minute.
もうすぐ
See what? I had no idea what I was looking for. I just kept staring at him, but his eyes were fixed on the window leading out into the walkway. As I gazed upon him in profile, I felt my heart skip a
昨日
beat.
のこと
I have to apologize for what happened yesterday. But I just wasn't sure what to say. I let my feelings get the better of me and reprimanded him for behavior that was, at least at the time, entirely reasonable. There was more to it than that, though. There was one particular reason, more than any other, that made it hard for me to think of the words to say here. He and I had run from Yoshi together. We escaped her wrath against unmeasurable odds, and what if that wasn't all just a dream?
お、出てきたぞ。
Bingo. Here we go. Huh? I followed Tsukasa pointing figure and... Whoa.
朝
That's
日
beautiful. What an absolutely stunning
すっ
sunrise.
ごい
俺、こ
It's
こでよく夕日
actually
を
the
眺めてるんだ
sunset
け
I
ど
enjoy watching most from
さ、朝
here.
日もいいも
But
ん
the
だな。
sunrise is pretty great too.
綺麗だよ
It's gorgeous.
街がオレンジ
The
に
whole
染ま
town is pointed in orange.
元気出てきたな。
Looks like you're back in good spirits again.
ここって
This
司くん
is
の言って
the
た
place that you were
例
talking
の
about,
場所
isn't
だ
it?
よね
おう、うん。
Yeah, it is.
今まで絶対
You've
に
been
教
keeping
え
the
てくれ
spot
な
for
か
me
った
this
の
whole time, so why
にどうして今
now?
日は
Why are you showing it to me
そ
today?
の
別になんとな
No
く。
reason, really.
なんとなくって
No reason, huh? I could think of a reason, but I didn't say anything. It just seemed kinda far-fetched to me, and if I was misinterpreting him, I'd be very embarrassed. He couldn't possibly, could he? My face felt kind of warm. I placed the sweaty cafe lot on my cheek and sighed
どうし
softly.
た顔赤
You
いぞ。
feeling okay? Your face is really red.
そう
What? It is?
まだ具合悪いんじゃ
You
ない
aren't
のか
still feeling faint, are you?
そんなこと
No,
な
no,
いよ
no. Nothing like that. It's
ほら
just, yeah,
朝日が
it's the sun.
赤いせ
Just the way light's playing off of my skin, that's all.
おう、
Oh,
なるほどな。
okay. Boys can be so dense
試
sometimes.
験頑張
Good luck
れ
on
よ。
the exam, by the way.
今から
If
す
you
ぐ
head back
戻って
now
準
and
備す
get
りゃ
ready,
間
you
に合
should
うだ
still
ろ。
be able to
あ
make
りが
it.
とう
Thank
司
you.
くんのそれ
That's what I like about you, Tsukasa.
え
Huh?
それ
Also,
と
I'm sorry.
あと
なんで謝るんだ
Or
よ。
what?
いや
Well,
と
it's just that yesterday
Kino.
things might have seemed a little awkward
Hora.
between us
Nanka,
after
chotto
talking about the
kimazuku
school legend,
nachchatta shi.
remember?
七不思議の
あ
Oh yeah.
あ
I
あ、
think I
そんなこ
remember
ともあった
something
っ
like
け
that.
そんなこともって
What do you mean something
私
like
は
that?
結構
I
気
was
にし
really
てたんだ
bothered
けど
by it, you
な
know?
女子はほんと細かい
You
こと
girls
気にする
obsess
よ
over the
な。
littlest things
俺は全
sometimes.
然何
Me,
とも
I
思って
didn't
な
think
かったの
anything
に。
of it.
そっか
Really now? I let out another sigh and turned back toward the morning sun, stretching my arms skywards as a sudden wave of exhaustion came over me. The day got brighter bit by bit, and I just stood there silently trying to piece together all the jumbled thoughts rattling around in my head. I was running away from Yoshi, and Tsukasa was with me. Then I was saved by that old woman.
やっぱり
It really was just a dream, huh?
あんなの
As the bright rays of sun washed over me, I felt new life and new hope welling up from within, and I finally came to terms with those horrid events. Most likely, I got the pen case without incident, but then, on my way back, something hit my head and knocked me out. That would be just my
あ、ちょっ
luck.
とシシド、
Oh,
動
hey,
くなよ。
Shishido. Don't move. Hmm? No, it's sunrise. He likes the sunset more, but the sunrise is good too, is what he said.
そのまま、
Stay right
その
there,
まま。
just like that. I didn't know what he was planning to do, but he was staring right at me. It felt kind of like he was staring into my soul. And then...
Eh?
What? Slowly, Tsukasa drew his face toward mine.
これ
Is he
シシド。
Shido? No way.
何
You really going to? I shut my eyes. I was ready for this. Or maybe I just didn't want to look. But the next sensation I felt wasn't quite the one I was
シシド
expecting.、
これ
Shido,
大丈夫か？
what happened here? Huh? He had grabbed my arm for some reason and was staring down at it intently.
何よ、紛らわしいな。
Well, what the hell? What is he doing? Whoa, what is that? Seriously, I had no idea that was there. Turns out he was just concerned by the strange wound I had apparently received, which had momentarily became visible when I raised my arms. It was right around my elbow. Right where Yoshi had grabbed me in my dream.
痛そうだな。
Looks like it hurts.
全然痛くない
It
けど。
doesn't hurt at all, actually, but
けど
what?
うん、なんで
Never
もないよ。
It's nothing. Giving a wary smile, I gently pulled my arm from his
ね
grip.
え、司くん、
Hey, Tsukasa.
ん
Yeah?
帰る前に
Before we go home,
お
I have
願
a
い
favor to
がある
ask
ん
you.
だけど。
なんだよ。
What is it?
手、
Would you
繋い
mind
で
if
もい
we
い？
held hands?
手
Held hands?
手、
Yeah. Just for a little. Or is that asking too much?
なんでという彼
When
の
he
言
asked
葉
why I
には
wanted to do this, I
なん
fed
と
him
なく
his own
と
line.
答えた。
I just told him no reason.
そっと指先を掴ん
We
だだ
only
けの
joined
軽いものだった
fingertips,
けど、
but for the first
初め
time,
て
it really felt
私
like I
は
was
お
connected
互い
to
の
another
心
person's
がつな
heart.
がっているのを
I
感じ
remember
た気が
feeling
し
so
て、
happy.
とても嬉しかったのを覚えている。
ゆい先生
Hey, Miss
ゆ
Yui.
い先生
Miss Yui.
つかさ
ゆい先生ってば
Miss Yui, please.
うん。
I knew I heard that voice before, but who was it? Was I just dreaming again? I still felt like I was holding Tsukasa's hand, though.
ゆい先生って
Miss Yui, your hand, your hand.
やっと起きた
Good. You're awake.
あら
Huh? What?
持田くん
Mochida?
そうだよ持田
That's right.
聡だ
It's
よ
Satoshi Mochida.
と、
I was still dazed. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew was that one of my students, Satoshi Mochida, was here, and he looked concerned.
ゆい先生
Miss Yui, your
いい加
hand
減
is...
手を
What?
あら
Oh my. I finally realized what he was talking about. I was holding Mochida's hand in my own and squeezing it awfully tight.
やだごめんなさい
Excuse me.
私ったら
Please. I'm so sorry.
いいけどさ
It's no problem,
ゆ
though.
い先生
I have to say, you have a
結
really
構
strong
握
grip,
力
Miss
強いん
Yui.
だな
あら、そう
Do I now?
これでも
In the
昔
past,
は
I
か
was
弱く
renowned
儚
far
い
and
美
wide
少
for
女とし
being
て
a
巷
weak and
に名
dainty
を馳
young
せたもの
beauty,
だ
you
けど
know? How
それ
exactly
ど
do
こ
I
から突っ込ん
respond
でい
to
いの
that?
手厳しいわね
Well, you could say something nice. Mochida was a good student. He and I got along well. We were already falling back into our usual pattern of good-natured ribbing, except...
ちょっと待って
Wait,
どうして持田くんがうちにいるの
それさっき話したじゃん
that's... I told you earlier, didn't I?
は
I guess I shouldn't be
その調子じゃ
surprised you don't remember
あ何
anything.
も覚えてないんでしょ
何も
What? Am I supposed to... What am I supposed to remember
さっき
exactly?
俺の作ったおかゆ食
A
っ
little
て
while ago, you ate
薬
some
飲んで
porridge I made
また寝たじゃ
and
ない
took
か
medicine before
その
passing
時
out again.
話した
I
の
told
に
you everything then. You did?
本当に綺麗さっぱり覚え
Have
て
you
ない
seriously forgotten all of that?
全然
Completely.
笑えないよ
Don't laugh. Jeez. Machida sighed and pointed at the
あれ
table.
山崎先
Class
生からの
notes
届け
from
物
Mr. Yamazaki.
もしかしてわざわざそれを
Did you
届け
come
に
all
来て
this
くれた
way
の
just to deliver those?
そうだよ
Yeah. And
そ
when
した
I
らゆい
did,
先生
you were
が
in
あ
a
ん
pretty
まりに
bad
ひどい
way,
状態だったか
so I
ら
made you some
飯作っ
porridge.
て
Oh,
キッチン
but
借り
don't
ていいって
worry.
言ったのは
I have
モネだ
permission.
から
Monette said I could borrow your kitchen. Monette did he?
もうお姉ちゃんがね。
I shrugged my neck. He laid contently on my futon. Such a pretty kitty. I was getting kind of wrapped up in petting him. As I often did. I almost forgot Machida was here until he let out a huge sigh.
ゆい先生、
Also, Miss Yui,
玄関の
leaving
鍵は
your front
閉
door
めないと
locked
不
is
用
really
心だよ。
dangerous.
あら、開いてた？
Oh, was it open?
うん。
Yeah.
今回ばかりは
And you're lucky I was the one to discover that. You really need to be more careful.
ちゃんと。
気をつけるわ。
Duly noted. Thanks.
なんで笑うの？
Did I say something funny?
持田くん、
No.
私のお母さん
You
みた
just
い
sound
だ
like
か
my
ら。
mother.
うわ、複雑。
Yikes. I don't think I like that. Implications there. Oh. Wait. She has a bruise on her arm now. I didn't mean to laugh. I must have seemed kind of deranged, but I could always blame it on the fever. She has a bruise on her arm now. But wait, she died from falling. Machida looked at me and let out another sigh. My poor sense of humor must have been getting to him. Well, you sure seem a lot better now than
だいぶ元気
you
になっ
were
て
when
き
I
たみ
got
たいで。
here. So
よ
that's
かったよ。
something.
そうみたい。
I feel better, too.
結構寝てたもんな。
You slept
ゆい
like
先
a rock,
生。
Miss Yui.
そうね。
That's right. I woke up this morning feeling dizzy and chilled. I called in
風邪でめ
sick,
まいがして、
put out food for
学校
Mana,
にお
and
休
I
みの
don't
電
remember
話
a
を
thing
し
after
て
that.、
モネちゃんのご飯を
あれコンビニ行ったんじゃないの？
You don't remember going to the convenience store?
コンビニ？
The convenience store?
うん。
Yeah,
冷
I
却シートと
found
弁
cold,
当があって。
cold packs and snacks. Let's see.
ほらこれ。
Here.
レシートの時
Look,
間
the。time on the receipt, it
今
was
朝に
this
なってる
morning.
けど。
本当だ。
Wow, you're right.
もしかしてゆい先生。
How can you possibly not remember
コ
going
ンビ
to
ニ
the
行った
store?
こと覚えてない？うわーもう
Amazing. That's just
しっかりして
seriously.
くれ
You
よ
need to pull yourself together.
ま
You
さか
didn't
パ
go
ジャマで
out
出
in
か
your
けたりして
pajamas
な
or
いよ
anything,
な。
did you?
そんなことは
Well,
な
I
いと思う
don't
け
think
ど
I。did.
どうかな。
I wouldn't be surprised.
笑ってごまかさな
Don't
い。
try and hide behind that
ご
laugh.
めんごめん。
Sorry,
持田
sorry.
くん、
Were you
私のこ
taking
と
care of
ず
me
っと
this whole
看病
time,
してくれ
Machida?
てたの？
うん。
Mm-hmm.
そう。
Wow.
遅くま
I'm
でご
really
めんな
sorry
さ
you
い
had to
ね。
stay this late. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I couldn't believe Machida had been with me this whole time. I felt both guilty and grateful, and I definitely gained a new respect
お
for
かゆ
him.。
まだちょっと残
There's
ってる
still
か
a
ら。
little porridge left
腹減っ
if
た
you
ら
get
食べてよ。
hungry.
ええ。
あと
Thanks.
それから、
And
これ。
I bought these too. You went
ス
to the
ーパーの
supermarket?
袋？
冷蔵庫を見たら、
There wasn't
何もな
anything
か
in
っ
the
たから
fridge
さ。
when I checked, so I
つ
figured
い
I
で
might
に買
as
っ
well.
え？
The bag was quite heavy. Inside it was a bottle of orange juice, some bananas, canned peaches, apples, and other assorted fruits.
これ
That's
風邪の時って、ビタミンを
vitamins.
取るといい
When
んだ
you're
ろ
as sick as you were,
それ食べ
your
て。
body needs all the help
早
it
く良くなって
can
よ。
get to fight back. Think of it like medicine.
持田くん。
Mochida. That much fruit couldn't have come cheap, especially for a high schooler. I considered offering to pay him back, but decided against it. I knew he wouldn't take my money, and besides, I really appreciated the fact that he had gone to all this trouble for me. I'd return the favor another time. If it ever seemed like he was going to be staying late after school, maybe I'd buy him dinner. Or I could even help him with preparations for the school festival.
じゃあ俺帰るよ。
Well, it's getting late. I should go.
あ、大丈夫？
Oh,
道
will you
わ
be
かるか
okay?
しら？
Do you know your
なん
way
なら
back?
途
If
中
you'd
ま
like,
で
I
見
can
送り
take
に
you
行くわよ。
at least part of the way.
大丈夫だよ。
It's fine.
ゆい
Just go
先
back to
生
sleep,
は
Miss
お
Yui.
となしく、まだ本調子じゃないんだし。
You're not better
第一、
just yet. And
夜
besides,
道を
it
女の
isn't
人
safe
一
for
人で
a
歩く
woman
なん
to
て
walk alone at
危
night.
険。
ふん。
Aw,
持田くん
you're
は
such a
優しい
sweetie.
ね。
Seeing
そう
how
いうと
much
こ
you
キュン
care
としちゃ
just
う。
makes my heart skip a beat.
あれ
Oh,
そ
does
うい
it
うこ
now?
と、俺に
I'm
言って
not
い
sure
い
you should
の
be saying something like that to me, Miss Yui. Oh. Huh?
なんで？
Why not? Machina and I joked like this a lot. Usually it made him blush and get adorably embarrassed. But not today. Today, he just grinned sheepishly with a mischievous glint in his eye. I didn't quite get it. What was his name?
司くんって
Who's Tsukasa, Miss
先生の
Yui?
恋人
Is he your boyfriend?
どうして
How do
それ
you-
ゆい先生寝てるとき
You
ず
kept calling
っと
his
その
name in
人
your
のこと
sleep.
呼んでたよ。
Tsukasa.
うなされながら
You
何度も
cried, lost
司
in
く
some
ん
sort of
司く
wonderful
んって
dream. What?
誰なんだよ。
So, who is he? That crafty Mochida had turned the tables on me, and how embarrassing to know that I'd been calling Tsukasa's name.
それ
Well,
は
I hesitated to answer for a moment, but then figured, what the hell, why not?
司くんはね
Tsukasa was my first love.
私の初恋の人。
ふーん。
Oh.
その様子じゃ。
Judging by your
Yui-sensei,
actions
よっぽど
earlier, you must have
その人の
seriously
ことが
been
好
head
きだ
over
ったんだ
heels for
ね。
him.
え
What? Why?
だって、
Well, when I got
先生、
here,
さっき
you
す
thought
ご
I
か
was
ったよ。
Tsukasa. It was unbelievable.
俺のこと、
やだ。
Wait. What are you saying?
ゆい先生、
Your face is
顔
beet
赤
red.
いよ。
これは
That's
熱の
just
せいよ。
my
き
favorite,
っ
I
と
swear.
ふーん。
Mhm.
まあいい
Well,
や。
that's fine.
そ
I'll
うい
let
う
you
ことに
believe
してあ
whatever you
げ
want
る
to。believe.
もうあんまり大人をからかわ
Whatever
ないで。
happened to respecting your elders? You shouldn't mess with adults.
だって
But
こんな
you're
ゆい
in,
先生、
rare
めったに
form
見れないから
today.
さ。
We never get to see you like this. I wasn't sure he was ever going to give me the full story of all the embarrassing things I had done in my fevered days, and maybe it was better he didn't. Either way, I was in his debt, so he could tease me all he wanted just this once.
おっと、
Oh,
やばい。
crap.
そろそろ
I
帰
have
ら
to
ない
get
と。
going. Yuka's going to be really
Yukaが
angry with me.
今日はありがとね。
Thanks for
もう暗い
everything.
から
It's dark
気をつけて帰
out,
る
so
のよ。
please be careful on your way home.
はーい。
No worries.
それじゃあ先生、食事をきちんととっ
You be
て、
sure to
頑張って
eat right and
早く
get
治して
better
くれよ。
ASAP. You hear me? Of course. I'll kick this in no time.
頑張る。
ファイト
Fight. Fight the good fight.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
いい子だな。
What a good
モチダ
kid,
君は
that Mochida. I better be careful though. He is my student after all. Hmm?
おいで、
Come here,
マネちゃん。
You sleep with mommy
一緒に寝
tonight.
ようか。会いた
I
いな。
miss you, Tsukasa.
つかさくん。
I wonder what happened to Tsukasa. I wonder if we'll ever find out. Encounter, a chronicle of past events. Alright. I think with the clearing of number 3, we are going to call it a day. Purgatory is now available. Ugh. So, we have 3 more chapters to unlock. 5 more chapters to play in total. It looks like. Depending on how long they've been taking, it seems like I've been getting like a chapter and a half a day. Or a stream. But, depending on everything, I'll probably be back again tomorrow. Probably again around 2 p.m. EST, or anywhere between 2 and 4 p.m. That's about when I've been going live recently. We'll move over here. Get some big Venger going. Get some waves. Get some waves for goodbyes. We'll turn on the music again. But thank you for anybody that stayed and continued to watch. I hope you all enjoyed the experience of Corpse Party. It's definitely interesting. Bam, I'm looking at the screen so I can see it. I know it's coming. You waited for the wrong time to do that. But I'll probably end up continuing this again tomorrow. And then we'll end up probably raiding into Hero while he's playing his fantasy Metopia game. You just saw it. Want to know what it was. Creep got me earlier. But we'll find a raid target. He will, who is available for right now. Oh, should I send you to someone who's playing Alien Isolation, Vamp? You know what? Let's do it. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how we'll see how they are.
Once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down below me. Bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day
I don't know. I always feel bad raiding into nope, negative. Nope, no way, no. Because Ace Warriors Babino. I always feel bad because it's kind of like I want to raid into some of the bigger people, but I always just feel bad because it's kind of like I don't want to feel like it's because I want shoutouts. It's just because some of the times I find them interesting. Let's see, let's find another raid target then. You know what? I haven't raided No Soul before, or Luna Soul, as she is now called. Why don't we do that? Alright. If you're not a part of the subscriber pack, there's your raid message. If you are a part of the subscriber pack, there's your raid message. We're gonna raid Luna Wolf. Luna Soul. She's a sweet bean. Very lovely. We'll get this started. Alright, we will continue Corpse Party at some point tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, evening, wherever you are. If you're gonna go get some sleepies, get some good sleepies. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. I will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
How to get kills? Throw knives, because I'm a dumbass. Not getting that. Not getting that.
Boop.
Oh, I hope studying for finals is going okay. Hi, Venger. Thank you for the raid. Okay, I'm about 50. I'm 50 on a gen by Adore. Little Miss Vamp, thank you for the thank you for coming in as well.